Chapter 1286. Outside Reverse Flow River. Old Ancestor Shui who wanted to fight by Qin Tian, but at this time, the dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Qiu, appeared. Why is this ferret here? Doesn't it stay in a cave all year round? Old Ancestor Shui who was shocked. This ferret had a huge origin. It was Giant Sun Immortal's mount in the past. Giant Sun Immortal subdued it in his later years. His motive was obvious. It was to find a way to extend his lifespan. This dog-tail life-extending ferret had a huge amount of Dao marks. It was very mystical. As it grew older, its dog tail would shorten along with its lifespan. Once its lifespan was near its end, its tail would vanish. Thus, whenever it felt that its lifespan was near its end, it would devour an immemorial desolate hound. After devouring it, the dog-tail life-extending ferret would obtain the immemorial desolate hound's lifespan. It would grow a dog-tail and continue living. Precisely so, Giant Sun Immortal died, while the dog-tail life-extending ferret survived until now. This giant ferret was blessed by Giant Sun Immortal. It gained intelligence and knew how to use goo worms, even immortal killer moves. It was an immemorial desolate beast. It had intelligence and could use immortal goo to unleash all sorts of methods. Its strength was unfathomable. Even Old Ancestor Shui who was wary of it. Old Ancestor Shui who wanted to deal with by Qin Tian, but now that the dog-tail life-extending ferret appeared, he gave up on this plan. To think that Mao Li Qiu saved me. Bai Qin Tian let out a breath of air. He relaxed slightly. He also knew about the dog-tail life-extending ferret. Because this immemorial desolate beast was too famous. Like Central Continent's Huakong and that evil dragon Di Zongxing, they were special existences. Their battle strength was at the peak of rank 8. Old Ancestor Shui whose gaze focused on the two longevity heaven goo immortals beside the dog-tail life-extending ferret. Old Ancestor Shui whose gaze was focused on Black Extremity. He chuckled coldly. As expected, Sun Ming Lu, you are a member of Longevity Heaven. To think that Longevity Heaven has already started to target me. He had already guessed this before, and now that he saw the Black Extremity in person, his guesses were confirmed. Black Extremity bowed towards Old Ancestor Shui who, Old Ancestor Shui who, we meet again. I am Black Extremity, one of the 8 extremities of Longevity Heaven. My name, Sun Ming Lu, is merely an alias I used to travel around northern plains. Old Ancestor Shui who sneered, but did not show any signs of attacking. That was because the dog-tailed life-extending ferret was by the Black Extremity's side. It was not that Old Ancestor Shui who was afraid of Mao Li Qiu, but he knew that the crux of the matter was not on the 3 of them, but on Reverse Flow River. Before the situation in the Reverse Flow River was settled, it was not a good time to make a move and let a third party take advantage of the situation. After greeting Old Ancestor Shui who, Black Extremity stared at Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun in the river. Grandpa Mao, the 2 people in front are our targets. The Black Extremity reminded the dog-tailed life-extending Martin. Bai Qin Tian frowned. Old Ancestor Shui whose sneer became even colder. But Mao Li Qiu did not care as it curled its lips. Its huge beast face showed a very human expression. No rush. Let's wait for them to decide the victor. We are outside Reverse Flow River. Even though we can use goo worms, we cannot attack it. Any immortal method will be reflected on us by Reverse Flow River. Why would I seek trouble for myself? Although every strike of the Reverse Flow River would reduce a portion of the river's water, the Reverse Flow River was not as powerful as before. But with such a large river, how many years and months would it take to dry it up? Grandpa Mao, won't do such a thankless thing. Saying so, it paused before continuing. Don't worry, these people will not last long. The further upstream Reverse Flow River goes, the more willpower is tested. They are swimming in Reverse Flow River now. Any thoughts of persevering in their minds will be reflected by Reverse Flow River. Any determination will waver and be washed away by Reverse Flow River. The 3 rank 8 existences were wary of each other. They did not attack. Outside the river, the goo immortals were all looking at Reverse Flow River. In the river, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were still in first place. Purple Mountain True Monarch was in the second position, very close to Ma and Zhao. Ing Wuxia, Bai Ningbing, and He Lulan were third. Next was Fang Yuan. The fifth was originally Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Lady Wan Shou, but earlier, Old Ancestor Shui Hu gave up on the competition to save the unconscious Lady Wan Shou. He came to Reverse Flow River. Thus, the fifth was Celestial Court's Rank 8 Rule Path Gu Immortal Wei Ling Yang, as well as several Central Continent Gu Immortals. Zishan Makoto moved his limbs. He even flapped the thin wings on his back from time to time. Ma and Zhao were already very close to him. I need to persevere. If I capture these two, I will be able to suppress Old Ancestor Shui Hu and deal with Central Continent. Zishan Makoto's eyes were filled with determination. Reverse Flow River continued to reflect on the will in his mind. He shook his head, trying to get rid of the hesitation in his heart. 90,000 years ago, Providence attacked. I had to make many deductions before I found the final hope of survival. I sealed myself and turned into a purple gold rock. But I was still framed by Providence and often fell into a state of insanity and amnesia. These last 100,000 years, I woke up many times and experienced many dangers. With the help of Shadow Sect, I managed to escape and survive. Right now, even though my main body successfully refined the sovereign immortal aperture, it was snatched away by others. My main body fell into a dream realm again. He is in a precarious situation. The huge Shadow Sect has already been wiped out. The situation does not allow me to fail. I need to persevere until I capture Ma and Zhao. We are about to succeed. Zishan Makoto's dual sources shined. He was already very close to Ma and Zhao. Oh no, Zishan Makoto is going to capture Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were shocked. Old Ancestor Shui Hu, Ing Wuxia, and the rest had joyful expressions. What do we do? Flood Extremity shouted. Nothing. Mao Liqiu rolled its eyes, unless they come out. But at this time, Zishan Makoto suddenly screamed as he hugged his head, struggling with a pained expression. What is going on? What happened? The Immortals were bewildered. He actually acted up at this time. Damn it. Ing Wuxia cursed the heavens in his heart. At the crucial moment, Zishan Makoto fell into a state of insanity. He swam down rapidly. Thankfully, Ing Wuxia was already following Zishan Makoto to prevent him from falling into insanity. He immediately caught Zishan Makoto. The group of four continued to swim upwards. This way, Ma and Zhao escaped danger. They were still in first place. Zishan Makoto fell down. He was in second place with Ing Wuxia and the rest. Third was Fang Yuan. Fourth was the Central Continent Gu Immortals led by Wei Ling Yang. Lord Wei Ling Yang, it is all up to you. Bai Qin Tian was overjoyed. The Central Continent Gu Immortals also started to cheer. Something happened to Zishan Makoto. This was great news to Central Continent. Especially those Gu Immortals who did not know Fang Yuan's true strength. They felt that only Central Continent Rank 8 Wei Ling Yang was left in Reverse Flow River. Even though Wei Ling Yang was in last place, he could still win. Wei Ling Yang gritted his teeth. The difficulty of swimming was getting higher, and more importantly, Reverse Flow River was affecting his every thought. Any thought of swimming upwards and persevering would be affected by Reverse Flow River. Many thoughts were washed away, but there was one thought that seemed to have taken root in Wei Ling Yang's heart. I need to persevere. Because I am Central Continent's only hope. If I can capture Ma Hongyun and save Zhao Lianyun, we will have a chance to return in victory. I cannot fail. Central Continent's glory, Celestial Court's glory, I cannot lose it because of me. Wei Ling Yang swam forward as usual. He was very stable. The Central Continent Gu Immortals around him also followed behind him. This group of Gu Immortals was the largest force in Reverse Flow River. They were very eye-catching. Even the dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Liqiu, said, "Oh, it seems that Central Continent has a huge advantage. Celestial Court's influence is still as long as ever. This cannot happen. Ma Hongyun is a Northern Plains person." Bai Qin Tian frowned. He looked at Mao Liqiu, then at Old Ancestor Shui Hu had a cold expression. He started to worry. Even if Wei Ling defeats his competitors and captures Ma and Zhao, what will happen after he leaves Reverse Flow River? Bai Chen Tian thought about it but could not think of a way to escape. He could only continue to watch. Time passed by minutes and seconds. The situation in Reverse Flow River did not change. Ma Zhao was still first. Wuxia and the rest were second. Fang Yuan was in the third place. And Wei Ling and the other Central Continent Gu Immortals were fourth. The order of the four groups of Gu Immortals did not change, but the distance between them had shrunk. These people are actually able to persevere. Strange, how can there be such heroes among humans? The dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Qiu, mumbled. As expected, the great era is coming. Every time a great era that can create a venerable, large numbers of geniuses will emerge like a geyser. Bai Chen Tian's eyes shined with bright light. He assessed the Gu Immortals on Central Continent's side, memorizing their appearances. These people had strong wills. If they grew up, they would become pillars of their respective ancient sects. Persevere. The sect has entrusted the task of protecting Fairy Lian Yun to me. I will not give up. I will never give up. Wu Zhenzi frowned. It is like Gu refinement. No matter how difficult the process is or how unpredictable the results are, as long as I persevere, there will be gains. Yu Yizi encouraged himself internally. Shi Zhengyi had a furious expression. Lord Mu Linglan sacrificed himself to protect Fairy Lian Yun. How can I retreat? Do your best. Shi Zhengyi. For love and justice, you cannot retreat. Fang Yuan was expressionless. He stared at Wuxia. Looking at their close relationship, that rank 8 Gu Immortal who went crazy is likely a member of Shadow Sect. I need to kill them all. This Reverse Flow River is the best chance for me to get rid of this threat. Chapter 1287. Reverse Flow River flowed quietly. The higher they went, the calmer the river was. But in the minds of the people who were swimming, Reverse Flow River was flowing in, creating huge waves that would repel any thoughts of swimming upstream. Destruction was not scary, but thoughts and spirits were destroyed. Back then, Renzu also lost in Reverse Flow River. Now, these Gu Immortals were going to repeat Renzu's mistake. Damn it, I can't hold on anymore. At the next moment, Yi Yizi reached his limit. He could not move forward anymore. He was quickly washed away by Reverse Flow River. Next was the second Central Continent Gu Immortal. The third, Shi Zhengyi, was exhausted. He fainted and was washed away by Reverse Flow River. Wu Zhenzi was very unwilling, but he could only watch as he floated away. Bai Chen Tian and the rest had ugly expressions as the Central Continent Gu Immortals got eliminated. Not long after, the Central Continent side that had the advantage in numbers only had rank 8 Gu Immortal Wei Ling left. To be able to reach rank 8, his willpower was truly shocking. Wei Ling displayed the foundation of a rank 8 expert. As for those Gu Immortals who were washed away, Bai Chen Tian gathered them one by one. They were not obstructed by old ancestor Shui Hu or the dog-tail life extending ferret, Mao Li Qiu. Why are our Gu Immortals washed away, but these useless people are still in the river? Some Central Continent Gu Immortals could not stand Wuxia, Fang Yuan, and the rest. Mere rank 6, their willpower is truly shocking. But we have all been washed away, they will be here soon. A Central Continent Gu Immortal who had just been washed out of Reverse Flow River said. However, before Fang Yuan or Wuxia ran out of strength, they saw something happening to Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun, who was swimming with all his might, suddenly choked on some water. He was almost washed away. Be careful! Even Bai Chen Tian could not help but call out. Wuxia was overjoyed, but at the next moment, Ma Hongyun regained his composure and continued to swim. It was a false alarm. It's that girl, her willpower is quite shocking. Mao Li Qiu saw through the details. It turned out that at the crucial moment, Zhao Lianyun had actually helped Ma Hongyun, allowing him to stabilize again. As a matter of fact, when the Reverse Flow River returned to normal, it didn't pose much of a challenge to one's stamina. This was especially true when one reached the upper reaches. The river water became slower and shallower, but the counteracting force against one's willpower and thoughts became stronger and stronger. Hong Yun, we can't be separated again. Do you know how much I've experienced, how much I've suffered, and how much I've lost in order to be with you again? Zhao Lianyun was speechless. At this moment, she did not have the strength to speak. Her aged body had already burst forth with a power that even Zhao Lianyun himself found hard to believe. Zhao Lianyun had forgotten about her physical strength and her old age. She just wanted to be with Ma Hongyun. Even if he swam with all his might, he did not even have the time to look at the person beside him. Even if he couldn't speak, even if he was in danger. Even if the result is tragic, I will try my best to persevere. Every minute and every second, as long as I'm with him, shoulder to shoulder, no matter what we do, no matter what the situation is, I feel blessed. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun continued to swim forward. Although their speed was very slow, the situation had stabilized. It was a false alarm. Bai Chen Tian and the other Central Continent Gu Immortals, as well as Flood Extremity and Black Extremity, were all shocked. Old Ancestor Shui, who snorted coldly, he could not conceal his disappointment. Reverse Flow River, which was the focus of all the Immortals, every time the situation changed, the Gu Immortals who were watching from the outside would be affected. Even if there were rank 8 Gu Immortals among them. Even rank 6 and rank 7 Gu Immortals were experts among the same cultivation level, they were elites of their regions. Even an immortal zombie body feels tired? Ing Wuxia smiled bitterly. On his head, Zishan Makoto was pulling Ing Wuxia's hair. He was screaming and playing around, crying and laughing at times. I am only a split soul of my main body, I have not been in this world for long. But from the moment I appeared in this world, I knew the responsibility I had to bear. Now, Lord Z has gone crazy again. If I leave him alone, he might choke to death in the river. I am the only hope of Shadow Sect. Even if I die of exhaustion here, I cannot give up. Only by capturing Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun will I have a bargaining chip to stall for time until Lord Z regains consciousness. His responsibilities made Ing Wuxia persevere. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, her chest was heaving up and down. She even laughed lightly, her face was twisted, her eyes were shining with fervor. Spectacular! This is spectacular! In the Reverse Flow River, I experienced something I had never experienced before. This is the path that Renzu walked on back then. Interesting, this is too interesting. Even if I fail, this trip is not in vain. Even if I lose my life, it is worth it. He Lulan, however, had a furious expression. How can I stop here? Mother, I have not taken revenge for you yet. I have not killed that man with my own hands. Roar! Hang in there for me. He Lulan's body was shaking, she was bursting with unimaginable determination. However, as time passed, someone finally could not hold on anymore. Is this the end of my excitement? I still have great enmity. Bai Ningbing and He Lulan were exhausted and were washed out. However, there was no need to worry about their safety, old Ancestor Shui who was already waiting outside the river. Thus, there were only 6 people left in the Reverse Flow River. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were first. Ing Wuxia and the insane Zishan Makoto were second. Feng Yuan was third. Wei Lingyang was fourth. There is still hope. Now, old Ancestor Shui who placed all his hopes on Ing Wuxia. As long as Ing Wuxia captured Ma and Zhao Lianyun, old Ancestor Shui whose side would have the initiative and control Central Continents by Chen Tian and the rest, as well as Longevity Heaven's dog-tail life extending ferret. However, if Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were washed out, everyone would have a chance. At that time, a chaotic battle would erupt, and it would be unclear who would win. Not only did it depend on their strength, it also depended on their luck. Lord Wei Lingyang, it is up to you now. Bai Chen Tian thought to himself, he clenched his fists, they were filled with sweat. The dog-tail life extending ferret snickered. A pair of huge eyes stared at the surface of the river. No one knew what it was thinking. But the glory of our great celestial court. A moment later, Wei Lingyang screamed at the sky. He was unwilling, but he reached his limit. He was washed away by Reverse Flow River. Central Continent's Gu Immortals gasped in shock. Someone shouted in disbelief, "How can this be? Lord Wei Lingyang is a Grand Rank 8 Gu Immortal, how can he lose to these people?" Upstream of reverse flow river has nothing to do with cultivation level, it depends on one's own willpower. Someone explained. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were silent. Didn't this mean that the Grand Rank 8 Celestial Quartz Gu Immortal Wei Lingyang's willpower could not compare to these people? Bai Chen Tian spoke slowly. Don't forget, earlier, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were resting on a mound made of soil. According to the information, they even had wild fruits to eat. When reverse flow river flowed, they were already at the front. While the Gu Immortals behind them had to fight for a long time, their stamina and willpower would be expended in this process. Central Continent's Gu Immortals realized. That's right. Even though Lord Wei Lingyang lost, if we start from the same starting point, he will definitely be the final victor. Because of Bai Chen Tian's words, Central Continent's Gu Immortals' morale stabilized. Bai Chen Tian was expressionless, but his heart was heavy. What should we do now? Bai Chen Tian was hesitant. As far as Central Continent was concerned, they were already at a huge disadvantage. The safer choice was to retreat and preserve their strength. Or they could go to Black Heaven and see if they could meet up with Myriad Tidal Dragon. With the help of the Immortal Gu House, they might be able to retaliate. The third choice was to stay here and fight with old ancestor Shui Hu and the dog-tail life extending ferret for Ma and Zhao. Let's wait for Wei Lingyang to return before discussing this. This was a huge matter. Bai Chen Tian could not make the decision. After all, he was not the leader, Wei Lingyang was the leader. However, while they were waiting, something happened in the reverse flow river again. Am unresigned. Wuxia raised his head and shouted, but soon he was submerged by reverse flow river and washed away. It is finally over. Wuxia die. Fang Yuan screamed internally. He had been waiting for this moment. He and Wuxia collided violently. Both sides fought in the water, but they stopped moving forward. But this way, Fang Yuan and Wuxia, as well as Zishan Makoto, were unavoidably washed away by reverse flow river. The sovereign immortal body against the strength path immortal zombie. Without a doubt, Wuxia was at an absolute disadvantage. He was instantly beaten by Fang Yuan's punches and kicks, his bones and tendons were broken. But immortal zombies were living dead. They only had one weakness, the brain. Even the heart was not a weakness. Fang Yuan had been an immortal zombie for a period of time. He naturally knew the crux of this. But Wuxia protected his brain. No matter how Fang Yuan destroyed the other parts of his body, he chose to protect his brain. Undoubtedly, this was a smart choice. Because if he delayed, Fang Yuan would be dragged out of reverse flow river, then it would be time for Wuxia to counterattack. Don't forget, there was still He Lulan, Bai Ningbing and old ancestor Shui Hu. Among everyone present, only Fang Yuan was completely alone. This was a race against time. Fang Yuan wanted to kill Wuxia and Zishan Makoto before they left reverse flow river. Meanwhile, Wuxia was trying his best to stall for time. Chapter 1288. The main reason was, fighting in the water greatly affected Fang Yuan's attack continuity, because he needed to swim to the surface of the river to breathe. In this aspect, Fang Yuan could not compare to the dead Mu Ling Lan. The latter was a water path Gu Immortal. He had special water path Dao marks on him that allowed him to breathe underwater. In contrast, immortal zombies did not need to breathe, because immortal zombies were dead people to begin with. Fang Yuan's attacks did not work. He suddenly changed his target to Zishan Makoto, who was in Wuxia's arms. Wuxia was worried about Zishan Makoto's safety. He quickly tried to save him. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his target, his fingers stabbing towards Wuxia's eyes. This move was vicious and ruthless. As long as he stabbed, Fang Yuan would be able to stab into Wuxia's head and take his life. Wuxia's heart shook. He could not defend in time. He felt despair. But right at this time, a change occurred. Zishan Makoto suddenly came out, charging towards Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan had the initiative. He naturally had the strength to defend. He grabbed Zishan Makoto. At the same time, he tried to clench his fist and crush Zishan Makoto to death. But even though Zishan Makoto was a wisdom path Gu immortal, his wisdom path Dao marks were deep and unfathomable. Fang Yuan felt like he was grabbing a slippery eel. He actually managed to squeeze Zishan Makoto away. Zishan Makoto escaped from Fang Yuan's demonic claws. His body was extremely agile. He swam in the water. His wings increased his agility. Fang Yuan's following attacks missed. Then, Zishan Makoto flew to Wuxia's side, grabbed his collar, and swam with all his might, unexpectedly shaking off Fang Yuan in an instant. Wuxia was both surprised and overjoyed. He looked at Zishan Makoto and saw that his eyes were clear and bright. He immediately knew that at this critical moment of life and death, Zishan Makoto had regained his senses. Awesome! Wuxia's heart leaped with joy. Now that Zishan Makoto had woken up, the two of them could completely regroup and capture Ma and Zhao alive. Let's go! Zishan Makoto carried Wuxia and quickly left along the river. His body was small, but he possessed enormous power. Lord Z! Realization dawned on Wuxia at once. Indeed, very soon, Zishan Makoto once again descended into a state of insanity. Sigh. Wuxia sighed deeply. He now knew why Zishan Makoto had retreated. Because he was in an unstable state. Because of Zishan Makoto's interference, Fang Yuan could not get rid of Wuxia. Moreover, he had fallen for a long distance. He was very far away from Ma and Zhao. Old ancestor Shui, who had an unhappy expression. With Wuxia and Zishan Makoto's retreat, only 3 people were left in Reverse Flow River. They were Ma Hongyun, Zhao Lianyun, and Fang Yuan. Who is this person? He is a Northern Plains Gu immortal. He actually foiled my plans? Old ancestor Shui, who showed deep killing intent towards Fang Yuan. He Lulan was already standing beside old ancestor Shui, who, hearing his question, she had a thought. Fang Yuan and Wuxia clearly had deep hatred. He had to answer now. He Lulan had already become a member of Shadow Sect. At this moment, she could not expose Fang Yuan's true identity. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had another identity, she answered. He is Lu Guanyi. Lu Guanyi? The demonic path Gu immortal who killed Yi Lui Kun Xing and cultivated ancient sword dragon transformation? Old ancestor Shui, who was stunned before reacting. He knew about Lu Guanyi. Even though he was refining Gu in snowy mountain-blessed land, he had been paying attention to Northern Plains situation. Because the rank 8 Gu immortals of Northern Plains were the obstacles to him refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. As for Lu Guanyi and Chu Du, old ancestor Shui, who did not care about them. But to think that a certain minor character who he did not care about would spoil his plans today, at this moment. Luck is on our side after all. The dog-tail life extending ferret laughed loudly. Its laughter reverberated in the surroundings. By Chen Tian and Wei Ling Yang had already gathered, Central Continent's Gu immortals were waiting. It seemed that they chose to stay and wait for a chance. Old ancestor Shui Hu, He Lulan, and Bai Ning Bing stood together. All 3 sides were together, waiting for Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun to be eliminated. Fairy Lianyun, Ma Hongyun, you can come out now. Even if our Central Continent Gu immortals sacrifice our lives, we will protect you. Wei Ling Yang said loudly. Laughable. Central Continent fellows actually want to snatch people from me? The dog-tail life extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu, glared at them, feeling very displeased. Black Extremity was worried that Mao Li Chiu's ferocity would scare Ma Hongyun. He quickly tried to salvage the situation. Ma Hongyun, you obtained fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu's recognition. You have Giant Sun's bloodline. You are a member of Longevity Heaven. Longevity Heaven is the source of our bloodline, Ancestor Giant Sun's Grotto Heaven. We're here to take you home. Old ancestor Shui, who snorted coldly, threatening Fang Yuan. Lu Guanyi, if you can capture Ma and Zhao, I will allow you to become the 3rd peak lord of Snowy Mountain. I, Shui Hu, am a man of my words, you can rest assured. If you succeed, with my support, your future path of cultivation will be smooth. Hearing his words, the other Gu immortals started to pay attention to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan lost the chance to kill Wuxia. There was no other way. He had already tried his best. But the foundation of a rank 8, the advantage of a strength path immortal zombie in reverse flow river, and most importantly, Zishan Makoto's momentary clarity, all of these pushed him towards the abyss of failure. I failed. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. The situation was very dangerous for him. Among the 3 rank 8s outside the river, only old Ancestor Shui who could rely on. But old Ancestor Shui who had people from Shadow Sect beside him. If I leave reverse flow river, these 3 rank 8s can attack me. My speed cannot match Hui Feng Zi, even with myriad self and familiar face, there is little hope of escaping from these 3 rank 8s. Fang Yuan was clear about his own strength. However, if I can capture Ma and Zhao, they will be the best bargaining chips. Central Continent and Longevity Heaven will be willing to trade for them, not to mention old Ancestor Shui who, I might even be able to use him to eliminate Shadow Sect. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed on Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. He swam up with all his might towards the 2 of them. Ma and Zhao saw Fang Yuan's movement. They were the only ones left in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's malicious intent was clear. Ma and Zhao could only grit their teeth and continue swimming forward. Persevere. I barely escaped from Snowy Mountain. I do not want to be captured again. And Lady Xiao Yun, she became like this because of me. I need to save her. Thus, I need to persevere. Ma Hongyun, you can do it, keep it up. Ma Hongyun gritted his teeth, swimming forward with all his might. Even though he was extremely tired, he had great motivation in his heart. Fang Yuan's speed was faster than Ma and Zhao. But earlier, when he fought with Wuxia, he was pushed back by reverse flow river for a long time. Thus, Ma and Zhao were safe, unless something happened to them and they could not hold on anymore. Time gradually flowed by, and this peculiar competition had finally reached its final juncture. Outside the river, a large number of Gu immortals watched the 3's actions. At this time, Zhao Lianyun's expression changed. While she was swimming, her feet suddenly touched the ground. Next, she subconsciously stepped on the ground and stood up from reverse flow river. Her head and shoulders were above the water. This change made her and Ma Hongyun happy and surprised. How can this be? Flood Extremity was shocked. The dog-tail life extending ferret yawned, don't be so surprised. The upstream of reverse flow river gets shallower and shallower. Haven't you read The Legends of Renzu? Back then, Renzu wanted to walk out of reverse flow river, but he failed at the final step. So that's it. Mao Li Chiu said loudly. The Central Continent Gu immortals also realized. Unknowingly, they are already at the upstream. Guys, look. They're only 100 steps away from the end of the upper reaches. Could it be that Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun can break the record and do something that even the Renzu couldn't do? Could it be that they can walk out of the reverse flow river? Not necessarily. Back then, Renzu started from the downstream. Ma and Zhao gained a lot of advantages. Even so, it is a grand feat. That's right, their willpower is truly shocking. The Gu immortals discussed this topic intensely. Even Mao Li Chiu winked. This means that this Ma Hongyun is really not bad. He can actually get out of reverse flow river. Flood Extremity and Black Extremity looked at each other. The former said proudly, as expected of the person chosen by fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was still moving his limbs, trying to swim upstream, while Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were already walking in reverse flow river. Almost all of the Gu immortals were looking at Ma and Zhao. The immortals wanted to know if these 2 could break the human record, in a sense, surpass Renzu and walk out of reverse flow river from the upstream. Step by step, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun held onto each other. They were shakily moving forward. They were extremely tired, they were numb, but they persisted. With every step, their bodies would shake, like willow branches in the wind. If they fell down at the next moment, nobody would be surprised. But in this state, they continued to move forward. This scene shook the immortals' hearts. What kind of willpower is this? Is this the power of love? The 2 of them supported each other, they went through thick and thin together. Regardless of the result, I am filled with admiration towards these two. The commotion outside the river gradually stopped. As Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun reached the end of the upstream, the immortals held their breaths. Chapter 1289. Am I going to fail? Fang Yuan was still swimming. Seeing this, his heart felt heavy. No, as long as it is not the last moment, I will still have a chance. I cannot give up. The last step. Bai Qiantian shouted. The immortals did not even breathe loudly. All of them became nervous. Their eyes widened. They wanted to witness this grand moment. Grandpa Mao, get ready. When Ma Hongyun comes out, we will snatch him. Black Extremity transmitted, reminding the dog-tail life extending ferret. But the latter transmitted, no need to snatch. Grandpa Mao, what do you mean? Black Extremity was anxious. At this time, Ma Hongyun pulled Zhao Lianyun's hand, finally taking the last step. His left foot was still in the reverse flow river, and the water couldn't even cover his left foot. His right foot was already in the air, about to step out of the river. At this time, no one could stop Ma Hongyun, unless Zhao Lianyun went crazy, or Ma Hongyun himself gave up. But neither of those things happened. Ma Hongyun took a step. Splat. A soft sound, water splashed. He stepped into the water. Why is there water? Ma Hongyun dazed, Zhao Lianyun was also dazed. They could clearly see that the moment Ma Hongyun took the last step, the water level of the reverse current river had risen a little. So, Ma Hongyun was still in reverse flow river. Why is this happening? Ma Hongyun did not believe it. Gritting his teeth, he took the second step. At this time, the same thing happened again. Reverse flow river rose a little again. He was still in the river. The immortals were in an uproar. Why was reverse flow river like this? Isn't this a little too shameless? Ha! Mao Liqiu suddenly laughed deafeningly. This is too fun, too fun. Look at your expressions, ha! This is really interesting, ha! The immortals' expressions changed. Black Extremity combined Mao Liqiu's words. He immediately understood. Mao Liqiu already knew that Ma Hongyun could not step out of reverse flow river. That was why it was so calm and did not try to snatch him. Grandpa Mao, what is going on? Flood Extremity became impatient, asking curiously. Ha, you bunch of fools, look at yourselves. Mao Liqiu laughed until its claws slapped the ground, creating loud bangs. It was extremely happy. This is what the reverse flow river looks like. There is an upstream and a downstream, but it is impossible to forcefully walk out of the upstream from the downstream. There was no end to the reverse flow river. With every step you take in the upper reaches, it will overtake you. During the immemorial antiquity era, Renzu wanted to save his eldest son, but that was fate Gu. It dictates the life and death of all living beings. How could a dead person have a second life? This goes against the great Tao of heaven and earth. Thus, Wisdom Gu did not tell Renzu about this mystical ability of reverse flow river. Haha, this is so fun. I didn't expect to encounter such a fun thing this time. At the end, Mao Liqiu started laughing maniacally again. It even rolled around on the ground, holding its belly in laughter. The immortal's expressions completely changed. This was a primordial secret. This was the first time the Gu immortals present had heard of it. This means, according to the legends, wasn't Wisdom Gu the one who harmed Renzu? Renzu failed at the final step, but the truth is, there will never be a final step. Because reverse flow river itself has no end. This is a scheme. This is Wisdom Gu's trap. Wait, if that is the case, would Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun be trapped in reverse flow river forever? Someone said, reminding everyone of the situation. The immortals quickly looked at reverse flow river. But this time, they did not pay attention to Ma and Zhao. Instead, they looked at Fang Yuan, who was not far behind them. Fang Yuan. He did not give up. The result of his perseverance was a huge turning point. This Lu Guanyi did not get swept away. He is still persevering. He is not far from Ma and Zhao. This means, with his speed, won't he be able to catch Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun soon? Lu Guanyi has great battle strength. The battle earlier proved it. In the reverse flow river, he fought Lord Bai Qiantian to a draw. The other Gu immortals were all eliminated. Only Fang Yuan, Ma Hongyun, and Zhao Lianyun were left. Now, even if the Gu immortals outside the river wanted to regroup and swim upstream, they did not have the time. Most importantly, they were all eliminated, their thoughts of swimming upstream were destroyed, they could not muster up the courage to swim in reverse flow river for the time being. Oh no, the only hope now is that Lu Guanyi runs out of energy? Bai Chen Tian thought of this as cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He suddenly reminded Ma and Zhao, walk slowly, don't be anxious, as long as you keep moving forward, you can stay in reverse flow river. Bai Chen Tian had fought with Fang Yuan before, he was very clear about Fang Yuan's shocking battle strength in reverse flow river. This could be seen from his injuries after leaving reverse flow river. He had Zishan Makoto's help, and was an immortal zombie, he was only a step away from death. Thus, with Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun's loyalty to Central Continent, they had to avoid interacting with Fang Yuan. They had to stall for time until Fang Yuan could not hold on anymore. This was Central Continent's only chance of victory. But Fang Yuan was still the same, he was not fast, but compared to Ma and Zhao, who were as slow as turtles, he was extremely fast. Not long after he landed on the ground, he was less than 100 steps away from Ma and Zhao. Old Ancestor Shui who suddenly spoke, "Good, Lu Guanyi, capture Ma and Zhao, if you have any requests, you can tell me. You are wanted by Lu tribe and Yi Lui tribe, but as long as you hand these two to me, I will be your ally. From now on, whoever dares to deal with you will be dealing with me." Wei Lingyang was shocked, he also spoke, "Lu Guanyi, we are Central Continent's 10 great sects, and members of Celestial Court. If you can protect Ma and Zhao, even if you go to Central Continent, we have ways to modify your immortal aperture and let you adapt to Central Continent's heaven and earth chi. You will become a true Central Continent Gu immortal. If you make a huge contribution, Central Continent will not mistreat you. Old Ancestor Shui who will give you several times, or even 10 times the reward. Lu Guanyi, even though you do not have the Huang Jin bloodline, as long as you make up for your mistakes and protect Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, hand them over to Longevity Heaven. My Longevity Heaven can make an exception and take you in as an external Supreme Elder. If you enter Longevity Heaven, you will receive unimaginable benefits. You will be a member of Northern Plains' righteous path, not a demonic path. Not only will you not be wanted, you will even be welcomed by all of Northern Plains' Huang Jin tribes. Flood Extremity also spoke. Chapter 1290. This situation was quite amusing. The three parties simultaneously tried to recruit Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's position was too advantageous. If he succeeded in the river, he would have a huge advantage no matter which party he joined. But Fang Yuan did not respond. He was too tired to speak. He stood on the riverbed and straightened his body, walking forward. He knew that nothing he said would change anything. Only by capturing Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun would he have the right to negotiate with the three parties outside the river. The distance between them was shrinking bit by bit. The immortals outside the reverse flow river watched Fang Yuan's every move. People kept raising their offers. There was a strange phenomenon. No one threatened Fang Yuan. Everyone knew that Fang Yuan was Lu Guan's identity on the surface. This Lu Guan had killed even Yelu Kunxing. He had outstanding strength and had taken the initiative to attack, greatly offending the Lu family. It was clear that he was vicious and lawless. Threatening such a murderer would only produce the opposite of the desired result. "I want to live, I want to be with Hong Yun forever," Zhao Lianyun cried, wailing in her heart. She walked forward step by step with difficulty, each step was an inch at a time. "I'm here, I'm right here. Don't be afraid, Xiao Yun, I'll protect you." Ma Hongyun's face was as pale as a sheet. He held onto Zhao Lianyun's arm, his vision darkening. With every step he took, he felt a strong dizziness, making him wonder if he would collapse the next moment. "Where are you two going?" Fang Yuan's voice came from behind Ma Hongyun. Ma and Zhao Lianyun trembled and turned around. Fang Yuan's hands were already on Ma Hongyun's and Zhao Lianyun's shoulders. At this moment, Ma Hongyun raised his head and roared. He pushed Zhao Lianyun and slammed into Fang Yuan. "No! But how could Fang Yuan let Ma Hongyun have his way? His failure to deal with Wuxia and Zishan Makoto had already made Fang Yuan quite angry. Dealing with Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, a mortal and a false immortal, was naturally a piece of cake for him. After a series of moves that dazzled Ma Hongyun's eyes, the two of them were subdued by Fang Yuan with one hand each. One on each side, they were clamped under Fang Yuan's armpits, unable to move. Ma and Zhao came to their senses and naturally struggled with all their might. But at this time, Fang Yuan's extremely cold voice rang out, "If you move again, I will kill the person you love the most." Immediately, Ma and Zhao froze, looking at Fang Yuan with an incomparably terrified expression. Fang Yuan's words immediately grasped the weakness of these two people. Fang Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and continued forward with a captive in each hand. In this dangerous situation, at this moment, Fang Yuan forcefully found a chance of survival. He looked at the sky outside the river and said loudly to the three sides, "Now we can have a good talk. Ah, kid, you're not bad. With my demeanor in the past, everything can be discussed." Old ancestor Shui Hu laughed loudly. "Don't be rash, Central Continent can satisfy all your conditions." Wei Lingyang followed. "Boring." Mao Liqiu curled its lips and lay on the ground, wagging its tail leisurely. Black Extremity laughed bitterly. "Lu Guanyi, what do you want? Just say it, ugh." At this time, a sudden change occurred. Ma Hongyun suddenly stopped breathing. He died. The immortals were shocked. There was dead silence. For a moment, even Fang Yuan was stunned. "I clearly didn't use any strength." "No," Ma Hongyun died from exhaustion. He held Zhao Lianyun and moved forward, unrestrainedly squeezing out his essence, qi, and spirit, surpassing his limits again and again. In the end, not only was his physical strength exhausted, even his spirit was exhausted. After being clamped by me, the moment his body relaxed, he instantly died. Fang Yuan quickly understood. This sudden change caught him off guard. Ma Hongyun died. The immortals gasped. "Damn it. Lu Guanyi, you actually killed him. I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive. You will die a horrible death." Old ancestor Shui Hu was furious. He roared at the sky with bloodshot eyes. Once Ma Hongyun died, his fortune rivaling heaven dissipated. That was to say, only a living Ma Hongyun had huge value as an immortal material. A dead Ma Hongyun was merely a rank 5 Gu master. This was also why Lady Wanshou had been trying to refine Ma Hongyun alive, and not kill him first before slowly refining him. Like the spring dream fruit tree, Luck Path immortal materials had their own special characteristics. If it was a living Luck Path immortal material, it had to be kept alive. When refining Luck Path immortal goo, the living refinement method was needed. Ma Hongyun, by Chen Tian, Wei Lingyang, and the rest were dejected. "Little worm, you actually clamped Ma Hongyun to death. You clamped him to death." Mao Liqiu's voice was even louder than old ancestor Shui Hu's. It had a ruthless expression as it bared its sharp teeth. It was furious and its fur was bristling. It wanted to pounce on Fang Yuan and eat him alive. "Ma Hongyun died just like that?" "Don't worry, I still have Zhao Lianyun." Fang Yuan suppressed the shock in his heart. Zhao Lianyun's face was covered in tears. Hongyun. Hongyun. The person she loved the most had died in front of her eyes. The unparalleled pain and sorrow were like a tsunami that swallowed her whole. But she could not scream, she could not shout, she could not make a sound. She could only scream and scream in her heart. It was not easy. She had gone through so much trouble to reach this step. She had just met Ma Hongyun not long ago, but they were separated forever. What could Zhao Lianyun do now? Her tears flowed down. The sorrow was etched into her heart. The pain was heavier than death by 1,000 cuts. Her body was shaking intensely. Oh no! Fang Yuan quickly attacked, wanting to knock Zhao Lianyun unconscious. This was to prevent Zhao Lianyun from dying from excessive sorrow. However, just as Fang Yuan's hand was about to land on Zhao Lianyun's neck, a blue light shone from Zhao Lianyun's body. Rank 9 Love Immortal Gu. At the crucial moment, it displayed its power again. This aura, Rank 9 Love. Wait, Didn't they say that goo worms cannot be used in reverse flow river? Flood Extremity shouted. Mao Liqiu rolled its eyes. Are you stupid? How can there be absolutes in this world? Reverse flow river is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Because it is filled with wondrous Dao marks, goo worms cannot be used. But rank 9 immortal goo are not Dao marks, they are fragments of the great Dao. Reverse flow river's Dao marks cannot suppress them, the immortal goo will show off. Save him, even if I have to sacrifice my life. Zhao Lianyun was overjoyed, he shouted in his mind. But love immortal goo could not be controlled. The blue light brought Zhao Lianyun to the sky, he escaped from reverse flow river. Next, he went to buy Chen Tian and Wei Lingyang, he was so fast that the others could not react in time. Ma Hongyun's corpse was left behind. Fang Yuan held it tightly in his hands. Even though Ma Hongyun was dead, his soul was still in his body. But old ancestor Shui who had already lost interest in this corpse. If reviving Ma Hongyun had any use, Lady Wanshou would not have to use such a difficult live refinement method. Mao Liqiu stared at Fang Yuan with hostility, baring its fangs. Fang Yuan had just grasped the opportunity, but who could have expected the situation to change, causing Fang Yuan to fall into an even more dangerous situation than before. Such an accident, it must be the work of providence. At once, Fang Yuan realized. He fell into reverse flow river, all his immortal goo were useless, so much time had passed, providence's arrangements showed their power. First, he was swept into reverse flow river, then Zishan Makoto, Ing Wuxia, and finally Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. Providence. Fang Yuan raised his head. At this moment, he was surrounded by enemies. Not only did old ancestor Shui Hu, Mao Liqiu, and Central Continent's goo immortals want to kill him to vent their anger, Providence was also everywhere, trying to get rid of him, the biggest variable in the world. Desperate situation. Then what should I do? Fang Yuan's mouth was dry. But from start to finish, he was expressionless. He could not think of a way, just old ancestor Shui Hu alone was an opponent that Fang Yuan could not match. That huge sable was unfathomable, it had a huge origin, it was giant Sun Immortals' mount in the past. Not to mention the other goo immortals. Fang Yuan could not think of a way, he could only continue to move in reverse flow river. He could hear the shouts and screams of the goo immortals. Lu Guanyi, you will not escape death today. You have done too many evil deeds, in the end, your evil deeds brought about your own destruction, you ended up in this state, heaven is truly fair. Kill him, we need to kill him, he dared to ruin our plans. Do you know that you've killed someone you absolutely cannot touch? Today, you will die for sure. The dog-tail life extending ferret roared at the sky, creating endless sound waves. If not for reverse flow river blocking it, it would have attacked Fang Yuan already. Is there no other way? Reverse flow river will wash me away. With my current methods, there is little hope of escaping. Fang Yuan was very troubled. He could only continue moving in reverse flow river. Step by step. He was already at the front. With every step he took, reverse flow river would flow forward a step. Fang Yuan was always inside the river. Reverse flow river had no end. This was a form of despair. But Fang Yuan did not care. In my life, I have experienced too much despair. Fang Yuan sighed internally. His gaze was still clear, he was still expressionless. Based on the current situation, it seems like I can only wait for the three sides to fight each other before I can take the opportunity to leave. Then I can only persevere in this river. Fang Yuan pondered. Step by step. As time passed, the goo immortals who could not wait for Fang Yuan to be washed away started to get impatient. Is he done yet? What's the point of walking in the reverse flow river? You're going to die anyway. Come out, you coward. I will slap you to death. You have no hope left, Lu Guanyi. Even if you die, you will still have some pride. Some of the goo immortals snickered, some watched coldly. Chapter 1291. If you think that you will wait for us to fight and find a chance to escape, then give up on that idea. I, Shui Hu, only have you as my target today. Do you know how much I paid to refine fortune rivaling heaven goo? You ruined my cultivation plan. You are the person I hate the most in my life. If I do not kill you, I will not be able to vent my hatred. Old ancestor Shui, who looked at Fang Yuan eerily, his words were like cold water that poured on Fang Yuan's heart. But Fang Yuan was still expressionless. He was like a rock, a deaf and mute person made of iron. No words, be it threats or enticements, had any effect. Time passed. Fang Yuan continued to move forward. Unknowingly, the dog-tail life-extending ferret Mao Lichio's growls became weaker. The expression on the enormous violet mink's face changed. It spoke with a strange and incredulous tone as it looked at Fang Yuan, muttering, "It can't be what?" Black Extremity felt strange. At this moment, old ancestor Shui Hu, Bai Chen Tian, and Wei Ling Yang's expressions also changed slightly. They sensed something too. Soon, the other Gu immortals were also moved. They gasped in shock. "Oh! This is the aura of a Gu worm? But it seems to be the same. What Gu worm? Impossible. Does he have a rank 9 immortal Gu as well? Something is wrong. This is not the aura of an immortal Gu, or rather, it is incomplete, so strange." Suddenly Yizi's eyes shined. He guessed the truth. He said, "This situation, he is refining Gu." A Gu immortal scoffed. "How can this be? Refining Gu in reverse flow river?" Indeed, Gu worms could not be used in reverse flow river unless they were rank 9 immortal Gu. Even though Fang Yuan had wisdom Gu, he was in Langya blessed land. He could not use any Gu worms, let alone refine Gu. Fang Yuan also sensed the mystical changes in his body. He was expressionless, but his heart was shaking. It seems he is really refining Gu? What is going on? Every time I move forward, the aura in my body gets stronger. What happened? Although Fang Yuan didn't know the specifics, he understood that this seemed to be his turning point. The situation was already terrible. No matter what, Fang Yuan was willing to continue trying. He walked on, one step after another. His steps were steady and his face was expressionless, but he gave off a strong feeling. Why is he expressionless? A Gu immortal suddenly asked. The immortals finally reacted. That was right. Other than Fang Yuan, everyone else had either twisted expressions on their faces or were in extreme pain. They were either mad or weeping. Why was Fang Yuan so expressionless? The immortals were silent. They all knew that the person who asked this question actually wanted to ask another question. That is, why can this Lu Guanyi last so long? Moreover, he seems to be able to persevere for even longer, or even forever. How is this possible? Everyone was eliminated, washed out by the reverse flow river. Why was he still here? Why did he look like he still had some strength left? Why was it him? Why him? No one could answer this question. The Gu immortals were silent. A moment later, as Fang Yuan continued to move forward, the aura of the Gu worms in his body continued to grow. It had reached a limit. Soon, Fang Yuan's body started to emit a pure white light from inside out. To think that it really developed to this state. Mao Lichio saw this and stared with wide-opened eyes. It was tongue-tied, unable to believe this scene. "Grandpa Mao, what is going on?" Black Extremity could not help but ask. At this point, it doesn't matter even if I say it. Mao Lichio sighed deeply, showing a deep sense of defeat on its face. An immortal Gu is being created in his body. This immortal Gu is called perseverance. Mao Lichio said something shocking. Perseverance immortal Gu. Black Extremity was shocked. The other Gu immortals were not any better. The legends of Renzu mention that perseverance immortal Gu is the key to conquering reverse flow river? Didn't it not exist? Yu Yizi asked. No, it exists. Bai Chen Tian said. He was a Gu immortal of celestial court. He knew many secrets. And someone had once controlled it. That person was the Lord of Celestial Court, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Wei Ling Yang added. What? Everyone was shocked again. But Perseverance Immortal Gu's refinement method, we did not expect it to be like this. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable did not reveal it either. Bai Qingtian shook his head and sighed. Of course he did not want to reveal it. Because this is a scandal in his life, Mao Liqiu interjected. It seemed to be interested in anything that affected the reputation of Celestial Court. These words caused Shi Zhengyi to shout, "Nonsense! How dare you slander the name of an immortal venerable?" To be able to challenge a legendary immemorial desolate beast, Shi Zhengyi's courage was praiseworthy. Many Central Continent Gu immortals were worried for him. Mao Liqiu was not angry. "Kid, what do you know? Immortal venerables and demon venerables have high cultivation level, but they are humans. Humans have emotions, they have flaws and weaknesses." Back then, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable charged into Reverse Flow River and was trapped inside, unable to escape. In the end, he stayed at the top for a long time and refined Perseverance Immortal Gu in his body. From then on, he conquered Reverse Flow River, becoming the first owner of Reverse Flow River in history. Reverse Flow River's first owner. Even old ancestor Shui, who showed a shocked expression. This Reverse Flow River had been in his hands for a long time. To think that there was such a secret. In that case. At once, the immortal's gazes turned to Fang Yuan. Mao Liqiu sighed, looking at Fang Yuan, who was bathed in white light with a deep gaze, saying helplessly, "That's right. At this rate, he is going to refine Perseverance Immortal Gu and become the second owner of Reverse Flow River." The immortals were speechless. They watched as Fang Yuan walked forward step by step. He was expressionless. No matter how many steps he took, Reverse Flow River would always flow below his feet. It was like the greatest mockery of fate. But he continued to walk. He had walked from the 500 years of his previous life. He did not know how long it would take. But he knew where he wanted to go. It seemed no one could stop him. At the very least, there was no one who could stand in his way. 500 years in his previous life. Fang Yuan leaned on the bamboo building, looking at the village and Qing Mao Mountain behind him. He clenched his fists. His young face was filled with hope. It is time to give up on the past. It is my good fortune to be able to transmigrate here, because I can achieve longevity here. I need to make use of this rare opportunity. Otherwise, how can I face myself and this opportunity? Of course, right now, I need to improve my brothers and my living environment. The kid. After awakening. On the battle stage, Fang Yuan lowered his head with a furious expression. I was plotted against. Who plotted against me? They did not want me to defeat my opponent. The answer is obvious. Brother, give up, you are not my match. Because of our different talents, we are destined to be different. Guyue Fangjing said happily. Fang Yuan turned around and left, his eyes filled with determination. Since the village does not nurture me and uncle and aunt are purposely pushing me away, what's the point of me staying here? Could it be that I can become stronger and achieve immortality here? Why don't I leave? In the caravan. The bearded Gu master was dead. Fang Yuan stood in front of his grave. The young man's eyes were filled with tears, choking, "Uncle Bearded, rest in peace. Thank you for the gift before you left. You said, when you were young, you wanted to be a person of indomitable spirit, like those legendary figures of the righteous path. When you were young, you felt that becoming a clan leader was not bad. When you were young, becoming a clan elder was already a great feeling. When you were middle-aged, you were exiled by the clan, and found that as long as you could support yourself and raise the Gu worms on your body, you would be satisfied. I will not let my dreams wither with age like this. This world is too big, and we are all small characters, but I will do my best. I will always work hard." Childhood youth. Qing Mao Mountain, the caravan, they traveled. Middle age, old age, they obtained lifespan Gu. Southern border, Western Desert, Eastern Sea, Central Continent. After spring-autumn cicadas rebirth, Qing Mao Mountain, Three Kings Mountain, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Imperial Court Blessed Land, Yitian Mountain, Reverse Flow River. They traveled step by step, through wind and rain. Bai Qingtian frowned. He stared at Fang Yuan's figure, thinking, what kind of willpower is this? Why is he so persistent? What is it that makes him so persistent? Old ancestor Shui, who snorted coldly, A solemn light flashed in his eyes. He no longer had the disdain he had towards ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals. That means to say, 300,000 years ago, there was Genesis Lotus, 300,000 years later, there is Lu Guan Yi, Reverse Flow River Lord. Mao Li Qiu looked at the bright light on Fang Yuan's body. It was helpless. It gritted its teeth and scratched the ground with its claws, creating deep marks. Bai Ningbing and He Lolan's eyelids twitched. They were deeply moved. Zhao Lianyun woke up slowly. She looked at Ma Hongyun's corpse, which was held by Fang Yuan's other arm. Tears flowed out of her eyes. She cried in her heart, Hongyun, how can you leave me? Without you, I am alone in this world. What is the point of me living? Do you know? How hard is it for a person to persevere alone? How hard is it for a person to persevere alone? All the Gu immortals present could answer this question. Because among them, some persevered because of responsibility, some persevered because of hatred, some persevered because of excitement, some persevered because of love, and Fang Yuan's answer? He was still expressionless. He continued to move forward without moving. I once screamed, but gradually I could no longer make a sound. I once cried, but gradually I stopped crying. I once felt sorrow, but gradually I could endure everything. I once felt joy, but gradually I became indifferent to the world. And now, I am only expressionless below. My gaze is firm like a rock. I only have perseverance left in my heart. This is me, a minor character, Fang Yuan's perseverance. The light shined brightly. It could not be looked at directly. Chapter 1292. I have revised this chapter many times. I did not hesitate to cut out many of the existing drafts, and in the end, I almost wrote it from scratch. In the end, I finally wrote some of the feelings in my heart. Without a doubt, the main idea of this plot is persistence. The legends of Rinzhu, as always, played a key role. A few days ago, readers who subscribed to the original version of this book might have seen some bad reviews from new readers when they were browsing Qidian's book review section. Actually, these are already considered good. Slander, abuse, curses that involve family members, reports time and time again. I started writing this book 4 or 5 years ago, and I've experienced this kind of thing too many to count. One of them is that an author who can write such a main character must also be a pervert. This point of view is too funny, and also a little sad. According to this logic, an author who writes small white novels is naturally a small white? An author who writes dark novels is naturally dark? Mr. Li Zhongwu who writes thick black novels is thick black? Then, I have written many stallion novels before. Am I a stallion? Many people do not understand Fang Yuan, just like how they do not understand the original intention of writing this book. Fang Yuan has never let his dreams shrink. I have never forgotten the original intention of writing this book, which is to write about a villain. I know that most people are used to seeing decent, because it is easy, and there is no moral pressure. However, real life is never easy, and is mostly cold and cruel. So, I suggest many readers to read the preface of this book before reading it. I want to write about a villain, and to write about a villain, it is impossible to not write about cruelty and coldness. Many readers do not like Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. I understand you, sincerely. But to me, I love the main character Fang Yuan, and also the supporting characters, such as Bai Ningbing, Ma Hongyun, He Lulan, Wuxia, etc. Because in them, they have their own will, their own brilliance, their own opportunities, and their own thoughts. They are living people, and they allude to some aspects of our real life. There will always be people who need to work hard. There will always be people who are especially lucky and can reap benefits without putting in any effort. There will always be people who have a high starting point. There will always be people who are attractive and lovable. Society is like this, and the novel I write is to create a world, and it should be like this, to include these things. I, on the other hand, tend to believe in personal effort and the realization of personal self-worth. Therefore, the protagonist was Fang Yuan. I know that most of my readers are also inclined towards personal efforts and the realization of self-worth, so they love the character of Fang Yuan. Ma Hongyun's death seemed funny, but I thought it was inevitable. Tonight, Weibo News will do a special topic on Ma Hongyun, explaining and analyzing this character. I think that everyone living in this world should have a tolerant heart. We love the character of Fang Yuan, so why don't we take a look at the highlights of other characters? Just like in real life, there will always be people around us that we hate. But if we look at them from a different angle, we might be able to find something special about them. People with such foresight are blessed, because he or she will be broad-minded and will not easily make oneself unhappy because of the external appearance. Wasn't it a beautiful thing to be able to live happily? More importantly, these people were open-minded and would not let their prejudices hinder their own understanding. If they looked at it this way, they would also discover some very interesting things in life. As for the book reviews from a few days ago, they could stand at a height and overlook these things. Thank you for your support. Fang Yuan has been persevering. I, the author, have also been persevering and have never given up. Once again, thank you for your continued support. Please subscribe to the original version. Such support can never be too much. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 1293. Perseverance Immortal Gu was finally refined at this moment. Outside Reverse Flow River, the Immortals witnessed this as they fell into silence. They saw that Reverse Flow River's water was rippling as it flowed slowly. A rank 7 Gu Immortal with a young appearance, he wore a white robe, his hair was long like a waterfall, his eyes were deep as he stood in the water, his body was like the wind. He really refined Perseverance Immortal Gu. Bai Ningbing muttered with a complex expression. He did the same thing as Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? The Central Continent Gu Immortals were still in disbelief. Look, he is no longer moving forward, he is standing on the spot, but Reverse Flow River is not washing him away. Shijing Yi pointed and said loudly. Fang Yuan shut his eyes, half of his attention was placed in his immortal aperture. A brand new Immortal Gu had formed completely, appearing in his immortal aperture. Perseverance Immortal Gu. It was shaped like a stone tablet, it was huge, it was the size of a whale. It was wide at the bottom and narrow at the top, it was squarish and black in color, the edges were sharp and straight. Looking at it, one would think that it was a reef that would not fall for 10,000 years, or a rock that would not melt in lava. It was a very special Immortal Gu. In terms of size, it was the largest Immortal Gu that Fang Yuan had ever obtained. Rank 7 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan could clearly sense the rank of this Immortal Gu from the aura that Perseverance Immortal Gu was emitting. It was neither rank 8 nor rank 9. Fang Yuan was happy about this. The higher the rank of an Immortal Gu, the better it was. There was no need to explain this, every Gu Immortal knew this. Rank 7 Perseverance Immortal Gu was very compatible with Fang Yuan's rank 7 cultivation level. What does this Perseverance Immortal Gu feed? What effect does it have? How can I increase its usage? All sorts of questions appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He did not think about it, he focused his attention on the outside. Outside Reverse Flow River, the 3 rank 8 existences were still eyeing him. The other Gu Immortals were also emitting malicious intent towards Fang Yuan. With Perseverance Immortal Gu, I actually conquered Reverse Flow River. Fang Yuan soon realized that Reverse Flow River was like a docile kitten or puppy beside him. The immense pressure that he felt before had completely vanished. Fang Yuan didn't move. The Reverse Flow River had no effect on him. Not just that, Fang Yuan also found that he could use any Gu worms in the river. He could even freely open his immortal aperture's entrance. Alright. Fang Yuan was excited, he immediately stuffed Ma Hongyun's corpse into his immortal aperture. Ma Hongyun's soul also entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. His soul possessed the luck path true inheritance of all living beings. This was something that Fang Yuan had always remembered. Back in Imperial Court Blessed Land, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were both protected by the All-Being's Fate True Inheritance, and each of them obtained a portion of the True Inheritance's contents. Now that Ma Hongyun's soul has fallen into my hands, the portion of the Fate of All-Being's True Inheritance that he possesses is naturally mine. It is a pity that Zhao Lianyun had rank 9 Love Immortal Gu, I could not capture her. To Fang Yuan, Ma Hongyun's soul had a lot of value. But his body, even though it was not mortal and had been refined many times, it could only be used as a goo material. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. If he could capture Zhao Lianyun, he might be able to use her to negotiate with the goo immortals outside. But earlier, because of Love Immortal Goo's power, Zhao Lianyun escaped from danger and returned to Bai Qin Tian and Wei Ling Yang's side. Northern Plains Lu Guanyi, to think that this battle would make you famous. Wei Ling Yang sighed. I want you to die, I want you to die. Zhao Lianyun screamed in a sharp voice. Her gaze towards Fang Yuan was filled with hatred and resentment. She loved Ma Hongyun, but now she hated Fang Yuan even more. Lu Guanyi, even if you become the reverse flow river lord, so what? Old ancestor Shui who sneered. Rascal, you are quite capable. But this is as far as you can go. You killed Ma Hongyun and caused me to fail before I could do anything. If you walk out of reverse flow river obediently, I will kill you with one slap. I will give you a quick death. The dog-tail life extending ferret's eyes shined with a fierce light. Damn it. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He was the only person in reverse flow river now, but the situation was not turning for the better for him. It was like he was trapped in the reverse flow river. Even though he refined Perseverance Immortal Goo and conquered reverse flow river, he could not take the initiative and leave. Especially after losing Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, Fang Yuan was in an extremely passive state. 3 rank 8 existences, many Goo immortal experts, and Providence is vast and mighty. Fang Yuan looked around and found himself surrounded. His success in refining Perseverance Immortal Goo was too eye-catching. He became the target of everyone. Old ancestor Shui who suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, spitting out an icy cold wave. The cold wave quickly struck Reverse Flow River Mountain. Reverse Flow River flowed rapidly. The river surface shined as the cold wave was reflected back. Old ancestor Shui who dodged it, staring at the river as he sneered, Lu Guanyi, you ruined my plans. Surrender now and hand over Reverse Flow River. I can spare your life and make you my servant. But if you insist on going your own way and still want to resist stubbornly, I guarantee that you will suffer a fate worse than death. Saying so, he continued to spit out cold waves at Reverse Flow River. Reverse Flow River continued to reflect the attacks, but old ancestor Shui who dodged them all, he continued to threaten, Lu Guanyi, if you think that Reverse Flow River can protect you, you are wrong. Even though Reverse Flow River is a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it has great power, it is a dead object, it will expend energy when it reflects the attacks back. Over time, there will be a day when the river will run dry. When that time comes, it will be your death. As old ancestor Shui who attacked, Reverse Flow River started to expend energy, even though it was only a small amount. At this rate, it would be used up eventually. Fang Yuan retorted loudly, Old ancestor Shui who, you are the number 1 rank 8 in Northern Plains, the ones who ruined your Goo refinement plan were Central Continent's Goo immortals. Furthermore, there might have been an ambush by Longevity Heaven. I just happened to be at the right time and appeared here by chance. You did not deal with these true enemies, you chose to deal with a minor character like me? Once he said this, Bai Qin Tian and Wei Ling Yang became vigilant, they retreated slightly. Mao Liqiu grinned, Rascal, you are really good at sowing discord. Old ancestor Shui who was slightly dazed, Lu Guanyi, you seem to have forgotten, this reverse flow river below you belongs to me. You stole my secluded domain of heaven and earth, you are my mortal enemy. You even caused Ma Hongyun's death, completely destroying my hopes. If I do not kill you, I will not be able to vent my hatred. Fang Yuan quickly said, Old ancestor Shui who, we are all Northern Plains Goo immortals. Among them, this large sable is from Longevity Heaven. These Central Continent Goo immortals are from the 10 great ancient sects or celestial court. They are all righteous path cultivators, only we are of the demonic path. Righteous and demonic path cannot coexist, we can cooperate. Yes, I seized Reverse Flow River and became the Reverse Flow River Lord by luck. But as long as we cooperate, I can lend Reverse Flow River to you. With me, Reverse flow river will be much more useful to you than before. I did kill Ma Hongyun, but everyone knows that I did not do it on purpose. I only used my fingers lightly and Ma Hongyun died. He was overworked and exhausted, or maybe he received too much shock, he could not take it anymore. Without me, he would have died, I was just an innocent bystander. Now that he is dead, fortune rivaling heaven's effect is gone, I can understand why you want to take revenge on me. But you want to undergo tribulation, even if you kill me to vent your anger, can I help you? Saying so, Fang Yuan shook his head, continuing, not only can I not, it will also be detrimental to old ancestor Shui Hu's tribulation. Because reverse flow river is so vast, even if you expend all of it, you will not be able to refine fortune rivaling heaven Gu to help you pass tribulation. Old ancestor Shui Hu, you have a family, you are a formidable overlord, you are the #1 overlord of Northern Plains demonic path. If you die in the tribulation, even if you are heavily injured, it will make Northern Plains and Central Continent's righteous path enemies happy. At the same time, it will make Lady Wanshou sad. Even though snowy mountain blessed land is destroyed and the Gu refinement failed, as long as you, old ancestor Shui Hu, are here, we can rebuild a second snowy mountain blessed land. If the Gu refinement fails, we can loot and obtain the Gu materials to refine again. These righteous path Gu immortals have bad intentions, we can make use of them. I, Lu Guanyi, am of Northern Plains demonic path, I am willing to work with you to create a great cause. Fang Yuan's words were smooth and eloquent, he had a glib tongue. Old ancestor Shui Hu heard these words and felt that Fang Yuan was not so hateful anymore. Because Fang Yuan's words were reasonable, even though old ancestor Shui Hu was furious and hateful, he did not lose his rationality. Moreover, Fang Yuan was standing on his side, thinking for him and making plans. How could old ancestor Shui Hu not be moved? He was a rank 8 Gu immortal, even after this huge setback, he did not lose his ambition. If he was going to refine Gu in the future, where would the Gu materials come from? Old ancestor Shui Hu subconsciously looked at Bai Chen Tian, Wei Ling Yang, and the dog-tail life extending ferret. Seeing old ancestor Shui Hu's gaze, Wei Ling Yang and Bai Chen Tian could not help but feel nervous. Mao Li Qiu felt offended, its fur bristled as it opened its mouth, revealing its terrifying sharp fangs, showing no weakness towards old ancestor Shui Hu. This guy is still as crafty as ever. Wuxia was furious. If it were in the past, he might have persuaded old ancestor Shui Hu to cooperate with Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was the result of Shadow Sect's painstaking efforts for 100,000 years, it could not be lost. But now that Wuxia was chased by Fang Yuan and saw Fang Yuan conquer Reverse Flow River, his wariness towards Fang Yuan had reached an extreme level. If there was a chance, Wuxia would definitely deal a fatal blow to Fang Yuan and kill this terrifying enemy. But Wuxia did not say anything. Zishan Makoto, who was in his arms, had already fallen into a deep sleep. When Zishan Makoto wakes up, he will have a period of clarity. Right now, the most important thing for Wuxia was to keep a low profile. It would be best if everyone forgot about him. This was the time when Shadow Sect was at its weakest. Actually, Central Continent's Gu immortals were in the same situation. Even though they were wary of Zhao Lianyun, they did not dare to retreat rashly. Once they retreated, they might attract attention and become the target of everyone. The situation was in a deadlock. It was rather subtle. Old ancestor Shui Hu, Shadow Sect, Central Continent's Gu immortals, Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan, none of them dared to make a move. They had their own considerations and standpoint, and most importantly, they did not have the strength to make the final decision. Old ancestor Shui Hu's attitude became the most crucial point. The immortals stared at him. Old ancestor Shui Hu thought about it before saying, "Sure, we can form an alliance." Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Chapter 1294. Seeing that Fang Yuan's words managed to convince old ancestor Shui Hu, be it Central Continent's side or Longevity Heaven's side, their expressions changed. Old ancestor Shui Hu was the #1 rank 8 in Northern Plains demonic path. If he used his full strength, he could easily take away Fang Yuan in front of the dog-tail life extending ferret Mao Li Qiu, by Chen Tian and Wei Lingyang. However, old ancestor Shui who gave Fang Yuan a harsh alliance agreement. Fang Yuan's joy vanished. According to this agreement, he would not be old ancestor Shui who's equal ally, he would only be his servant. Old ancestor Shui who, this alliance agreement? Are you joking? Fang Yuan's expression turned unsightly. Thus, old ancestor Shui who laughed, of course not. Lu Guanyi, didn't you analyze it clearly and logically? Among us, only we are demonic path members, we are natural allies. You killed Yi Lui Kun Xing, killed Lu tribe's Gu immortals, and plundered their resources. Are you going to surrender yourself to longevity heaven? Or leave my homeland and go to Central Continent? To become the lackey of the 10 great ancient sects and celestial court? I'm your best choice. Saying so, he paused, looking at Wuxia. You know, I have my own difficulties. I've already made an agreement with these people. But it seems that you have enmity with them. I cannot offend another rank 8 just for reverse flow river and a rank 7 Gu immortal, right? Wuxia's heart jumped. On the surface, old ancestor Shui who was forcing Fang Yuan to surrender, but he was also probing Shadow Sect, probing Zishan Makoto's background. After all, everyone had seen Zishan Makoto's insanity. If Zishan Makoto went crazy and could not be controlled, old ancestor Shui who might attack them. After all, the loot from killing a rank 8 Gu immortal who had lost his mind was enough to move old ancestor Shui who. Not to mention, old ancestor Shui whose Gu refinement had failed, snowy mountain-blessed land was destroyed, his previous investments were all for naught. Fang Yuan's face darkened. Old ancestor Shui who was an overlord of the demonic path, he was not so easy to fool. His previous words had indeed moved old ancestor Shui who. But old ancestor Shui who was shrewd and calculative, he used Fang Yuan's words to deal with Fang Yuan. Old ancestor Shui whose words were probably filled with guesses and probing. But Fang Yuan knew that he would never cooperate with Mao Li Qiu or Wei Lingyang. Longevity heaven was naturally protective of its people. Fang Yuan had killed Yelu Kun Xing, offending the Gold family, and now he had killed Ma Hongyun. Relying on longevity heaven was simply courting death. On the other hand, he could not go to Zhongzhou State. Even though he had wisdom path methods to protect himself now, they were not reliable. He usually stayed in seclusion, either using his immortal aperture to isolate himself, or using the Super Gu formation in southern border to avoid Central Continent's deductions and investigations. If he went to Central Continent, he would be sensed by the Celestial Court's Gu immortal Fairy Myrtle. By then, his true identity would be exposed and he would be brought to justice. After all, his name had always been on the Demon Judgment Board. As for Shadow Sect, because of sovereign immortal fetus Gu, it was even more impossible. Thus, among the people present, only old ancestor Shui who and Fang Yuan could borrow his help. But now, old ancestor Shui who said that he could help Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan had to agree to the alliance agreement. And if Fang Yuan agreed, he would be selling himself to old ancestor Shui who. If you agree, I can guarantee your safety. If you do not agree, I will attack Reverse Flow River, you will die here today, don't even think about it. Old ancestor Shui who was domineering, he stared at Fang Yuan and forced him to make a decision. Fang Yuan hesitated and struggled. Let me think about it. I will only give you 3 breaths of time. Old ancestor Shui who had a cold expression, he breathed out coldly, giving Fang Yuan 3 breaths of time. How harsh was this? Fang Yuan smiled, thinking that he could not deceive old ancestor Shui who he could not stall for time. He stopped pretending. Then I will have to test old ancestor's methods. Ha! Old ancestor Shui who raised his head and laughed, his smile was sinister. I knew it. How can someone who can become the reverse flow river lord submit to others so easily? Thus, I will beat you into submission and make you beg for mercy. Old ancestor Shui who was excited, he still did not want to kill Fang Yuan. But who knew if this was his scheme? Old ancestor Shui who attacked, waves of frost attacked unceasingly with great might. Reverse flow river's water was turbulent, It reflected Shui Hu's attacks and expended its own water. Fang Yuan did not move, it was still too early to affect him. But he was bound to lose, because he could only take a beating, he had no way to retaliate. I need to think of a way to get out of this predicament and escape. Fang Yuan smiled as he said to Central Continent's side. Central Continent's Gu Immortals are guests. If we do not leave now, when will we? Do you want Northern Plains Gu Immortals to unite and deal with you? Wei Lingyang and Bai Qin Tian's hearts jumped. Zhao Lianyun screamed, "Murderer! You should worry about yourself. I will only leave after I see you die in front of me." The other Central Continent Gu Immortals were silent. They looked at the two rank 8 Gu Immortals. But Wei Lingyang and Bai Qin Tian did not move, they were like statues, they did not react. Fang Yuan looked at the dog-tail life-extending ferret, he was about to speak. Mao Liqiu chuckled, "Little kid, no need to use words to drive a wedge between us, it is useless. I am right here, even if Shui Hu does not kill you I will." Saying so, it also started to attack. It opened its mouth and spat out purple qi. It was reflected by reverse flow river like a fog, increasing its expenditure. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his mind. These rank 8 existences, be they humans or beasts, were extremely shrewd, words could not be used to sway them. It seems that I can only rely on myself now. My new move is powerful, but to escape from 4 rank 8 existences, oh no, to escape from 5 rank 8 existences, it will be very difficult. The 5 rank 8 existences were old ancestor Shui Hu, Mao Liqiu, Bai Qin Tian, Wei Lingyang, and Zishan Makoto, who was in an unknown state. Fang Yuan looked at the water below him, he was in a daze for a moment. The attacks from outside the river were like a tide, there were loud explosions from time to time. Fang Yuan did not care about his surroundings, he did not care about them at all. An inspiration flashed in his mind. Activating the immortal Gu, the river below him started to ripple according to his will. It seems that if I use Perseverance Immortal Gu, I will be the Reverse Flow River Lord. In this Reverse Flow River, I can use other Immortal Gu too. Earlier, he used the Strength Path Immortal Gu pulling water. Under the effect of pulling water Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan found that he could move Reverse Flow River like any other river. But with just this, Fang Yuan could not escape. One pulling water Immortal Gu was only rank 6, it moved Reverse Flow River very slowly, it was impossible for it to escape from the river. Old ancestor Shui Hu can use Reverse Flow River to form a formation, why can't I? I am the Reverse Flow River Lord, I have Perseverance Immortal Gu, I can control this river freely. Or maybe I can create an immortal killer move. This thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind, he could not stop thinking about it. Perseverance Immortal Gu could allow Fang Yuan to obtain Reverse Flow River's acknowledgement. Pulling water Immortal Gu could control the river water. This was the foundation of an immortal killer move. Adding other Gu worms to create the final immortal killer move, it did not seem difficult. Fang Yuan felt that he could do it. This feeling was not a wild guess. It was attainment level. Fang Yuan's attainment level was already very high. Among them, the most crucial was Water Path. Fang Yuan had become a Water Path Grandmaster not long ago. Water Path Gu worms were added in one by one, quickly completing the entire immortal killer move. But it was not enough. Not enough strength. Fang Yuan realized. The skeleton was built, the wings were full, but it lacked strong muscles. Just 2 immortal Gu were not enough. Then add more. Fang Yuan's first thought was Strength Path. Myriad Self. He was most proficient in immortal killer moves that he created after rebirth. Now he had it. Strength Path Grandmaster Realm and Water Path Grandmaster Realm allowed everything to flow naturally, as if it was natural. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of an unrelated immortal killer move. This killer move originated from Yi Lui Kunxing. He used star fragments to create a powerful killer move. It was the same as Fang Yuan using Reverse Flow River, using external objects. Thus, he had meridians. Skeleton, flesh, wings, meridians, all 4 were present. Fang Yuan had created an immortal killer move in a short time. This is Myriad Self Second Style. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Chapter 1295. With attainment level, Fang Yuan created an immortal killer move on the spot. Because it used the killer move Myriad Self as the foundation, Fang Yuan called it Myriad Self Second Style. But this killer move had just been created, it was still far from being used. Boom boom boom. Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Dog-tail Life Extending Ferret Mao Li Chiu, 2 rank 8 existences, pincer attacked Reverse Flow River, causing waves to form in the river. The attacks were reflected as the river level started to fall. Fang Yuan's actions had already crossed the bottom line of these people. Furthermore, he did not want to lower his head. Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Mao Li Chiu were willing to expend a huge amount of effort and deplete Reverse Flow River to kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan inspected the river as he estimated, "At this rate, I still have a lot of time." His heart calmed down a little. Reverse Flow River was worthy of being a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was only slowly being depleted despite the attacks of 2 rank 8 existences. Of course, there was a reason for this. Shui Hu and Mao Li Chiu did not use their full strength. They were wary of each other. Bai Chen Tian, Wei Ling Yang, and the other Central Continent Gu immortals were standing at the side, waiting for an opportunity. These people were restraining and guarding against each other. How could they put all their effort into Fang Yuan? Precisely because of this complex situation, Fang Yuan felt a lot of pressure on him. He could test his killer move calmly. The first activation. Fang Yuan was very careful. First was Perseverance Immortal Gu. It expended Red Date Immortal Essence, allowing Fang Yuan to move freely in Reverse Flow River without being restricted by the secluded domain of heaven and earth. Next were large numbers of Water Path Mortal Gu. They rose up and flew around the huge Perseverance Immortal Gu in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Not long after, large amounts of water vapor rose up. Blue light could be vaguely seen in the vapor. But soon, these blue lights dissipated. Some even turned from blue to red. The cold vapor started to heat up, becoming hotter and hotter. I failed. Fang Yuan immediately stopped. The scene in front of him was out of his expectations. This was not the scene he had expected. He stopped the infusion of immortal essence. Crack crack crack, a large number of Water Path Mortal Gu exploded in the air, destroyed on the spot. Fang Yuan calmed himself down and pondered. According to his imagination, the blue light should be getting brighter, and the water vapor should be getting colder. Why did red light appear, and the temperature was getting higher? Fang Yuan continued to deduce in his mind. Soon, thanks to his wisdom path cultivation, he found the source. It used 2 opposing Water Path Mortal Gu. Fang Yuan immediately replaced one of them. In Reverse Flow River, he could open his immortal aperture. He could communicate with jewel yellow skies. It was easy to buy some Water Path Mortal Gu. After modifying the entire immortal killer move, Fang Yuan tested it again, activating the killer move for the second time. Perseverance Immortal Gu was still activated. The surrounding Water Path Mortal Gu flew up one after another, revolving around it. First was the evaporation of water vapor, then the blue light. Soon, this stage was over. Fang Yuan activated Pulling Water. Rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Gu Pulling Water. This was the second core of the immortal killer move. The first core was naturally the rank 7 Perseverance Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was careful. Activating Pulling Water after using Perseverance Immortal Gu was a very risky thing to do. If they were not coordinated properly, the 2 Immortal Gu would interfere with each other and harm each other. It might even cause one or both Immortal Gu to be destroyed. Experimenting with immortal killer moves was not only risky for the Gu Immortal, it was also risky for the Immortal and Mortal Gu involved. In fact, because the Immortal Gu contained fragments of the Great Tao, if they suffered a backlash, the damage would be severe. Fang Yuan's caution was soon rewarded. He encountered a problem. Even though Pulling Water Immortal Gu was activated, the mystical power it emitted could not mix into the framework. Where did the problem occur? Fang Yuan stopped. Another large number of Water Path Mortal Gu were destroyed. Experimenting with immortal killer moves had to pay such a price. A complete and effective immortal killer move, From conception to experimentation, the Gu Immortal had to expend a huge amount of effort and resources. The attacks from the outside continued, but Fang Yuan ignored them. He had the sovereign immortal body, thoughts were moving rapidly in his mind. Adding on his Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level, he had Wisdom Path Dao marks and Wisdom Path methods he could deduce quickly. This time, he was even faster than the previous time. In just a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan found the source. Perseverance Immortal Gu and Pulling Water Immortal Gu could not fuse into one. It was because the number and types of Water Path Mortal Gu were not enough. These Mortal Gu were in the middle of the two Immortal Gu. They were used to communicate and harmonize with each other. Fang Yuan thought about it. He reduced the number of Water Path Immortal Gu in a portion, while increasing the number of other types of Water Path Immortal Gu. At the same time, he added in some other types of Water Path Mortal Gu. The third activation. This time, Fang Yuan had a smooth journey. He successfully added Pulling Water Immortal Gu into the hole. Almost at the moment of success, Reverse Flow River started to ripple under Fang Yuan's feet. It was finally showing results. But there was still a huge distance to reach his goal. Fang Yuan did not stop. The situation did not allow him to. He continued to experiment, activating immortal killer moves. His aura fluctuated between strong and weak. It was unclear. What is this Lu Guanyi doing? All sorts of Gu worm auras appear on his body. It seems that he is experimenting with immortal killer moves. Other than old ancestor Shui Hu and Mao Li Qiu, the other Gu immortals were watching. When Fang Yuan experimented with immortal killer moves, his Gu worm aura would leak out. It could not be concealed from the other Gu immortals. To conceal the aura of Gu worms, he needed a special immortal killer move. Such immortal killer moves were often rare. For example, Fang Yuan's Dark Assassination was one of them. Fang Yuan was already at his limit by creating the second style of Myriad Self. He could not consider the effect of concealing Gu worm aura anymore. But it did not matter. Just based on the aura of the Gu worm, it was hard to determine the type of Gu worm. Furthermore, the second style of Myriad Self that Fang Yuan created was complex and varied. It involved many Gu worms. He was not afraid of being exposed. Fourth time, fifth time, Fang Yuan continued to try using immortal killer moves. Sometimes he progressed quickly, but sometimes, because of some minor modifications, he fell back to his previous speed. Fang Yuan was not dejected. He was expressionless as he persisted. He is experimenting with an immortal killer move after all. Is this Lu Guanyi an idiot? Creating an immortal killer move on the spot? Does he think he is an immortal venerable or a demon venerable? Even if he created an immortal killer move, I want to see if he can use it to deal with all the Gu immortals here. The spectating Gu immortals discussed. They mocked Fang Yuan's naivety. If immortal killer moves were so easy to create, would they still be immortal killer moves? But soon, some Gu immortals' expressions changed. They found that reverse flow river around Fang Yuan was undergoing some mystical changes. 21st time. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, grabbing at the river below him. Rise. At the same time, he called out. There was a soft sound, and a big bump suddenly appeared on the surface of the river beside his feet. This bump was made of reverse flow river water. After it rose, it exploded and water splashed everywhere. The killer move activation failed. 2 streams of blood flowed down from Fang Yuan's nose. His immortal killer move is effective on reverse flow river? Yi Zi saw this and his eyes shined with bright light. No, more accurately, he wants to use this reverse flow river to create an immortal killer move. Bu Zhenzi blurted out. Laughable. Black Extremity laughed coldly. Back then, to make use of reverse flow river, I created the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. It took me several years. Lu Guanyi, even if you become the reverse flow river lord, you are too arrogant. You want to create an immortal killer move in such a short period of time? Evidently, almost all the Gu immortals present did not think Fang Yuan would succeed. But next, Fang Yuan used it again. This time, a small mound rose from the river at his feet. The mound crumbled as the river water drenched Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression turned pale, his body shook, This time, not just his nose, even his ears were bleeding. Failed again, man, as before. At the next moment, Fang Yuan recovered completely. Chapter 1296. A moment later, Fang Yuan opened his eyes and activated his killer move again. This time, the entire section of the reverse current river was affected by his movements, causing huge waves to surge. The Immortal's expressions changed. Even old Ancestor Shui, whose attacks paused for a moment. But at the next moment, old Ancestor Shui who roared as he attacked even more fiercely. This is so difficult. Because there are too many goo worms of different types, all sorts of problems occur. But this is already the limit of my abilities. To simplify the goo worms, I will need to deduce for years, or raise my attainment level by another level. Fang Yuan knew that this myriad self-second style had too many goo worms involved. The factors that needed to be considered were huge and complex. While Fang Yuan was sighing about the difficulty of the progress, the other goo immortals were shocked. Even though they did not say anything, their gazes were flickering. Lu Guanyi, this guy, such rapid progress. He can actually move reverse flow river. Unbelievable. Is he even human? To reach such a level in such a short period of time. No, he will not succeed. How can he really think of an immortal killer move in such a short period of time? Undeniably, Fang Yuan's rapid breakthroughs had broken the common sense of the immortals. They had never seen a person create an immortal killer move in such a short period of time, and even test it time and time again, making huge progress. But this was happening right in front of their eyes. Fang Yuan was still continuing. Old Ancestor Shui Hu and the dog-tail life-extending ferret Mao Li Qiu subconsciously increased their attacks. But reverse flow river was too wide. After such an attack, they only managed to reduce the river by less than 5%. One more time. Rise. Fang Yuan had a serious expression as he grabbed at the river below him, calling out. This time, the entire reverse flow river was affected. It was like a slender dragon had awakened from its slumber and was slowly stretching its body. How can this be? Someone subconsciously exclaimed. The entire reverse flow river started to fly, like a dragon raising its head. It was about to soar into the sky and soar into the 5 regions and 9 heavens. In your dreams, old Ancestor Shui Hu roared. He slammed his palms into the air and an icy light shot out, hitting the middle of reverse flow river. The reverse flow river's first attack was immediately reflected back. The ice light was like it had hit a mirror, and it was reflected back to the ground. In the blink of an eye, all of the surrounding grassland had been frozen into a vast plain of ice. Cold air filled the air, snow fell from the sky, and the temperatures suddenly dropped. The northern wind howled incessantly, and the entire world seemed to have changed. This was the power of a rank 8. Fang Yuan couldn't help but be shocked. He was temporarily safe in reverse flow river. The other goo immortals were also protected with the help of their rank 8 existences. Wuxia's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Zishan Makoto woke up at the most critical moment. If it wasn't for his protection, Wuxia, He Lulon, and the others would have died. Let's go. Zishan Makoto immediately said. But this place. Wuxia was still hesitating when Zishan Makoto waved his hand. Several rings of light flew out and enveloped Wuxia and the rest, bringing them to the sky. To think that Shadow Sect's group was the first to leave. Zishan Makoto left without saying a word. All of the goo immortals present were stunned. Lord, that is the sovereign immortal aperture. Wuxia was anxious. He transmitted to Zishan Makoto. Don't worry, I have already deduced that he will not die. He can definitely escape. Zishan Makoto was very certain. Wuxia did not quite believe Zishan Makoto's words, but he could not express his doubts now. But at the next moment, he saw that the entire reverse flow river started to shine with light blue light. The blue light surged like rolling clouds and surging waves. The immortals' gazes were attracted. They saw that while Fang Yuan was standing there, strong winds blew, his hair and sleeves were fluttering in the air. His gaze was eerie as he shouted, "Rise." Immediately, the river water surged, The immortals could hear the sound of splashing. It was as if thousands of people were shouting at the same time. The aura was extraordinary. Next, the blue light gathered, reverse flow river shrunk. In the blink of an eye, it had completely condensed into one. The huge reverse flow river vanished. It gathered around Feng Yuan, turning into a light blue robe. This robe had long sleeves that were fluttering in the wind. It was pure white like snow. On the surface of the robe, there were ripples. It was actually the scene of reverse flow river flowing slowly. Not just that, the surface of the robe was covered in mist. There was another rainbow light. It was pure blue and curved like a ribbon. It coiled around Feng Yuan's arm, neck, and waist. Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self-Second Style, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, was finally activated at this moment. Success? How can this be? He actually used Reverse Flow River to create an Immortal Killer move at the last minute. The immortals saw this and were tongue-tied. Old Ancestor Xue, who stared with wide eyes, "I don't believe it." He flipped his palms, pushing them towards Feng Yuan. Immediately, a beautiful icy light shot towards Feng Yuan at lightning speed. Feng Yuan was already prepared. The icy light hit his body, but Reverse Flow Protection Seal blocked it completely. Reverse Flow Protection Seal flickered. The terrifying icy light was reflected back. It flew towards its owner, Old Ancestor Xue. Success. Feng Yuan's heart that was in his throat finally returned to its original place. Even though the Immortal Killer move was activated, it had to be tested in actual combat. Old Ancestor Xue, whose attack proved the power of Feng Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Old Ancestor Xue, who dodged the icy light, his gaze towards Feng Yuan became fierce and ruthless. "Let Grandpa Mao try." Mao Liqiu shouted. Its huge body suddenly vanished on the spot, appearing behind Feng Yuan at the next moment. It raised its ferocious right claw high into the air, then slammed it down again. Bam! With a loud sound, Feng Yuan was like a cannonball as he was fiercely sent flying. His vision changed. In a breath of time, Feng Yuan was sent crashing to the ground. There was another explosion, and a huge crater was formed on the ground that was covered in thick ice. Under everyone's gazes, Feng Yuan slowly stood up from the crater. He was expressionless. His body was completely unharmed. There was not even a scratch on his skin. Reverse Flow Protection Seal's blue sash snow robe did not change much. Only the mist on the surface of the robe had dissipated. If one observed carefully, the snow robe seemed to be covered in a layer of dust. It was no longer as bright as before. Mao Liqiu looked at Feng Yuan, before turning to look at its right claw. Its right claw was bleeding profusely. Its skin was torn. Feng Yuan was unharmed, but Mao Liqiu's injuries were severe. Gasp! The Gu immortals drew in sharp breaths. What immortal killer move is this? Even Mao Liqiu suffered a loss. Seeing this, even Bai Chuntian's eyelids were twitching. He actually did it. Black Extremity was speechless. He had a look of shock on his face. Even the pure claw attack of an immemorial desolate beast was reflected. Old Ancestor Xue, who frowned deeply. How can this be? Wuxia, who was far away, saw this and felt like he was in a dream. There had never been a case where a rank 8 great expert attacked a rank 7 Gu immortal, but the rank 7 Gu immortal was unharmed, while the rank 8 Gu immortal suffered heavy losses. Between rank 8s and rank 7s, the former had always dominated the latter. In the past thousands of years, only a monster like Feng Jioge had appeared. He had unparalleled talent and could fight rank 8s. But now, after Feng Yuan created the second myriad self-style and activated it, Feng Jioge's glory was no longer exclusive to him. From now on, this supreme glory would belong to another person's name. Lu Guanyi. The center has Feng Jioge, the north has Lu Guanyi. Bu Zhenzi muttered. He was already dazed. Old Ancestor Xue, who laughed lightly, "Good lad, I underestimated you." He placed his hands behind his back. He stopped attacking. But Mao Liqiu roared, "Rascal, you are courting death. You dare to embarrass me like this?" The immemorial desolate beast attacked Feng Yuan fiercely. Feng Yuan was not its match. He was sent flying like a ball. But after dozens of attacks, Feng Yuan was unharmed. He was still as elegant as before, while Mao Liqiu was gasping for breath. Its body was covered in blood. Every time it attacked, it would be reflected. It was equivalent to hitting itself. Mao Liqiu was furious, it thought. This rascal is like a porcupine, he is truly troublesome. When did such a monster appear in northern plains? Fang Yuan saw that Mao Liqiu could not do anything to him. He laughed heartily. He charged towards the Central Continent Gu Immortals. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were like a flock of frightened birds. They scattered in panic. 2 Central Continent rank 8 stayed behind. They attacked Fang Yuan together. But it was useless. Reverse flow protection seal reflected their attacks. They landed on Mao Liqiu, who was chasing them. Mao Liqiu was in great pain. Its fur was standing on end from anger. It spat out a sky full of purple aurora. Its attack was grand and enveloped the surrounding 1,000 li. This attack immediately caused a huge chaotic battle. The scene became chaotic. The Gu Immortals from all 3 sides started fighting. This was the final scene that Wuxia obtained. He felt great admiration towards Zishan Makoto's decisiveness in retreating. At the same time, he understood something. After this battle, Lu Guanyi's name would spread throughout the 5 regions. He would shake the world. He would be on par with Feng Jioge. More than 10 days later, a figure in a sorry state passed through the regional wall, arriving in Eastern Sea. It was Fang Yuan. I finally got rid of that raging fellow. Fang Yuan sighed. More than 10 days ago, old ancestor Shui Hu, Central Continent's Gu Immortals, and Longevity Heavenside engaged in an intense battle. It was a huge battle. Fang Yuan escaped from the battle, but was chased by Mao Liqiu. Fang Yuan was not Mao Liqiu's match, but after he entered Northern Plains regional wall, Mao Liqiu could only watch helplessly. It was a native beast of Northern Plains. It was restricted by the regional wall. Fang Yuan managed to escape, completely shaking off his pursuers. Chapter 1297. On the dark stone walls, there were specks of eerie fire. These flames were not big. The small ones were like fireflies, while the big ones were like lanterns. They emitted cold green flames. The eerie green light shone on Zishan Makoto, Wuxia, He Lulan, and Bai Ningbing's faces. After escaping from the Battle of Reverse Flow River, they were directly transported here under Zishan Makoto's lead. But after that, Purple Mountain True Monarch once again fell into a state of madness. Looking at Zishan Makoto, who was gnawing on his toes, Bai Ningbing sneered at Wuxia. This is your plan? To let this rank 8 great expert kill Fang Yuan? In this trip to snowy mountain-blessed land, although Wuxia saved Zishan Makoto, he also suffered heavy casualties. Shirnu and Tai Bai Yunxing died in battle. He Lulan was silent. Such a rank 8 Gu Immortal was not reliable no matter how one looked at it. But because of the Shadow Sect alliance agreement, He Lulan did not say anything. Wuxia's expression did not change at Bai Ningbing's sarcasm. He had experienced many setbacks. He had already developed a shrewdness that would not waver even if MT Tai collapsed in front of him. He spoke slowly. I underestimated Fang Yuan. To think that he refined perseverance Immortal Gu and became the Reverse Flow River Lord. No wonder Providence chose him as a pawn. Such a person can only be destroyed, he cannot be defeated. Wuxia was not stingy with his praises towards Fang Yuan. Even though they were enemies, Wuxia was open-minded. He admitted Fang Yuan's superiority and strength. Bai Ningbing snorted. The scene of Fang Yuan conquering Reverse Flow River appeared in her mind. She did not make things difficult for him anymore. In the narrow cave, only Zishan Makoto's shouts could be heard, echoing endlessly. A moment later, Zishan Makoto suddenly stopped shouting. His small body shook for a moment before stabilizing. He straightened his back, and his eyes regained their clarity once again. Lord, you are awake. Wuxia was overjoyed, quickly approaching. Zishan Makoto held his forehead. Waves of intense pain were coming from his head. His expression was distorted. Back in Reverse Flow River, I was forcefully awake. I did not have much time. But this time is different. I have more time. How long has it been? What was the result of the battle? More than half a month has passed. Fang Yuan followed the regional wall and escaped from northern plains. I think he entered Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan is Gu immortal, Gu immortal, Gu immortal, Gu. Gu of Gu immortal, Gu. Gu immortal of the sex, the Gu immortal god, of the battle. Of Gu immortal on. Of the god sect and Wu Yun of out, the king on, he, the god. Purple Mountain true monarch nodded. This time, central continent's Gu immortals are doomed. Back then, giant sun immortal venerable used northern plains as his base. How could he not have made arrangements? Just the rank 8 Gu immortals in longevity heaven have never appeared. My lord, what should we do next? Wuxia asked. He was once the leader of the shadow sect. Now that Zishan Makoto had awakened, this rank 8 great expert was naturally the leader of the shadow sect, while he, Wuxia, retreated. Just as Zishan Makoto was about to speak, the sound of wind suddenly came from the cave. At the same time, the flames on the surrounding walls flickered and swayed violently, as if they were really in the midst of a strong gale. Zishan Makoto's eyes flashed. This cave wall is one of the escape routes that I meticulously arranged. I meticulously nurtured these eerie fires to form a natural Gu formation. There are no traces of craftsmanship and it prevents others from making deductions. How many times did these flames flicker when I went mad? 107 times, Bai Ning Bing replied indifferently. I'm afraid that Fang Yuan is involved in this as well. His investigative killer move can follow the profundities of luck path to find our location. Even if we are in the immortal aperture, we cannot defend against it. Wuxia said solemnly. Zishan Makoto nodded. Fang Yuan is indeed someone nurtured by providence. He is a crucial person to deal with our shadow sect. This person is extremely courageous, he has shocking talent and unparalleled willpower, he is a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. The Great Purple of Shadow Sect actually had such a high evaluation of Fang Yuan. But the 3 Gu immortals present were silent. They seemed to agree with Zishan Makoto's words. Zishan Makoto continued, Next, our plan is to negotiate with Fang Yuan. His words were shocking. What? Negotiate? Wuxia and the rest's expressions changed. What is so strange about that? Zishan Makoto looked at the 3 of them. He had a clear understanding of the current situation. This was because before he woke up, Wuxia had used information path methods to let Zishan Makoto know everything that Wuxia knew. You are still too young, you do not know much. Right now, our main enemy is not Fang Yuan, it is Celestial Court. Zishan Makoto shook his head, looking at Wuxia. Do you think it is so easy to save the main body's soul? Other than that super Gu formation in southern border and the huge dream realm, I can guarantee that when you make a move, Celestial Court will definitely come out and disrupt the plan. Like on Etian Mountain, they used Heaven Overseeing Tower to destroy our sect's plan. Or this time, they went to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to try and save Ma Hongyun. Wuxia's expression sank. Lord, I have considered this, but my main body is in danger. He has been trapped in the dream realm and is being worn down by it. That is why I am so anxious. Precisely because of this, we need to cooperate with Fang Yuan. Zishan Makoto continued. Firstly, Fang Yuan's strength is extraordinary, just that immortal killer move alone can deal with rank 8 Gu immortals. Secondly, Fang Yuan is a complete otherworldly demon. His name is on the demon judgment board. Celestial Court is our common enemy. Finally, our cooperation is beneficial to both sides. Our shadow sect has a lot of cultivation resources, while he has unraveled dream methods. We can overcome the obstruction of the giant dream realm and save the main body's soul. Wuxia frowned deeply. He tried to put down his personal emotions and consider the possibility of this. But soon he had a worried expression. Fang Yuan is extremely crafty and sinister. He views us as a huge threat. He is thinking of all sorts of methods to get rid of us. Right now, he is the reverse flow river lord. Even rank 8 existences cannot do anything to him. Our sect urgently needs unraveled dream methods, but Fang Yuan's need for cultivation resources is not that urgent. It is unlikely that he will cooperate with us. Zishan Makoto nodded. You are right, But you do not know that the sovereign immortal body has a huge flaw. Lord, what do you mean? Are you referring to the non-conflicting Dao marks of the sovereign immortal body? Wuxia asked curiously. Of course not. Non-conflicting Dao marks is the greatest advantage of the sovereign immortal body. The advantages far outweigh the disadvantages. I am referring to the true huge flaw. Zishan Makoto shook his head. There is a huge flaw? Wuxia was shocked. Our original plan was to refine rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus Immortal Gu. Only rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus Immortal Gu can be considered perfect without any flaws. But clearly, we only refined rank 9 in the end. That huge flaw has not shown itself yet, but it will definitely force Fang Yuan to cooperate with us. Zishan Makoto said. The sovereign immortal body still had a huge flaw. What kind of flaw made Zishan Makoto so certain that he could restrict Fang Yuan? Wuxia and the rest were very curious, but Zishan Makoto did not explain. At the same time, Zishan Makoto also had some suspicions. Strange. From Wuxia's information, our sect is refining sovereign immortal fetus Gu in a hurry. It is not in accordance with our original plan. What reason is it for the main body to make a move so urgently? It seems that while contacting Fang Yuan, I need to make a trip to the River of Time. Eastern Sea. On the blue sea surface, Fang Yuan was rapidly moving through the white clouds. His target was southern border. It's here again. While flying, Fang Yuan's expression suddenly changed. He could feel that the power of dark tide in his body was being rapidly depleted. At this rate, it would be used up soon. Evidently, a great expert was deducing him. With no one around, Fang Yuan quickly entered the sovereign immortal aperture. After entering the immortal aperture, he was isolated from the outside world. The great expert's deductions were repelled. He temporarily resolved the danger of being exposed. Fang Yuan sighed. Ever since the Battle of Reverse Flow River, he had been subjected to deductions one after another. Lu Guanyi's identity was completely famous. Not just northern plains and central continent, even eastern sea, southern border, and western desert Gu immortals were very interested in Lu Guanyi. They wanted to deduce more information about him. Lu Guanyi was only a fake identity. The root cause was still Fang Yuan. This way, Fang Yuan had to bear all the pressure. Even with dark limit Immortal Gu, he had to stop frequently and hide in his immortal aperture to rest. Along the way, Fang Yuan calculated secretly. He had been subjected to deductions 400 to 500 times already. This greatly disrupted his journey. He had no choice but to stop and move. He was still in Eastern Sea. If it was at his previous speed, he would already be in the southern border. If not for Dark Limit Immortal Gu, this situation would be even more severe. However, it is normal for me to cause such a commotion and attention. Some people are already placing me on the same level as Feng Jioge. Earlier, when I toppled 88-point Xinyang Tower and Imperial Court Blessed Land, I had Shadow Sect's help. I did not feel any pressure. But now I have experienced it. It seems that I need to create an immortal killer move to deal with these deductions. Fang Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster. It was not impossible for him to deduce an immortal killer move. But it was not as easy as Reverse Flow Protection Seal. After all, when deducing Reverse Flow Protection Seal, it was not just because of Fang Yuan's water path attainment level. There were other important factors. Most importantly, the Immortal Gu were suitable. They had a good foundation. They could have a smooth journey. And now, the Immortal Gu that was suitable for Fang Yuan was Dark Limit. But this Gu was not Wisdom Path, it was Dark Path. Fang Yuan's Dark Path attainment level was not outstanding at all. Note, my body is not in a good condition. Chapter 1298. While avoiding deductions, Fang Yuan was not idle. He inspected his immortal aperture. 5 regions and 9 heavens. The layout was extraordinary. It was beyond common sense. Originally, the vast space of 500 million mu was already so large that it was shocking. Basically, no one would believe it if they told others about it. And now, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had already surpassed 500 million km2. This was because he had been massacring Gu immortals and annexing their blessed lands in the past period of time. Because of the sovereign immortal body's characteristics, Fang Yuan could completely annex other people's blessed lands and absorb their Dao marks without wasting a single one. With the addition of these blessed lands, the sovereign immortal aperture gained many special territories. Most of these territories were managed by land spirits. It saved Fang Yuan a lot of effort. They were like pearls that were scattered in the 5 regions and 9 heavens. I have a huge amount of space path resources. Ordinary Gu immortals try all ways to expand their immortal apertures, but I have so much space that I have yet to develop. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with this aspect, but he had a different opinion about time path resources. The sovereign immortal aperture's time flow had already slowed down by many times. Originally, it was 1 to 60, there were so many time path resources. But now, it could not even reach the normal standard. This was something that could not be helped. Fang Yuan changed his cultivation method to delay the calamities and tribulations. He used the time path methods that he obtained from He Fan's true inheritance to delay the immortal aperture's time flow. With less time path resources, Fang Yuan's immortal essence production also fell greatly. Not just that, his other resource gains also fell greatly. After careful consideration, in Mini Central Continent, there was a Blood G forest and a Mirror Willow forest. These two came from Hu immortal blessed land and had a long history. Other than that, there was also a Jade Light Pit. This Jade Light Pit had all sorts of light path mortal Gu. There were many of them. Fang Yuan had used a Jade Light Pit as a reference to Northern Plains Lu tribe's resource production area. He created it in his immortal aperture. Not long ago, Fang Yuan looted Jade Light Pit. He took all of the light path mortal Gu inside and looted everything. A portion of the light path Gu worms were placed into the 9 heavens Aurora Light by Fang Yuan. There was still a large portion left, and it was not easy to get rid of it. Fang Yuan could only create a Jade Light Pit to temporarily store these light path mortal Gu. Of course, this Jade Light Pit couldn't be compared to the real Jade Light Pit. The latter was a true source of resources. It was rich in light path Dao marks. Any insect group could be subtly influenced by it and become Gu. But the former was created by Fang Yuan to store light path mortal Gu. There was no production at all. The Mini Central Continent was the least developed place in the 5 regions. Above it was Kokitahara. In Kokitahara, the landscape was flat, and most of the area was covered with ice and snow, forming a snowfield. But ice and snow were not the only colors. At the end of the East Sea, there was a shallow pool of green water. Stones were piled up to form a special pool. There were abundant aquatic plants, and spirit snakes were resting there. This shallow pool of green water was the blessed land of the original transformation path Gu Immortal, Han Dong. After being annexed by Fang Yuan, even the blessed land's land spirit, the pink spirit snake, came along, helping Fang Yuan to manage this area. And at the end of Western Desert, there was a bone burial ground. There were mountains of bones of all kinds here. There were scapula bones, leg bones, skulls. There were birds and beasts. There were many immortal materials. They had huge value. This bone graveyard was the bone graveyard that Fang Yuan had seized from Lu tribe. After he killed Lu tribe's Gu immortal Lu Yong, he moved this bone burial ground into his immortal aperture. Thus, he had this resource point that produced bone path Gu worms. But compared to the original bone burial ground, even though this one has a vast number of bones, the bone path Dao marks cannot compare to the original one. In the original bone burial ground, even the surrounding land contains bone path Dao marks. Lu tribe can completely reconstruct a bone burial ground in that land. Fang Yuan was well aware of this. Of course, this bone burial ground was a huge cake. Fang Yuan had already taken 80% of it. The real bulk was these bones. The remaining 20% was the environment. It was not hard for Lu tribe to reconstruct the bone burial ground, but to restore it to its original state, they would need to pay a huge price. And at the end of Central Continent, this was a sparse grassland. There were all sorts of wild flowers and grass. The main ones were blood sickle grass and red axe flowers. These also came from Hu immortal blessed land. This grassland was huge. It was not something that Han Dong Blessed Land could compare to. There were some pink flower rabbits, fox groups, water wolves, earth skin pigs, poison-beard wolves, and others. There was also a desolate beast shark fin wolf and a desolate beast giant horned sheep. They often searched for food in this grassland. Mini Western Desert had the highest temperature, because most of the fire path Dao marks were gathered in this area. The land was mostly sandy. There were 3 main resource points here. The first was the eerie fire dragon python pit. There were many of them gathered together. The second was a sand gull soil beach. This place produced sand gull soil. Sand gull soil was a type of goo material. It was also the ingredient of Immortal Goo Connect Luck. But now that Fang Yuan did not have Connect Luck Immortal Goo, sand gull soil was already a resource that could help Fang Yuan obtain Immortal Yuan Stone. At the center of the sand gull soil beach was the dead egg of the worldly sand gull. The eggshell was full of cracks, and at the same time, there were several small holes. Transparent egg white was constantly flowing out of the cracks. Using the life essence in this egg, ordinary sand could be turned into sand gull soil. The third was the rotting black swamp. This was formed after Fang Yuan's tribulation. It was filled with dark path Dao marks. It had already been modified by Fang Yuan. It was a resource point for getting rid of dark path goo worms. But because it had just started, the production was very low. Other than these 3 resource points, there were 2 blessed lands. One was an earth path blessed land with a mud swamp terrain. There were 5 desolate beast mud monsters and all sorts of earth path mortal goo. It was managed by the land spirit mud minimen. The other was Lu Yong's enslavement path blessed land. There were over 20 dog desolate beasts. Most of these desolate beasts were bought by Fang Yuan from Jewel Yellow Skies. Back then, Lu Yong's blessed land's ownership requirement was 20 dog desolate beasts. Among them were Lu Yong's 6 desolate beast bone armor hounds. The entire blessed land was managed by a land spirit that looked like a black dog. Mini Eastern Seas management was similar to mini Western Deserts. Wu Yihai's blessed land was here. This was a vast ocean that was managed by Wu Yihai. There were 3 ancient desolate beast horned divine tortoises, a large group of ancient desolate plant silent corals, and 6 desolate beast white letter blue feather gull. They were managed by the sea turtle land spirit. Other than that, there were also the dragonfish group, 2 desolate beast dragonfish, air bubblefish, and a group of rare literature carps. There were also some oil left. There were large numbers of green jade crucian carps, blood jade crucian carps, and an ancient desolate beast hidden room oyster, obtained in the turbulent flow sea area. There was also a small blood lake. There were large amounts of desolate beast blood and goo immortal blood. Back then, Fang Yuan had placed blood asset immortal goo here to recuperate. Right now, blood asset immortal goo had fully recovered, but this blood lake was left behind. In the entire Mini 5 regions, Mini Southern Border was the richest. 5 Light Mountain, Immortal Succession Mountain, Heaven Ceiling Mountain, and more than 10 other mountains. Stalactite caves, regretful spiders, a few rockmen, a large number of primitive forests, musical trees could be seen everywhere, tea streams were crystal clear, and chi death birds were singing in the forest. There was also a becoming dragon mound. Fang Yuan used pulling mountain immortal goo to move it from northern plains into his immortal aperture. And in the Mini 9 heavens, a small area of aurora light existed in Mini Orange Heaven. There were many flowing light fruits floating in the aurora light. Because of the large number of light path goo worms obtained from Jade Light Pit, the number of aurora lights and flowing light fruits had increased greatly. And in Mini Yellow Heaven, there was a small section of the Gold Fragment River. In Mini Azure Heaven, there was a large amount of Pill Azure incense. This was the food to feed change soul immortal goo. There was also a heavenly crystal storage pool, obtained from Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. It was temporarily useless. There was a walking meat tree in Mini Black Heaven. In Mini White Heaven, there were large numbers of multicolored overlord flowers, as well as 3 remnant ancient heavenly hounds, 1 ancient eagle hound, and 7 desolate beast eagle hounds. In Mini Purple Heaven, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was flying. Currently, it only had desolate beast battle strength. More than 80 eagle nests were quietly floating here. These were the spoils of battle that Fang Yuan obtained from attacking Iron Eagle-blessed land. As for the original heavenly crystal eagle nest, it had already been eaten by the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Nothing was left. In mini blue heaven, there was a large amount of cloud soil. There was a large number of arrow bamboo forests on the cloud soil, as well as star fragment grass fields, and an infant falling star hound. The two earlier desolate beast spine-fin star dragonfish were sold by Fang Yuan during the battle in Heifan Grotto Heaven. There was also a meteorite pit. It produced star fire goo and meteor heavenly meteor goo. After killing Yi Lui Kun Xing, he obtained Kun Xing blessed land. It was also placed here by Fang Yuan. It was a floating continent. It was covered in star fragments. The star core land spirit was in charge of it. There were also some blessed lands scattered around, as well as other desolate beasts and plants. There was no need to elaborate. Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were left in Langya blessed land. Reverse Flow River was temporarily placed in Mini Eastern Sea by Fang Yuan. In terms of goo worms, rank 9 wisdom goo was still left in Langya blessed land. Sovereign Immortal fetus goo had already been used by Fang Yuan. It was not recorded here. Rank 8 immortal goo were attitude, wisdom sword, years flow like water, sealed. Rank 7 immortal goo were change soul, sword eyebrows, wave sword, flying sword, sword escape, calamity beckoning, lentitude, year goo, after, dragon breath, affection and perseverance. Rank 6 immortal goo were unravel mystery, woman's heart, blood asset, dark limit, luck, change form, strength, self-strength, flying bear strength, pulling mountain, pulling water, landscape as before, man as before, star eyes, spring autumn cicada, stored in the immortal zombie body with providence storage, bone spike, and comprehensible Tao. There were many types of mortal goo. There was no need to elaborate on them. Heifan's dark arrow immortal goo had self-detonated long ago. Fang Yuan did not obtain it. The captives were Gue Fangjing, left in Langya blessed land, Heifan, intact body, Ma Hongyun's soul, Luyang's soul, and Yi Lui Kunxing's soul. As for Shinu's soul, Fang Yuan did not obtain it. Shadow Sect's soul path attainment was something that Fang Yuan could only look up to. Even though he killed Shinu, he could not stop his soul from dissipating. As for the others, like Dongfang Naganori's soul, the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhengling's soul, and the Eastern Sea Immortal souls, they had already been sold by Fang Yuan to the land spirit of Langya in exchange for a large number of sect contribution points. Right now, they had probably all been digested by Dang Hun Mountain and turned into Guts Gu. There was also a Featherman Gu Immortal slave, Zhou Zhong, who had already been sent to Western Desert by Fang Yuan to execute another plan. Huge family business. This term could completely describe Fang Yuan's current capital, and it was even slightly shallow. In terms of total value, even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he was on par with ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals. Just a few secluded domains of heaven and earth had extraordinary value. Moreover, there was a huge pile of Gu worms. The number was shocking. Thinking about Gu Immortal Heifan, a rank 8 Gu Immortal, how many immortal Gu did he have? But there were too many immortal Gu. Feeding them was a huge problem. Fang Yuan was still here, working hard to feed the immortal Gu. The other rank 6 and 7 immortal Gu had already been dealt with. The difficulty was attitude Gu and wisdom sword Gu, these two rank 8 immortal Gu. The newly obtained perseverance Gu fed on reverse flow river water. Fang Yuan could completely satisfy it. Affection Gu fed on hope and fear like love Gu. Fang Yuan could easily deal with it. He could just buy a large number of hope Gu and fear Gu from Jewel Yellow Skies. For Fang Yuan, managing his immortal aperture was no longer his focus. As long as he continued to slaughter Gu immortals and annex their immortal apertures, his immortal aperture's foundation would grow rapidly. The problem he was facing now was insufficient immortal essence. Chasing Wuxia and the rest, going through the battle of Reverse Flow River, and escaping from Mao Liqiu's pursuit, Fang Yuan had expended a huge amount of immortal essence. His red date immortal essence storage had fallen to a very dangerous level. Originally, with time path resources, time flowed very quickly. My immortal aperture could produce a lot of red date immortal essence. But after using time path methods, my immortal aperture's time flow is very close to the outside world's 5 regions. I can only replenish my red date immortal essence through transactions. Reverse flow protection seal expended a lot of mental energy and immortal essence of a Gu immortal. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had become a rank 7 Gu immortal. If he only had his green grape immortal essence, it would have dried up already. Without red date immortal essence, Fang Yuan did not have much confidence. While he was resting, he decided to sell the desolate beast corpses he had on hand in Treasure Yellow Heaven. These desolate beast corpses were all immortal materials, and there was a lot of them. They were the desolate beast groups that Fang Yuan killed when he chased Wuxia and the rest in Earth Trench. Among them was a group of nightmare demonic cults. If such a dream path immortal material was sold in Jewel Yellow Skies, it would cause a huge commotion. Gu immortals would fight over it. But when Fang Yuan saw that these nightmare demonic cult corpses were in his hands, he had a bigger use for them. During this period of rest, several transactions were completed. After deducting the transaction fees to Jewel Yellow Skies, Fang Yuan obtained a lot of immortal yuan stones. 1 immortal yuan stone was equivalent to 1 green grape immortal essence bead. Fang Yuan was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He could only condense 1 red date immortal essence bead after using 100 immortal yuan stones. Just as he was increasing his red date immortal essence storage, he received a message. It is a letter from Sixth Hair. Fang Yuan felt strange. After reading it, he was even more surprised. Shadow Sect actually wants to negotiate a truce with me and even cooperate. Chapter 1299. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Shadow Sect's news was out of his expectations. But thinking about it, it was very reasonable. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, even though Fang Yuan did not gain much in terms of cultivation resources, his battle strength grew greatly. He became the number 1 person below rank 8, on par with Feng Jioge. The increase in battle strength led to an increase in status. Actually, before this news, there were other letters. For example, Chu Du's letter. In the letter, Chu Du was very polite. He first congratulated Fang Yuan on his victory and wished he could be there. Next, he took the initiative to describe his situation. The Chu sect had been renamed to the Chu family, and the original Grand Elders were now acting as the Chu family's external Grand Elders. Chu Du's disciples were all adopted as his sons. Finally, Chu Du described his difficulties. Because he established his clan and became part of the righteous path, he had no choice but to expel Fang Yuan from Chu sect. This was not his own will, he was forced by the situation. There was also a letter from the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. In the letter, other than congratulating Fang Yuan, the 3 eccentrics also invited Fang Yuan to explore Crazed Demon Cave. They also said, even if Northern Plains did not accept Fang Yuan, Crazed Demon Cave would forever be Fang Yuan's home. These words were slightly mushy. They displayed the unprecedented attitude of the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. Longevity Heaven placed emphasis on Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan was the culprit who killed Ma Hongyun. However, Lu tribe and Yi Lui tribe, who had wanted to capture Fang Yuan and wanted to capture him, had instead given up. Fang Yuan's battle strength completely shocked them. They recalled all the people who were searching for Fang Yuan. Instead, they were worried that Fang Yuan would take revenge on them. After all, Fang Yuan was already famous in Northern Plains. Even Chu Du could not compare to him. Now, Shadow Sect has also sent a letter. They want to cooperate with me. Shadow Sect already has a rank 8 Gu immortal, but he seems to have a huge weakness. He goes insane at times. Fang Yuan pondered. He had fought Zishan Makoto in the upflowing river, so he had some understanding of Zishan Makoto's condition. Actually, if Fang Yuan did not refine Perseverance Gu and did not comprehend the Immortal Killer Move Reverse Flow Protection Seal, he would have been doomed in the Battle of Reverse Flow River. He would have fallen into Wuxia's trap. The remaining forces of the Shadow Sect had always been Fang Yuan's greatest threat. On the contrary, Providence's scheme used Fang Yuan as a pawn to seize sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect were mortal enemies with deep hatred. Shadow Sect wanted to recoup their losses and refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu again. They were likely to imitate old ancestor Shui who in refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. Old ancestor Shui who used Ma Hong Yun as the main material for the Gu refinement. If Fang Yuan ended up in Shadow Sect's hands, he would not be able to escape the same fate. He would be the main immortal material for the immortal Gu refinement. His life would be worse than death. But now, Fang Yuan's battle strength had grown to a level where even rank 8 Gu immortals could not do anything to him. Thus, Shadow Sect took the initiative to seek cooperation with Fang Yuan. This change in attitude made Fang Yuan sigh deeply. With reverse flow protection seal, it was like a weakened version of the immortal Gu house. Even rank 8s could not do anything to it. This gave Fang Yuan a lot of confidence. But cooperating with Shadow Sect is like asking a tiger for its skin. Sixth Hair's letter was true, the reasons given were sufficient, cooperation was beneficial to both sides, it was beneficial to both Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan. Ignoring everything else, the soul path trap on Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, as well as the secret of the sovereign immortal fetus, could be resolved in this cooperation. But Fang Yuan could not trust Shadow Sect. It was the same problem. Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect could not trust each other. Originally, they were mortal enemies who could not live under the same sky. How could they suddenly become friends? Even though both sides were rational people who prioritized benefits, the basis of cooperation between Gu immortals was not personal trust, but information path methods. And Fang Yuan was not good at information path. This was his weakness. But Shadow Sect's information path methods were too powerful. Spectral Soul's main body was a great grandmaster of all paths. Zombie Alliance and Central Continent's Defy were proof of Shadow Sect's powerful information path methods. This was because any organization was built on the basis of the Information Path Alliance. Fang Yuan could not trust Shadow Sect. He did not dare to trust them. If he was schemed against by Information Path during the cooperation, he would be a fool. However, Fang Yuan did not reject him. He replied with a letter to probe Shadow Sect's sincerity. In the letter, he made a request. If he wanted to cooperate, he had to give Attitude Gu to him. Speaking of which, even though the rank 8 Attitude Immortal Gu was in Fang Yuan's hands, it was not Fang Yuan's. He Lulan had lent it to him. Back then, when they discussed the rental of the Immortal Gu, both sides had an agreement and agreed on a time limit. Once the time limit passed, Fang Yuan would not be able to use Attitude Immortal Gu. Because the will in Attitude Immortal Gu was not Fang Yuan's will, but He Lulan's will. Right now, there was not much time left before the deadline. Attitude Gu was a legendary Gu worm. It could be used by expending mental energy. It had low usage requirements and had outstanding effects. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained it, he had used it to avert danger many times. It was a huge help to him. Even though Attitude Immortal Gu did not have a direct defensive effect, it had a mystical effect when used as support. Once he lost Attitude Gu, the impact on Fang Yuan would be huge. Ignoring everything else, the Immortal Killer move Familiar Face could not be used. Even though Fang Yuan could use his Transformation Path Grandmaster attainment level to redesign this Immortal Killer move, without the rank 8 core, the entire Immortal Killer move would fall by a lot. When disguised as Wu Yihai or someone else, the chances of being discovered would increase greatly. It would be very dangerous. If I can use this chance to resolve the problem of Attitude Gu, that would be for the best. Fang Yuan felt a trace of anticipation. Time was almost up. Fang Yuan activated Dark Limit Immortal Gu, increasing the effect of Dark Limit on himself again. Next, he stored away his Immortal Aperture and set off again. He headed towards the southwest direction. Central Continent, Celestial Court. In the hall, Fairy Myrtle was sitting cross-legged with a frown, activating Immortal Killer moves. Her whole body was emitting light purple smoke from her pores. She was using Wisdom Path methods to make deductions. However, after a while, Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes with a head full of sweat. I have already used 7 killer moves. but I still cannot deduce the location of our Gu immortals. Fairy Myrtle sighed. Central Continent's Gu immortals attacked northern plains, but after the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan retreated, while Central Continent's Gu immortals fought against Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Longevity Heaven. Central Continent wanted to save them, they sent reinforcements. But the first wave of Central Continent Gu immortals went missing in Black Heaven. Fairy Myrtle could not deduce their location. How could she save them? She did not even know where to send reinforcements to. Duke Long, who was at the side, slowly opened his eyes. He was still very weak, as thin as a match, and extremely old. It seems that Giant Sun Immortal has made many arrangements in northern plains. Have you deduced Lu Guanyi's location? Duke Long asked. Fairy Myrtle shook her head. He seems to have defensive strength that can resist the deductions of Wisdom Path Gu immortals, but it is not strong. However, we still don't have enough clues about him. If we have one or two crucial clues, we can definitely expose him to us. Duke Long heard this and nodded. He was silent for a while before speaking again. Forget it. Continue to deduce our Gu immortals and Lu Guanyi's location. Also, send me to Hidden Dragon Cave. Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly. He had no choice but to place his immortal aperture again. Lu Guanyi was famous throughout the 5 regions. This caused Fang Yuan's Dark Limits effect to be consumed rapidly. To keep it a secret, Fang Yuan could only move and stop occasionally. The immortal aperture's entrance opened, large amounts of heaven and earth qi were absorbed. The sovereign immortal body could absorb heaven and earth qi in any region to nourish itself. It was not like ordinary Gu immortals who could only absorb heaven and earth qi in their own regions. If they were in other regions, they could forcefully absorb heaven and earth qi, but because of the difference in heaven and earth qi, the immortal aperture would shake and large amounts of resources would dry up. Right now, the sovereign immortal aperture had too many resources. There were large numbers of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Thus, every time it absorbed heaven and earth qi, the scale was huge, like a whale swallowing. Chapter 1300. It was fine if Reverse Flow River was outside, but if it was kept in the immortal aperture for a long time, it would expend a lot of heaven and earth qi. Once heaven and earth qi was lacking, the immortal aperture would become unstable. Thus, Fang Yuan had to place his immortal aperture to absorb heaven and earth qi from the outside world to replenish himself. After absorbing for a while, Fang Yuan closed his immortal aperture's entrance. Arriving at Reverse Flow River, he was holding an immortal zombie. It was his original body. He threw the immortal zombie body into Reverse Flow River. The immortal zombie body immediately went down smoothly. Using Perseverance Immortal Gu and Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan experimented with all kinds of methods he could think of. But it was useless. So it was like this. The soul path Dao marks on the immortal zombie body cannot be destroyed or suppressed by Reverse Flow River. After all, they are only soul path Dao marks, not immortal Gu. Rank 1 to 8 immortal Gu cannot be used in Reverse Flow River. But Dao marks can be used. Like before I conquered Reverse Flow River, the Dao marks on the Gu immortals could still protect them. Rank 8 Gu immortals are still the strongest in the river. Fang Yuan analyzed, trying to find the reason for his failure. He wanted to use Reverse Flow River to resolve the soul path trap on the immortal zombie body, but it was impossible. Fang Yuan was not dejected. In fact, he had guessed it before experimenting. He placed the immortal zombie body back on Heaven Seal Mountain, using the Gu formation there to seal it again. Next, he started to refine Gu. A nightmare demonic cult's corpse was placed in front of him. Fang Yuan waved his finger like a blade. A golden light flashed in the air. The golden light entered the nightmare demonic cult's body, vanishing in an instant. The nightmare demonic cult's front right leg was immediately cut off. There was no blood. After these nightmare demonic cults died, Fang Yuan asked the land spirits in his immortal aperture to deal with these immortal materials. The blood of the nightmare cult had already been extracted and mixed in a certain place. Fang Yuan lifted it, separating the nightmare demonic cult's front right leg from its body. Then, he spat out flames and began to deal with the right foreleg. After 3 days, the right foreleg finally melted into a purplish-black liquid. Fang Yuan continued to throw in many goo worms to refine goo. The dozen or so steps only took a quarter of an hour. The purple-black liquid exploded, 100 dream path mortal goo flew around in the air. However, with a single thought from Fang Yuan, they obediently returned to Fang Yuan's side. 100 dream path mortal goo. This was only the right front leg of a nightmare colt. He spent the most time dealing with this immortal material. This step took Fang Yuan 3 days. The rest of the steps only added up to a quarter of an hour. This efficiency was extremely high. It was a stark contrast to Fang Yuan's goo refinement in the dream realm. In the dream realm, Fang Yuan first needed to collect dream path goo materials before refining goo. There was a risk in entering the dream realm. He needed to use the immortal killer move Unravel Dream to get out of the dream realm. Refining dream path mortal goo required an immortal killer move. The cost was quite high. But now, Fang Yuan had this batch of nightmare demonic colts. The refinement of dream path mortal goo was no longer the same as before. Like earlier when I used the spring dream fruit to refine dream path mortal goo, the efficiency was very high. Actually, my goo refinement method can still be improved. For example, the cutting method earlier used metal path methods. It was not a good combination and would expend some dream path Dao marks. I can also experiment with other methods to deal with the immortal material to see if there is a more efficient method. During the goo refinement process, Sixth Hair sent another message. Using Langya Blessed Land, Sixth Hair had already become the middleman for Fang Yuan and Zishan Makoto to communicate with each other. In the letter, Zishan Makoto did not give in. He told Fang Yuan directly, if he wanted to truly control attitude goo, he needed to work together. As long as both sides cooperated, attitude goo would be given to him first. This time, Shadow Sect even mentioned the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's weakness, but they did not say what it was. Rank 8 goo immortals are indeed not easy to deal with. Weakness? Is Shadow Sect just trying to scare me, or is this true? This letter had a huge impact on Fang Yuan. But soon, his mental state calmed down. He had seen his fair share of storms and waves. What could this little scheme and threat amount to? It seems that I have to work hard myself. Fang Yuan sent a letter back to bargain. He continued to feign civility with Shadow Sect. But he had already realized that Shadow Sect would not give attitude goo to him before they cooperated. Fang Yuan began to design a new immortal killer move. He intended to use this immortal killer move to refine attitude goo. He soon encountered a problem. The reason was that even though he had many immortal goo, they were not suitable for this aspect. It was not like when he was deducing reverse flow protection seal. Fang Yuan had pulling water immortal goo and perseverance immortal goo. He could use them as the core of his immortal killer move. And now, Fang Yuan only had other immortal goo. He did not have an immortal goo that could refine attitude goo. He could only use a vast number of mortal goo to assist him. It would be great if there was a chance to exchange goo. This thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind and could not be stopped. Exchange immortal goo. Fang Yuan had a shocking number of immortal goo now. But in fact, a portion of them were not suitable for Fang Yuan, or rather, they did not have much value in the short term. Wisdom Sword and Years flow like water. Even though they could not be used now, they were rank 8, Fang Yuan would not exchange them. Fang Yuan did not have many sword path Dao marks. His sword path attainment level was also ordinary, but sword eyebrows, wave sword, sword escape, and other sword path immortal goo were the foundation of his battle strength. They could not be shaken temporarily. Perhaps he could exchange for change soul immortal goo. Woman's Heart was a poison path immortal goo. It was rarely used. Flying Bear Strength immortal goo was a strength path immortal goo, but when Fang Yuan transformed into an ancient sword dragon, this immortal goo was not suitable. And Bone's Spike immortal goo, in Fang Yuan's current cultivation system, was something that he could not use at all. Perceivable Dao immortal goo could inspect Dao marks. It had a mystical effect, but to Fang Yuan, it was not very useful. This immortal goo needed to be tested. All in all, Woman's Heart, Flying Bear Strength, and Bone Spike. These 3 immortal goo had little use for Fang Yuan. If he could exchange them for something else suitable for Fang Yuan, that would be for the best. But how could it be easy to exchange goo? During the 5 regions chaotic war, it was very popular. With the current situation, it was hard to have such a high-level goo immortal trading convention. Just like this, Fang Yuan moved and stopped. It was not that he did not want to move quickly, it was just that every step was difficult. Along the way, after placing his immortal aperture, he was either refining Dream Path Mortal Goo or deducing immortal killer moves, attempting to make Attitude Goo his own. Chapter 1301. We finally got through the regional wall. Wuxia let out a breath of air. Looking at the vast sea, he had an extremely tired expression. He Lulan and Bai Ningbing, who were beside him, were also not in a better state. After leaving Northern Plains, Shadow Sect's group went to Eastern Sea. They did not have the sovereign immortal body. Every time they passed a regional wall, it was a difficult test. Thankfully, they had great strength. They were elites among goo immortals. Even though their immortal apertures were damaged, they did not lose any members. They were not in a hurry to leave. After entering Eastern Sea, they randomly chose an island. On this nameless island, Wuxia instructed Bai Ningbing and He Lulan to set up a refinement path goo formation. After the goo formation was set up, Wuxia walked to the center of the goo formation and took out a purple gold rock, starting to process this immortal material. As for Bai Ningbing and He Lulan, they were outside the goo formation, guarding against any unexpected enemies. Not long after, the purple gold rock melted again. Mini-Man goo immortal Zishan Makoto woke up from it. He was a rank 8 goo immortal. Normally speaking, to cross the 5 regions, he had to go to Black Heaven or White Heaven. But above Northern Plains, Black Heaven and White Heaven were already controlled by Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. Longevity Heaven was in control. Shadow Sect's group naturally could not walk right into the trap. The outcome of Central Continent's goo immortals was right in front of them. Shadow Sect had a deep foundation. Zishan Makoto fell into deep sleep again. A thin layer of purple gold rock formed on his body. He had no aura, his life force was concealed to the extreme. He was no different from a dead being. Using such a mystical method, Zishan Makoto was led by Wuxia to pass through the regional wall and arrive in Eastern Sea. The purple gold rock was thin. Wuxia, who had a specialized method, could easily refine it. It was much easier than when Lady Wanshou processed the purple gold rock. Eastern Sea. Zishan Makoto woke up, looking at the vast sea outside the island. He sighed inwardly. Under his lead, Shadow Sect's group first stored the goo formation, erasing all traces. Next, the 4 goo immortals activated the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. A moment later, they arrived at the turbulent sea region. With Zishan Makoto in the lead, wherever they went, none of the ocean currents could obstruct them. Soon, the people from the Shadow Sect arrived at the center of the turbulent waters. Where are the tributaries of the River of Time in this area? Wuxia felt that it was rather strange that his search was fruitless. Could it be that the tributary of the River of Time has gone somewhere else? He Lulan speculated. It's not in the center, but in the middle of the reverse flow river. Continuing to investigate, Zishan Makoto soon found some key clues. That tributary of the River of Time has already been taken away by someone else. His tone was heavy. How could this be? Who did it? Could it be Fang Yuan? Wuxia's first thought was Fang Yuan. However, Zishan Makoto shook his head. This technique shouldn't be his. It was someone else. Forget it. Since we cannot use this tributary of the River of Time, we will go to the next place. There is another tributary of the River of Time there. The group of 4 from the Shadow Sect quickly left the turbulent flow sea region. At the other end of Eastern Sea, the sky was clear and blue. It was a scene of life and death. On the surface of the sea, a life and death battle was taking place. Leave quickly. I was hit by his lightning soul needle. He can sense me at all times. I can't leave now. I can't implicate you. Immortal Hua Dai was lying in the arms of a male goo immortal. She said weakly. She was wearing a palace dress, her sleeves were fluttering in the wind, her skin was soft and tender. Her beautiful eyes were filled with weakness at this moment. Blood was flowing out of her lips, her injuries were severe. Especially on the surface of her skin, there were small and sharp sparks of lightning. This was the sign of being hit by the immortal killer move Lightning Soul Needle. No. The male Gu Immortal did not even think, he rejected without hesitation. He had a broad back and a thin waist, he wore a set of battle armor, even though he was covered in injuries, it could not conceal his fierceness. How can I leave you behind? If I escape now, how will I explain it to Lord Miao Mingshen? Although he said so, deep in his gaze towards Immortal Hua Dai, there was affection hidden in his eyes. He was Feng Jiang. Feng Jiang, Immortal Hua Dai, and Gui Qiyi, these three Gu Immortals were subordinates of the Eastern Sea Space Path expert Miao Mingshen. Miao Mingshen wanted to find the tributary of the River of Time in the turbulent flow sea area, thus, these three Gu Immortals would take turns to guard the turbulent flow sea area. When they met any Gu Immortal who went to explore the turbulent flow sea area, they would talk to them, hoping that they would help. Then you can die together. There was only one person chasing after them, but he had rank 7 cultivation level. His name was Gu Wen, he wore a blue robe, his skin was dry and tough like tree bark. His eyes shined with red light, he had sharp teeth and a ruthless expression. This person was quite senior, he was quite famous in Eastern Sea. He was a lightning path grandmaster, but once, when he used an immortal killer move, he failed and suffered a backlash, he had to turn into an immortal zombie. Even so, he had outstanding battle strength, he had 2 immortal Gu, he was able to force the rank 6 immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang to flee. Hand over the year cycle powder, you two are quite daring, you actually dared to snatch my immortal material. If you hand it over obediently, I might leave your corpses intact. Gu Wen laughed sinisterly, his fierce aura surged as he got closer and closer. Immortal Hua Dai said angrily, we found this year cycle powder first. How can it be yours? I waited here for half a month, but because I was careless, you guys got it before me. Gu Wen shouted angrily. Immortal Hua Dai was furious. Lord Miao Mingshen found this year cycle powder 3 years ago. He set up a Gu formation around it. Every few months, I would come to the Gu formation to nurture it. No matter how much nonsense you spout, you cannot change this fact. Immortal Hua Dai pointed out the truth. Gu Wen did not retort, his expression turned grim. You have a sharp tongue, after I catch up to you, I will kill you first. Demonic path scoundrel, don't be arrogant. At this time, a loud voice resounded in the 3 immortals' ears. Who is it? Gu Wen's expression changed as he shouted. Just as he said that, the sea surface suddenly protruded like a small hill. Next thing, it was smashed by the beast inside. Wind howled and water splashed everywhere. A huge blue-scaled sea dragon appeared in front of the 3 immortals. The sea dragon spoke, "Demon, die." The 3 immortals saw this and understood immediately, this blue-scaled sea dragon was a Gu immortal that had transformed into it. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang were surprised and joyful. Gu Wen became even more furious. Who asked you to be a busybody? Take this killer move. Saying so, he breathed in deeply and spat at his right palm. What he spat out was not saliva, but a lightning bolt that was the size of an egg. The lightning was attached to Gu Wen's right palm. With a boom, a huge pillar of lightning violently shot out from his right palm. The blue-scaled sea dragon didn't dodge. Instead, it opened its mouth wide in response to the incoming lightning pillar. Dragon breath spit. Gu Wen saw this and laughed internally. This move of mine can last for a few minutes, but the dragon breath is shot out continuously, how can it block it? But the blue-scaled sea dragon's dragon breath did not stop. The dragon breath was like a pillar of water, it collided with the lightning bolt. Next, the powerful dragon breath destroyed the lightning bolt. In a few breaths of time, it arrived in front of Gu Wen. How can this be? What kind of dragon breath is this? Gu Wen showed an expression of disbelief. He hurriedly dodged to the side. The blue-scaled sea dragon turned its head slightly. Its dragon breath was like a pillar as it swept over again. Gu Wen frowned, snorting angrily. Consider yourselves lucky, I will let you off this time. Next, he directly retreated, turning into a bolt of lightning as he moved extremely quickly. The blue-scaled sea dragon did not chase, it watched as Gu Wen left. He is going back to the Gu formation, there is still a large amount of year cycle powder left there. Immortal Huadai's words exposed Gu Wen's thoughts. Feng Jiang placed Immortal Huadai down as he cupped his fists at the blue-scaled sea dragon. You are a righteous person, you repelled the enemy and saved my life, I will never forget this favor. May I know your name? The blue-scaled sea dragon suddenly transformed into an ordinary-looking Gu immortal. He smiled. I am Chuing. Fairy Huadai, how have you been? Immortal Huadai was overjoyed. To think that you are Chuing. Seeing that Feng Jiang was looking at her, Immortal Huadai explained. Thanks to this Chuing, we were able to find that tributary of the River of Time in the turbulent flow sea area. Only Lord Miao Mingshen could obtain the tributary of the River of Time. After coming to Eastern Sea for a few days, Feng Yuan already understood some of the usage methods of Perseverance Immortal Gu. Other than conquering Reverse Flow River, Perseverance Immortal Gu could make other Immortal Gu or Immortal Killer moves last longer. For example, the blue-scaled Sea Dragon's Dragon Breath. If Feng Yuan only used Dragon Breath Immortal Gu, Dragon Breath could not deviate from the Sea Dragon's logic, it could only be breathed out, it would only be slightly stronger. But if he used Perseverance Immortal Gu when he breathed out Dragon Breath, the Dragon Breath could be breathed out for a long time, it would be endless. Of course, the breathing time could not be too long. Dragon's breath was a heavy burden on the throat. Even a true blue-scaled sea dragon had to spit out a mouthful of dragon's breath. This was a form of self-protection in the evolution of living beings. Thankfully, even though that Gu Wen had some reputation after fighting for a while, he understood that Feng Yuan was a strong enemy, he wisely retreated. After all, demonic path Gu immortals always prioritized benefits. I wonder who you are? Feng Yuan looked at Immortal Huadai. I am Lord Miao Mingshen's subordinate, Feng Jiang. Lord Chu, you are my benefactor, I do not know how to thank you. Feng Jiang introduced himself, he was very enthusiastic, he was filled with gratitude towards Feng Yuan. No need to thank me, it was just a small matter. I happened to see him by chance, so I helped him. Even though I am a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea, I have only come out recently, but I do not like the demonic path's actions. This is my nature, and because Fairy Huadai is my friend, it was only natural for me to help. Feng Yuan was very humble. Immortal Huadai and Feng Jiang heard this. Their impression of Feng Yuan grew even more favorable. The three immortals talked for a while before Immortal Huadai sighed. It is a pity. So many year ring powder, most of them ended up in Gu Wen's hands. Our hard work over these years was all wasted on him. We should set up that Gu formation in a more secretive manner. Feng Jiang quickly consoled, all right, Xiao Dai, don't blame yourself. Eastern Sea is so huge, but Gu Wen found this Gu formation. We are not skilled in formation path. The Gu formation that we set up was already the best we could. If we want it to be more secretive, we will need to add in Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan smiled. Listen to me, even though the year ring powder is lost, you two are still alive, that is hope. Don't be too pessimistic, there are gains and losses, isn't life supposed to be filled with gains and losses? Feng Jiang laughed heartily. Lord Chu's words are profound, I need to think deeply about them. Immortal Huadai was still frowning, she had a worried expression. That is the only logic I have. It is just that these year ring powder are usually lost, so be it. But this time, Lord Miao Mingshen is attending the trading convention, one of his Gu immortal friends needs this. Lord Miao Mingshen agreed to this person's request. There are only a few days left until the convention, but the year ring powder was taken away. What do we do now? Hearing this, Feng Jiang's expression turned grim. That's right, we returned empty-handed. Even if Lord Miao Mingshen does not blame us, we will feel very guilty, this is our fault. Most importantly, we let Lord Miao Mingshen go back on his word. This is our fault. Trading convention? Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Not long ago, he was still thinking about exchanging some of the immortal goo that he did not have. He didn't expect that he would run into a trade fair in the East China Sea when he was dozing off. Eastern Sea was the region with the richest resources in the 5 regions. Even Central Continent could not compare to it. Eastern Sea's goo immortals were also very wealthy. Thus, Eastern Sea's trading convention was very famous in the 5 regions. It was very high-end. Goo immortals would often exchange their immortal goo. Of course, it was not that the other 4 regions did not have such trading conventions. It was just that there were too few of them. Fang Yuan could not participate in them. Only Eastern Sea's trading convention was a good opportunity for him. I have an immortal goo that I want to exchange. I want to participate in this trading convention. I wonder if it is possible? Fang Yuan did not conceal his intentions. He asked directly. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang looked at each other. The former said, "This trading convention has high standards. We do not have the qualifications to participate. We do not have the ability to recommend anyone. But Lord Chu Ying is different. We are indebted to him. How about this? Lord Chu Ying will come with us first. After we meet him, we will see what he has to say." Fang Yuan immediately nodded. "Can we go now?" He was very decisive. Because time was limited, the power of dark limit on his body would be depleted as other goo immortals deduced it. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang had hesitant expressions. Their mission to collect the year cycle powder had failed. They actually wanted Fang Yuan to help them take back the year cycle powder. But they could not bring themselves to do so. Actually, Fang Yuan had already seen through their intentions. In the process of the conversation, he firmly grasped the initiative and did not give them a chance to speak. Right now, Fang Yuan could even make rank 8 goo immortals helpless against him. But there was a flaw. He could not see the light of day. Be it ancient sword dragon transformation or reverse flow protection seal, they could not be used easily. Once they were used, they had to consider how to keep it a secret. Once Fang Yuan exposed too many clues, his other identity or secrets would be deduced. By then, Wu Yihai's identity would be exposed. Fang Yuan finally entered the Super Goo formation with much difficulty. He came into contact with that huge dream realm. If he were to miss this great opportunity, it would have an extremely disastrous effect on the development of his cultivation. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai had no choice but to bring Fang Yuan away from this place. They could not bring themselves to speak. He saved their lives, but they still had to urge their benefactor to fight against a strong enemy. They could not be thick-skinned enough to speak about this. The 3 immortals traveled quickly. They did not stop along the way. However, they conversed and conversed along the way. In fact, even though Immortal Hua Dai had met Fang Yuan twice and had a deep impression of him, she did not know about Chu Ying's background. Fang Yuan knew Immortal Hua Dai's intention of probing him. Thus he gave a half-truth and half-falsehood about his origin. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had lived in Eastern Sea for a period of time. His words were not fake. Especially the small details and experiences in his life, they were very real. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang resonated with him. How could Fang Yuan expose himself here? When they met Miao Mingshen, Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang had a very good impression of the amiable, rank 7 secluded cultivator Chu Ying. But they did not know that Fang Yuan was the true demon. Compared to him, Immortal Zombie Ge Wen's life cycle powder was nothing. Chapter 1303. Eastern Sea. Sush. In an ordinary sea area, there was a nameless island. It was barren and barren. There were only strange rocks. Several goo immortals floated down from the sky. They were Fang Yuan, Immortal Hua Dai, Feng Jiang, and the rest. To think that such a trading convention would be held on such a barren island. Fang Yuan stepped on this island as he sighed internally. Brother Chu, you might not know, but for such a large trading convention, the location is usually decided a few days ago, to prevent people from plotting against us. A goo immortal beside Fang Yuan replied. This male Gu Immortal was neither tall nor short, he was neither fat nor thin, his appearance was above average, his facial features were ordinary, only his wide nose left a deep impression. This person was the famous Rank 7 Space Path Gu Immortal expert in Eastern Sea, Miao Mingshen. In terms of appearance, this person was not outstanding. But after Fang Yuan interacted with him, even though they did not interact for long, he could feel that this person was outstanding in many aspects. He could not be underestimated. Fang Yuan used Chu Ying's identity to save Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang. He learned about the trading convention. Next, Fang Yuan followed Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang to meet Miao Mingshen. Miao Mingshen did not hesitate. He agreed to Fang Yuan's request to join the trading convention. You helped me twice. You saved Xiao Dai and Xiao Feng's lives. Why would I reject a mere trading convention? Please come. He was a Rank 7 Gu Immortal expert. While Chu Ying was a secluded cultivator, he was not famous. But Miao Mingshen did not put on any airs, he was very friendly and friendly. His words were polite and heartwarming. Thus, Fang Yuan and Miao Mingshen came to this place to join the trading convention. The four of them had just stepped on the island when a Gu Immortal came out of a strange rock. So it's Miao Mingshen you're here? A Gu Immortal with a large head and small body that looked like a dwarf greeted. Ha, Tu, long time no see. Miao Mingshen was very enthusiastic. He laughed loudly as he welcomed him. Come, let me introduce you. This is East Sea's secluded cultivator Chu Ying. This is our East Sea's rare Earth Path Grandmaster Tu, Miao Mingshen said. Greetings, immortal friend Tuesday. Fang Yuan was also very polite, but his expression was wooden. He pretended to be a solitary cultivator who wasn't good at socializing. There was no flaw in his disguise. Tu looked at Fang Yuan and grinned, showing his yellow teeth as he laughed. It seems that you have received Miao Mingshen's recommendation and this is the first time you are participating in such a trade fair? Back then, I was also recommended by Miao Mingshen to participate. Tu was also very polite. He thought, Miao Mingshen's foresight is not bad, those who can be recommended by him are all outstanding people. This Chu Ying looks ordinary and is not famous, but to be valued by Miao Mingshen, he is not simple. As he thought of this, Tu said, Follow me down. I am the first to arrive. Since I have nothing to do, I will first open up a space under the island. Thank you, Brother Tuesday. Actually, this time, I am leading the trade fair. Miao Mingshen immediately said respectfully. It is just an underground cave, it will not take much effort. Let's go. Tu saw Miao Mingshen and felt like he was seeing an old friend. He grabbed Miao Mingshen's arm and led him underground. Wherever his footsteps went, the originally solid ground melted and flowed like water, forming a wide tunnel that led straight to the bottom of the island. Tu and Miao Mingshen walked in front while Fang Yuan, Feng Jiang, and Immortal Hua Dai walked behind them. Tu and Miao Mingshen conversed along the way. Miao Mingshen's communication skills were outstanding. Tu laughed continuously as his laughter reverberated underground. Furthermore, Miao Mingshen did not ignore Fang Yuan. He turned to speak to Fang Yuan from time to time. His words seemed ordinary, but they were natural, and did not make Fang Yuan feel like he was alone, or that he was being neglected. The underground cave was indeed ordinary, but it was spacious. On a tall platform, there were several stone chairs. They were all wide. The stone chairs had carvings on them, they looked like flowing water, they were very smooth. This showed Tuo's deep sense of aesthetics, as well as his meticulous mind. Fang Yuan counted carefully, there were only 6 stone chairs. It seems that this trade fair was originally planned to have only 6 participants, but it seems like this trade fair only has 6 participants. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang are not included. Once the trading fair starts, they will leave this place and guard it. Fang Yuan guessed. Since there is a newcomer, I will add another chair. Tu stomped his foot as a mound of soil rose up from the ground. It flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, it turned into another stone chair. It looked like it was crafted by a skilled craftsman. Fang Yuan and the rest sat down, waiting for the other Gu Immortals to arrive. A moment later, two Gu immortals arrived. The former was a female immortal with the appearance of a child. She had two ponytails, her eyes were round and round, but she looked very mature. She was Tonghua, Northern Eastern Sea, a famous light path Gu immortal with rank 7 cultivation level. The latter was a male immortal. He had an aquiline nose and a dark gaze. He wore a messy black robe. He was Wu Ma Yang, a dark path Gu immortal. He had outstanding battle strength among rank 7 Gu immortals. His immortal killer move Dark Arrow Veil had once defeated 3 rank 7 Gu immortals. This battle made him famous in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Tong Hua chattered on and on, while Wu Ma Yang was very quiet. Both sides continued to talk. Under Miao Mingshen's intentional guidance, the atmosphere became harmonious. 15 minutes later, a third Gu immortal entered this underground space. He was Gong Liangbai, a wisdom path Gu immortal who cultivated some wood path methods. Of course, wisdom path was his main focus. Wisdom path Gu immortals were few in number, especially people like Fang Yuan who had inherited a complete wisdom path true inheritance. And Gong Liangbai not only had a complete wisdom path true inheritance, he had also cultivated it. Even though he could not compare to the 3 most famous wisdom path Gu immortals, he had a huge network among lone immortals. He was willing to make deductions for others in exchange for remuneration. Bipolar Pan Armor Pill, Huan Hidden in Nangong, and Dragon Turtle, Traveling in Adversity Sea. This poem was talking about the 3 most powerful wisdom path Gu immortals in the current Eastern Sea Gu immortal world. Song Jiadan and Huan were righteous path members. They rarely worked for lone immortals. As for Dragon Turtle Immortal, he stayed in Adversity Sea for a long time. His footsteps were vague and hard to trace. Gong Liangbai, after this trading convention, let's have a good chat. I have some things that I want you to deduce. Miao Mingshen said as they talked. Don't tell me it's that Lu Guanyi? Recently, I've received many requests from fellow immortals, and they're all here for this person. Gong Liangbai smiled. Of course not. Miao Mingshen denied with a smile. Gong Liangbai nodded. That's good. Speaking of which, I have made deductions 5 times and failed each time. The main reason is that there are too few clues, and that Lu Guanyi also has methods to defend against deductions. Fang Yuan listened quietly from the side. His expression did not change, but he felt awkward internally. This topic attracted the interest of the other Gu immortals. Tu Tua shouted, "This Lu Guanyi is really famous now. He is completely famous. No matter who it is, as long as they can use rank 7 cultivation level to make a rank 8 Gu immortal helpless against them, they will be famous in history." Tong Hua sighed. To be able to resist rank 8 with rank 7 cultivation level, I really want to see that. Miao Mingshen shook his head and smiled bitterly. It is a pity that I am not fated to meet such a person. Fang Yuan was sitting on the chair beside him. Hearing this, he said expressionlessly, I heard that rank 7 can resist rank 8s mainly because that Lu Guanyi became the reverse flow river lord. This reverse flow river is a secluded domain of heaven and earth, but what great expert can make a rank 8 powerhouse helpless against it? Thus, the immortals topic shifted from Lu Guanyi to reverse flow river. Fang Yuan steered the topic without batting an eyelid. This time, the Gu immortals talked until evening. But night fell over Eastern Sea. The moon had just risen when the trading convention started. The other 2 Gu immortals also arrived. The trading convention officially started. According to the rules, Tong Hua walked onto the stage. This is a desolate plant. I was exploring a deep sea when I found it. That time, in the dark sea, I saw a bright light ahead of me. I moved towards the light. After moving for several minutes, I arrived at the place where the light was. That place was simply a light path paradise. The light was dazzling, it illuminated the surroundings. At first, I thought that this was the light from the corals. But soon, I found that the corals had a layer of green fungi on them. These green fungi are desolate plants. They can be seen everywhere. I named them light shine fungi. They contain light path Dao marks and can emit intense light. Tong Hua slowly introduced her discovery and the process of naming the light shine fungi. Feng Yuan was a little surprised. He did not expect that the trading convention had just started and he already found what he wanted. It was born from heaven and earth, because it was formed from the negative emotions of humans. Ever since it was formed, it had intelligence that was not inferior to humans. Initially, it could only roar like a dragon, but after learning, it used Hope Goo to awaken its aperture and learn human language. For a period of time, it even turned into a human and learned Goo Immortal techniques. For a period of time, it wreaked havoc in Central Continent, causing the people to have no way to live. The world was turned upside down. But eventually, it was suppressed by Duke Long. This suppression lasted for countless years. But the Celestial Court could not kill it, because it was formed from the negative emotions of humans. As long as the human race was prosperous, the evil dragon would continue to grow stronger. Even if this body was completely destroyed, not even a speck of ash would be left. But soon, it would form on other earth veins and continue to cause chaos. Thus, the Celestial Court set up a Super Goo formation to suppress this evil dragon. The Watchman changed. This time, Feng Chanzi sold immortal materials for personal gains. He was sent to Hidden Dragon Cave as a watchman. His grandfather knew that Feng Chanzi did not have the ability, so he gave up on the chance to enter the Celestial Court and came here to watch over the evil dragon. After the evil dragon saw Duke Long, it acted out of character and became extremely furious. When enemies met, their eyes were filled with hatred. What are you shouting for? No matter how loud you shout, you cannot escape from this prison. Duke Long had a plain expression. Di Zongxing heard this and stopped shouting. He laughed. Haha, I almost forgot. Damn old man, you are really going to die. You are at the end of your lifespan, you only have one last chance to live. Even lifespan goo cannot be used. Ha, this is hilarious. Even though you suppressed me, so what? I am still alive, you won't be able to live for long. Duke Long nodded lightly. You are right. Sometimes, I really envy a life like yours. You're born with longevity, so you have to live forever. This time, I'm afraid it's the last time we see each other. Let me borrow 10 more years of lifespan from you. As he said that, Duke Long breathed in lightly. Old man Bei Feng was shocked to find that as one of the guards, he had lost control of the Goo formation at this moment. Di Zongxing was suppressed by Duke Long. This Super Goo formation was also created by Duke Long. Duke Long was the true owner of this Goo formation. Roar! Di Zongxing screamed in pain. Duke Long was still breathing. Old man Bei Feng could not tell what Duke Long was breathing in. It was as if an invisible life essence was forcefully extracted from Di Zongxing's body before being absorbed into Duke Long's body. So this Super Goo formation is not just suppressing Di Zongxing, it has such an effect. Old man Bei Feng realized. In the process of absorbing, Duke Long's body, which was originally thin like a stick of wood, inflated like a balloon. His originally sallow and haggard complexion quickly dissipated, turning into a healthy and bright color. Her pale hair had turned black and shiny. His hunched back and frail bones let out creaking sounds as he straightened his back and held his head high. The most obvious change was the pair of coral dragon horns on his forehead. They were originally dispirited like two lumps of flesh, but now they were purple gold in color, piercing the sky. The aura of rank 8 peak stage was like a formless wall that spread out. Old man Beifeng could not help but take a step back, looking at Duke Long's majestic figure. Shock flashed in his eyes. In stark contrast to Duke Long was evil dragon Di Zongxing. It spoke in a hoarse voice, "Damn old man, you only have 10 years of lifespan left. Just treat it as me taking a dump on you, ha?" It was still laughing, but its laughter was very weak. Duke Long clenched his fists, saying nonchalantly, "Evil dragon, you might not understand, but why would I, the great Duke Long, be afraid of death? I woke up this time to make up for my past sins. And these 10 years of lifespan are enough." "Enough for what? What do you want?" Evil dragon asked. "What else? The great era is coming." Duke Long said with deep meaning. "Great era? Great era. Don't tell me the earth veins are fusing, the regional walls will vanish, the 5 regions will become one. Damn old man, don't leave, explain it to me." Di Zongxing shouted. But Duke Long smiled coldly. Why would he care about the shouts of a prisoner? He turned around and left, swaggering off, leaving the hidden dragon cave without any reluctance to leave. Southern border. In a nameless place. River water was flowing. There was a tributary of the river of time here. Wuxia and the rest had been waiting by the river for a long time. A figure appeared in the tributary of the river of time, staggering. "Quick, let's move together and welcome Lord." Wuxia saw this and shouted. He Lulan and Bai Ningbing beside him moved at the same time, activating the Gu formation. Under the effect of the Gu formation, Zishan Makoto got out of the tributary of the river of time. He was like a drowning person. He crawled to the shore with much difficulty, breathing heavily, his body was soaked in water, he was in a pathetic state. This Zishan Makoto actually entered the river of time and returned safely. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, but her heart was shaken. "Lord, did you succeed?" Seeing that Zishan Makoto's breathing had calmed down, Wuxia quickly asked. Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded. "When I entered the Red Lotus, I already communicated with that intent. The benefits I gained far exceeded my expectations." "Is that so?" Wuxia was overjoyed. But Zishan Makoto had a grim expression. "I used Red Lotus True Inheritance to observe the past and the future. Before Fang Yuan's rebirth, our shadow sect had already succeeded. We delayed the Great Era for 500 years. We exterminated Great Dream Immortal Venerable who had yet to mature. We even wanted to completely control Celestial Court. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan's rebirth changed everything. Shadow sect no longer has the ability. The Great Era is about to descend." Wuxia's expression was naturally shaken. Bai Ningbing and He Lulan looked at each other in bewilderment. The former asked coldly, "What is the Great Era?" Wuxia breathed in deeply, answering, "The earth veins fuse, the regional walls vanish, the 5 regions become one, and Great Dream Immortal Venerable. This is the Great Era." Bai Ningbing and He Lulan were also stunned. At the same time, Fang Yuan entered southern border using Wu Yihai's appearance. Wu clan's headquarters were already in sight. "I'm finally back. This time, I must absorb the dream realms and raise my attainment levels with all my strength. There is still time." Even though Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were few in number, Xia Clan had 4 to 5 Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, and many of them were experts. Among the Wisdom Path Gu Immortals in the whole of southern border, Xia Clan was the #1 surname. They had a huge share. It was not strange that Wu Clan was plotted against by Xia Clan. The other forces saw Xia clan's success and became restless. They wanted to imitate them. When Wu Du Xiu was alive, Wu clan was like the sun in the sky. They devoured other people's resources and expanded their territory. There were many incidents like Moon Bowl. There were also many enemies like Immortal Yan Huang. This was something that the other forces could use to deal with Wu clan. All sorts of information came. Wu Yong felt something amiss. A storm was coming towards Wu clan. Sure enough, after the Moon Bowl incident, Luo clan attacked Wu clan. Their reason was very legitimate, similar to Xia clan's. Next, Qi clan and Chai clan tried to get their hands on Wu clan's Inspiration Silkworm Cave and Spring Sun Mountain Range. Wu Yong stayed at the center and mobilized his troops, but Wu clan's territory was too big. They lacked manpower. They could only maintain an undefeatable situation. Wu clan was in trouble. Wu Yong was in a terrible predicament, but as Wu Yong's younger brother, Wu Yihai, was living a comfortable life. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. "Let me go, please let me go." Ma Hongyun's soul screamed in pain. But Fang Yuan ignored it. He continued to soul search. Ma Hongyun's soul could not bear such torture. It soon became extremely weak. "That's goo." Fang Yuan used a goo worm and healed Ma Hongyun's soul. He continued to soul search. "You demon! Kill me, kill me." The intense pain directly affecting his soul was unbearable for Ma Hongyun. He kept on cursing, scolding and crying for mercy, but Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear to him. After a while, he finally stopped. Ma Hongyun's soul had become extremely thin. It was like a lump of mist, on the verge of vanishing. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan crushed a guts goo, healing Ma Hongyun's soul. "I finally obtained all the luck path true inheritance that Ma Hongyun had memorized. But Zhao Lianyun is not dead. This Ma Hongyun's soul can still be captured and imprisoned." After Fang Yuan killed Ma Hongyun in Reverse Flow River, he obtained his soul. These last days, he had been soul-searching Ma Hongyun. After confirming that he had thoroughly searched Ma Hongyun, he no longer had any secrets to hide from him. Fang Yuan thus obtained a portion of all living beings' luck true inheritance. Self-luck, all living being luck, heaven and earth luck. These were the three true inheritances of Giant Sun Immortal. Self-luck true inheritance was in Langya Blessed Land. All living beings' luck true inheritance was in 88-point Jinyang Tower. Heaven and earth luck true inheritance was in Longevity Heaven. Some resources are already saturated in the market. If I expand production, I will only be shooting myself in the foot. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking about these problems, Wu Yubo's will flew to his residence with an immortal goo. "I will never forget the debt of saving my life. I will give this rank 6 Vajra Thought Immortal Goo to Lord Wu Yihai as a token of my gratitude." Wu Yubo's will had actually given an immortal goo to Fang Yuan. Vajra Thought Immortal Goo. Evidently, this was a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan had also benefited from the incident of Moon Bowl. He obtained an immortal goo. Even though it was rank 6, immortal goo were unique and priceless. Chapter 13:12. This Vajra Thought Immortal Goo was the size of a fist. It looked like glass, translucent and shining with golden light. It had a great appearance. Fang Yuan held it in his hands. It felt heavy, like he was holding a lump of solid gold. The exchange was smooth, the process was short. After Fang Yuan refined this Vajra Thought Immortal Goo, Wu Yubo's will said goodbye to Fang Yuan and flew away. He obtained a rank 6 Immortal Goo just like that, but Fang Yuan was not surprised. He had made a contribution to Wu clan. Fang Yuan saved Wu Yubo. It was a huge contribution to Wu clan. Even though he violated the rules and lost Wu clan's face, he saved a precious rank 7 battle strength expert for Wu clan. Evidently, his contribution was greater than his mistake. Even though Wu Yong punished Fang Yuan understood it well. This was the righteous path. They had to be presentable in public. Wu clan had to reward Fang Yuan, but Wu Yong could not show up. If Wu Yong showed up, the political significance would be completely different. Once he was found out, he would be attacked and criticized by others. Thus, Wu Yubo's will showed up. This Vajra thought Immortal Gu was Wu Yubo's personal gratitude to Fang Yuan. It was actually Wu clan's expenditure. But there was a need for this. This was the righteous path's way of doing things. I got another Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Maybe ordinary Gu immortals would be overjoyed, but to Fang Yuan, it was different. There were too many Immortal Gu. The burden was too heavy. However, Vajra thought Immortal Gu is a wisdom path Immortal Gu. It came at the right time. It can make up for some of my shortcomings. Fang Yuan did not lack wisdom path attainment level. He only lacked wisdom path Immortal Gu. In the past, he only had attitude Gu and unravel mystery Gu, but now, he had affection Gu and Vajra thought Gu. For wisdom path Immortal Gu, this was enough. With Fang Yuan's wisdom path grandmaster attainment level, he would be able to do much. Fang Yuan injected red date immortal essence and tried to activate Vajra thought Immortal Gu. Immediately, golden thoughts appeared in his mind. These thoughts were small and exquisite, flashing with a metallic luster, giving off a sturdy and solid feeling. As the thoughts collided, there seemed to be clanging sounds. Fang Yuan tried to use these newly generated Vajra thoughts to perform mental calculations. He quickly discovered that these Vajra thoughts were not good at thinking. It was very difficult for thoughts to fuse, and they would often collide with each other and shatter. Fang Yuan thought to himself, as expected. He wasn't surprised at all. Vajra thought Immortal Gu itself was not used for thinking. Its strength was in fighting. Fang Yuan mobilized these Vajra thoughts from his mind. These thoughts were originally small and exquisite, but once they left his mind and came to the outside world, they expanded and formed golden balls the size of a fist. Their surfaces flickered with a glass-like luster. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cattail husk. Hundreds of Vajra psyche beads floated around him. For a moment, golden light shone brilliantly. As soon as he thought of this, one of the Vajra psyche beads flew out. Shwa! It was extremely fast. Thoughts were very fast to begin with, especially in the mind. They were faster than light. When the Vajra psyche beads were sent to the outside world, they were not as fast as in the mind, but they were still very fast. This speed is almost 50% of Sword Escape Immortal Gu's. Fang Yuan's eyelids twitched. He was very satisfied with this speed. Sword Escape Immortal Gu was a rank 7 Immortal Gu with the best speed. Vajra thought Immortal Gu was only rank 6, but its Vajra thoughts had half the speed of Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Of course, for an Immortal Gu like Vajra thought, even if it was raised to rank 7 or 8, the Vajra thoughts produced would not have a qualitative change, but a quantitative change. Theoretically speaking, the Vajra thought produced by Immortal Gu was no different from the Vajra thought produced by Immortal Gu. The difference was in quantity. Rank 5 Mortal Gu Vajra thought could produce 100 Vajra thoughts at once. But Immortal Gu Vajra thought could produce thousands or even tens of thousands of thoughts in an instant. Then how powerful was one Vajra thought? Fang Yuan aimed at a floor tile and shot out his Vajra thought. With a soft sound, the Vajra thought drew a dazzling golden light in the air. It pierced through the floor tile and went deep into the ground. Fang Yuan nodded. The power was not bad. The hall he was in was a Mortal Gu house. Its defense was nothing in the eyes of Gu immortals, but it was not made of paper. Vajra thought's power made Fang Yuan think of the bullets on Earth. However, it was much bigger than a bullet. Activating Vajra thought Immortal Gu once can produce thousands of Vajra thoughts. If so many thoughts are shot out at once, it would be a grand sight. Wait a moment. A flash of inspiration appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He thought of two Gu immortals. One was Dongfang Naganori, the other was Yi Lui Kun Xing. The former had an immortal killer move called Hataru. The latter also had an immortal killer move that used Stardust as the main body. The more he fought, the stronger he would become. I have Vajra thought Immortal Gu now. Why don't I imitate Hataru and create an immortal killer move? Fang Yuan had a thought. His Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment told him that this should not be difficult. Thus, Fang Yuan stopped activating Vajra thought Immortal Gu. He calmed down and started to deduce this immortal killer move. The main thing was to imitate Hatu, using Vajra Thought Immortal Goo as the core. Sure enough, it went smoothly, the difficulty was low, just like Fang Yuan's intuition. Less than an hour later, this immortal killer move was already in its embryonic form. For a day and a night, Fang Yuan did not rest. He transformed into a divination tortoise and deduced, obtaining the complete immortal killer move. Fang Yuan did not name this new immortal killer move, because he had a new inspiration. This immortal killer move only uses rank 6 Vajra Thought Immortal Goo as the core. It does not have much power. Maybe I can combine it with divination tortoise transformation and modify this immortal killer move, increasing its power. Fang Yuan felt that this modification was not simple. Even though he had Grandmaster Wisdom Path and Transformation Path attainment, combining the two was not something that could be done in one go. The speed of modification was extremely slow. But Fang Yuan was not in a hurry. Right now, the external environment was still peaceful. Even though Shadow Sect had not been exterminated, Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven were after him. Chapter 1316. Spar. The words sounded grand, but it was just a small disagreement and they would fight. But this fight was different from demonic path battles. Demonic path battles were life and death battles. Righteous path Goo immortals often had huge businesses and clans. Why would they fight to the death for no reason? It was enough to decide who was superior. This was also because Fang Yuan was purposely stalling. He did not want the matter of Frosty Peak to be decided. Thus, Xia Clan's 2 Goo immortals decided to use their fists to resolve the situation. Actually, even on Earth, if negotiations failed, powerful countries would send their armies over. The essence was the same. Xia Fei Kuai's words were quite interesting. He represented Xia Clan and made Wu Yihai the glory of Wu Clan. He was saying that this spar was not just a fight between the two of them, it was also a fight between Xia Clan and Wu Clan. One sentence forced Fang Yuan into a dead end. If Fang Yuan avoided the battle, it would damage Wu Clan's reputation. In the righteous path, he would be looked down upon. What Xia Clan's 2 Goo immortals did not know was that Fang Yuan was not Wu Yihai. He did not care about Wu Clan's reputation. But then again, he was currently acting as Wu Yihai. He wanted to sneak into the Super Goo formation. Fang Yuan could not reject this challenge. He was silent for a while before saying, "If it is a spar, with both of you working together against me, I will definitely lose in numbers." Xia Fei Kuai's expression changed. He could not say that. Actually, he was the one who suggested the spar. He was already in a passive position. If he lost this spar, he would be asking to be humiliated. If both Xia Clan Goo immortals fought and won, they would be bullying him with numbers, they would lose face and it would not be good to spread the news. Actually, Xia Fei Kuai had never thought of working together with Xia Zhuamo. He said, "I will fight alone, Wu Yihai, you don't have to worry." Fang Yuan's expression was very forced as he said, "Since your side wants to spar so urgently, it would not be good if I don't agree. But since it is a spar, there has to be a time limit. We can't fight until the end of the day, right? What rules do you have?" Xia Fei Kuai asked. Sparring naturally had rules. It was different from a life and death battle. Fang Yuan said, "You attack and I defend. As long as you can break my defense within 10 moves, I lose." Xia Fei Kuai's eyelids twitched. He said solemnly, "Okay." Xia Zhuamo frowned. He felt something was amiss. But since Xia Fei Kuai agreed, there was no harm. He had confidence in Xia Zhuanggu. Naturally, the Frosty Peak was not a place for the two sides to fight. It would not be good if it was damaged. Both parties flew out and chose a desolate valley. Fang Yuan and Xia Fei Kuai stood facing each other. Let's begin. Xia Fei Kuai could not wait. He wanted to teach Fang Yuan a lesson. Among the rank 7 Gu immortals of southern border, he was a famous expert. In Wu clan, Wu Yong was a rank 8 Gu immortal. Wu clan's strongest rank 7 Gu immortal, Wu Yubo, was only slightly stronger than him. Immortal Yan Huang defeated Wu Yubo. Xia played it beautifully. In a real fight, Immortal Yan Huang was not Wu Yubo's match, but Xia clan broke Wu Yubo's signature killer move. Wu Yubo was targeted, his immortal killer move was forced back. He suffered a huge backlash. Immortal Yan Huang won. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Xia Fei Kuai was about to attack, but Fang Yuan stopped him. He felt uncomfortable. He shouted, "Wu Yihai, what do you want?" "I almost forgot, since it is a spar, we can't just spar like this, right?" Fang Yuan smiled. Xia Fei Kuai thought, how can it be so casual? Teaching you a lesson is the most important part of this battle. He thought, but he could not say it out loud. Gu immortals had all sorts of methods to record the current situation. Like earlier, when Immortal Yan Huang challenged Wu Yubo, it was recorded by Xia clan Xia Qing Tsang. It was widely spread in southern borders Gu immortal world. Xia Fei Kuai controlled his anger. What do you want? It's very simple. If fellow immortal loses, this Frosty Peak will belong to us. If I win by luck, then the matter of Frosty Peak will remain the same. Fang Yuan said. How can that be? Xia Zhuemo, who was watching from afar, was anxious. He finally shouted before Xia Fei Kuai could. This time, Xia clan was in control of Zhang Sanfeng's bloodline descendants. They had a huge advantage. Wu clan was in a passive position. If they agreed to this, they would lose their advantage. It was not a wise move. Xia Fei Kuai pouted, thinking, I am not an idiot. At the same time, he rejected, this cannot be done. In that case, forgive me for not fighting. Let's forget about this spar. Fang Yuan waved his hand, turning around to leave. Xia Fei Kuai saw this and almost cursed it out loud. We left the Moon Peak and came here. After a lot of hard work, we carefully selected a valley where we could spar with each other. But with just one sentence from you, we stopped fighting? Are you playing with us? His expression turned dark. Wu Yihai retreated without a fight? Is this the glory and bravery of Wu clan? Fang Yuan's footsteps stopped. Xia Fei Kuai smiled coldly. Fang Yuan turned around and faced Xia Fei Kuai, but his expression was solemn and serious without any shame. You are wrong. I have never avoided sparring, it is just that you did not agree to my small request. We cannot come to an agreement, but that does not mean I want to avoid sparring. Look, I have already chosen the location for the spar. Oh my, damn it. These words made Xia Zhuemo, who was watching, furious. Xia Fei Kuai stared with furious eyes. His hair was about to stand on end. He stared fixedly at Fang Yuan. How did Wu clan produce such a shameless person? Didn't Wu clan's Gu immortals fight each other whenever they had a disagreement? Where is your Wu clan's bravery? Where is your Wu clan spirit? Where did it go? But soon, Xia Fei Kuai thought of Fang Yuan's birth. That's right, Wu Yihai was not a true Wu clan Gu immortal. He was a secluded cultivator from Eastern Sea. This damned secluded cultivator. Fang Yuan smiled even more brightly. Since we cannot spar, we can chat and drink some tea. I have to say, your Four Seasons tea is really good. It leaves me with endless aftertastes. What tea? What chat? Xia Fei Kuai suddenly had an intense urge to strangle Fang Yuan to death. The anger in his chest was burning fiercely. Xia Zhuemo looked at Xia Fei Kuai with some resentment, thinking, it is all because Lord gave them a lot of tea when we met. Fang Yuan pondered, how about this? If I win, we will maintain the status quo for 5 years, and you will not harass Frosty Peak anymore. How about that? This. Xia Zhuemo started to ponder. Chapter 1317. Xia Fei Kuai saw that Fang Yuan had used an immortal killer move. He could only use an immortal killer move to deal with it. The pure white ball of light was not fast. It did not have the advantage of agility of light path. But when it flew in the air, it pushed against the air, emitting a buzzing sound. Bam! The wine steel-sized ball of light smashed on the divination tortoise's back. It had the weight of a mountain. Fang Yuan's divination tortoise form was smashed into the ground. The huge divination tortoise's body sunk a foot into the ground. Xia Fei Kuai's move was indeed powerful. Light Path was known for its speed, but Xia Fei Kuai's Sky Essence attack was the complete opposite. It was like a heavy punch. As long as it hit, the huge force would catch the enemy off guard. However, Fang Yuan's divination tortoise shell was completely undamaged. After the attack, Xia Fei Kuai inspected the result. His eyes widened. Not to mention a deep hole, the divination tortoise shell was completely undamaged. There was not even a dent. Of course it was like that. Xia Fei Kuai's move used Light Path to imitate Strength Path. It was a unique move. And Fang Yuan's divination tortoise transformation was a rank 7 immortal killer move. It used Change Form Immortal Goo and Divination Tortoise Shell Immortal Goo as the cores. Especially the latter, Fang Yuan could activate it to create a shell that was not weaker than the ancient Desolate Beast Divination Tortoise Shell. Now that it was an immortal killer move, with so many supplementary goo worms, the defense of the tortoise shell was not weaker than a true ancient Desolate Beast Divination Tortoise. Ancient Desolate Beasts had thick skin and strong vitality, and among all species, tortoises were one of the toughest life forms. It was not strange that Xia Fei Kuai's Sky Essence attack had no effect. But to the person involved, it was a bit exaggerated. Sky Essence attack has no effect, such a tough shell. Xia Zhuemo was shocked. Xia Fei Kuai immediately stopped. He felt an emotion that he had not felt for a long time, and that was a headache. Looking at such a thick shell, he felt a headache. He could not attack. Actually, he could have attacked other parts of Fang Yuan's body, but he chose the toughest tortoise shell. Of course, this was also because he wanted to test the depth of Fang Yuan's strength. What should I do? Xia Fei quickly thought. Although he was impatient, he was able to calm down during the sparring. But at this time, Fang Yuan used a second immortal killer move. The aura of all sorts of goo worms spread out. There were immortal goo and mortal goo. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and spat out countless small turtle shells. The small turtle shell was very similar to the back of the divination turtle. If the divination tortoise's head, tail, and limbs were removed, and the tortoise was shrunk countless times, it would look like a small tortoise shell. A large number of small turtle shells floated in the air, spinning at high speed. What is this thing? Xia Fei quickly stopped thinking. Just to be cautious, he flew backward, putting some distance between him and Fang Yuan. Boom! He brandished his fist and punched out. It was still the first strike of the sky element. But this time, the heavy light ball the size of a wine jar didn't touch the divination tortoise. Those fist-sized turtle shells were like flies that had smelled blood, or like a swarm of bees. With a flurry of buzzing sounds, they aimed at Fang Yuan and directly surrounded him. Bam bam bam. The small turtle shells seemed to be very hard. In the collision, hundreds of them were destroyed. But Fang Yuan's attack was also expended. It turned into fragments of light and dissipated in the air. Leaders naturally did not like to use such people, so sending Fang Yuan to that super Gu formation earlier was in line with Fang Yuan's wish. But Wu clan was indeed lacking in manpower now. Their territory was too big. Mountain Snail's matter was sudden. Wu Yong had no choice but to use Fang Yuan to resolve this problem. Chapter 1322. Southern Border. It was drizzling. The green mountains stretched endlessly. Fang Yuan was dressed in blue clothes. He stood on a rock and looked at this beautiful river and mountains. His gaze finally focused on one of the mountains. This mountain was very special. The surrounding mountains were either tall or short, dangerous or flat. As for this mountain, it was round and had form. This was Mount Snail. Or rather, Mountain Snail. It was an immemorial desolate beast. A giant snail, its shell was as tall as a tower, it spiraled up layer by layer and was covered in green moss. When it was motionless, its soft limbs were all retracted into the shell, as if it was a mountain, standing tall and erect. But now, it had already awakened and was moving slowly. Rumble, rumble, rumble. When it moved, the ground within a radius of 100 miles would tremble slightly. Wherever it went, birds and beasts would scurry away. Fang Yuan stood on another mountain peak, looking at this immemorial desolate beast mountain snail's migration with a calm expression. Its speed was very slow. Although Mountain Snail was an immemorial desolate beast, it had a gentle nature. It was hard to anger it. It could be said to be harmless. Not only harmless, it was also beneficial. Because Mountain Snail's body contained rich enslavement path and earth path Dao marks, it formed a special environment around it that nurtured a vast amount of enslavement path and earth path resources. The ownership of Mountain Snail had always been an unresolved topic. Few Gu Immortals could control Mountain Snail. Even rank 8 enslavement path Gu Immortals would have difficulty controlling it. Because Mountain Snail itself had extremely rich enslavement path Dao marks. In Southern Border, there were 7 known mountain snails. Long ago, Southern Border's super forces made an agreement. As long as these mountain snails were not controlled by others, they would be wild mountain snails. Whoever's territory it was in would be the property of that clan. This mountain snail was originally in Wu clan's territory. It naturally belonged to Wu clan. There was no doubt about this. But now, when Mountain Snail was migrating, it was moving away from Wu clan's territory. Mountain Snail's original location was at the border of Wu clan's territory. In fact, this was during Wu Du Xiu's era. Wu clan specially expanded their territory and included Mountain Snail. Now the Mountain Snail was migrating, leaving the Wu family's territory, but there were no other righteous super forces in the place it was heading to. This also meant that this Mountain Snail would become a wild and ownerless object. Wu Yong naturally did not want to see such a situation happen, but he did not have enough manpower, so he could only give this task to his younger brother, Wu Yihai. Is it Wu Yihai? I am Qin Jingsheng. I have the nickname of mountain-moving old monster. A Gu Immortal flew over from another mountain peak. Fang Yuan looked at the newcomer. This old Gu Immortal was wearing a green-gray stone armor. His hair was both black and white. It was messy like a pile of straw. The corners of his clothes were also tattered and unkempt. But his rank 7 aura was overflowing. His aura was oppressive, especially his eyes. They flickered with sharp light as he sized up Fang Yuan like a senior looking at a junior. Yes, I am Wu Yihai. Greetings to senior mountain-moving old monster. Fang Yuan bowed slightly, showing the demeanor of a righteous path expert. This mountain-moving old monster had the word old in his title. It naturally meant that he was an old veteran, over 2,000 years old. He had lifespan Gu and unique methods to extend his life. His battle strength was also extremely high. He was a famous expert among lone immortals, on the same level as old Treeman Bada and Wu clan's Wu Yubo. A rank 7 Gu immortal like Xia Fei Kuai could not compare to mountain-moving old monster. How could Wu Fa not understand Wu Yong's intentions? Wu Yong naturally did not like Fang Yuan's way of making profits. But the situation was pressing, he lacked manpower, sometimes he had to mobilize Wu Yihai to deal with some matters. Fang Yuan had also displayed his abilities in these two incidents. This ability obtained Wu Yong's recognition, so Wu Yong would still use Fang Yuan next. But when the time came and Wu clan's situation eased, Fang Yuan would be placed aside by Wu Yong. In fact, if Fang Yuan left behind any evidence, Wu Yong would use it to teach Fang Yuan a lesson. After all, Fang Yuan was seeking personal benefits like this, any person in power would feel uncomfortable. Fang Yuan smoothly returned to Wu clan. He met with Wu Yong and simply explained the entire situation. He received another reward from Wu clan. Fang Yuan exchanged for Immortal Yuan Stone. Of course, this Immortal Yuan Stone could not compare to what he obtained from mountain-moving old monster, it was much less. In the following days, Fang Yuan focused on cultivation. The construction of Coiling Thread Cave was slowly carried out. This was the focus of his current cultivation. Every once in a while, Fang Yuan would place his immortal aperture to absorb heaven and earth qi to stabilize the sovereign blessed land. After all, Reverse Flow River was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. The burden on the immortal aperture was not light. This was slightly troublesome. Fang Yuan could not directly absorb heaven and earth qi, because each time he did so, the amount was huge, and the time interval between each absorption was short. This forced Fang Yuan to search for some immortal materials from the jewel yellow skies, then break them down into heaven and earth qi and infuse them into his body. This undoubtedly consumed a lot of Fang Yuan's energy and financial resources, but Fang Yuan would rather do so to complete the details. Only like this would he be able to persist for a long time and not expose his identity in a short period of time. As the days passed, Fang Yuan started to feel impatient. Over at the giant dream realm, the twists and turns have already calmed down. But Wu Yong does not seem to have any signs of transferring me back. It seems that what I was worried about still happened. Fang Yuan sighed. In this world, one had no choice. Wu Yong was busy dealing with all sorts of problems, he had to be stable. If he transferred Fang Yuan back, and something happened to the Super Gu formation, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? And now, Wu Yong found that Fang Yuan was quite capable, he wanted him to continue dealing with some problems. As for Fang Yuan's corruption, Wu Yong turned a blind eye to it, he did not pursue it. He did not pursue it, but Fang Yuan was thinking. Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and joined Wu clan, wasn't it for the dream realm? It seems that I need to take action. On this day, Fang Yuan took the initiative to leave his residence. There were policies from above and countermeasures from below. What? You actually took out seawater? What do you think of Fairy Sea Lu? Luo Muzi and Luan Fei made things difficult for him. The smile on Fang Yuan's face disappeared, becoming solemn. I do not like drinking tea. If we count it, then this seawater is my tea. You are not clear. I was cultivating in seclusion in Eastern Sea, all alone. The pressure of calamities and tribulations shrouded my heart at all times. To guard against laziness and laziness, I would drink a bowl of salty seawater every morning to warn myself, to persevere and not slack off in the slightest. The pavilion was immediately silent. Xiao Si Lu slowly raised her cup in silence, drinking a mouthful before putting it down again. She smiled, revealing her red lips and white teeth. For a moment, even the beautiful moonlight paled in comparison. This is the most special tea I have ever drunk in my life. Thank you, Hai. This tea is very good, it makes my heart move. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were speechless at their sweetheart's attitude. As for Fairy Tianlu, she is completely on Xiao Si Lu's side. There is nothing to worry about. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved. He laughed inwardly and said, "Then I will play a song. Don't laugh at me. I am all ears to listen to friend's masterpiece. We are all looking forward to it." Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were full of smiles. But at the next moment, the immortals heard Fang Yuan recite, "O great sea, you are full of water. O steed, you have 4 legs. O beauty, you have big eyes and a mouth." The poem ended. The whole place was silent. The other Gu immortals' expressions froze. Even Xiao Si Lu and Fairy Tianlu were no exception. This, what the hell? Is this a poem? This is simply nonsense. Boorish man, this Wu Yihai is a complete boorish man. What is this? Admiring the moon and reciting poems, such an elegant scene, the atmosphere has been completely destroyed. The Gu immortals' thoughts seemed to be connected. They were all roaring in their minds. Fang Yuan smiled and looked at Xiao Si Lu. "I wonder if Fairy Qiao is satisfied?" "Satisfied my ass. You still have the nerve to ask such a question? Your skin is really thick." Luo Muzi and Luan Fei roared in their hearts, but due to their demeanor, they did not show it on the surface. The pavilion was still silent. Xiao Si Lu laughed. It sounded very forced. "This poem is really special. To speak the truth, I have never heard such a poem. As expected of Yihai's creation. Now that I think about it carefully, it has a special sense of humor. I can't stop thinking about it." Luo Muzi, Luan Fei. What a great deal. On the white paper, there were 5 words. Can be borrowed, unreliable. A long time ago when I was still a youngster. Mother asked me what I thought about the Qiao family, and I replied with those 5 words. I remember it very clearly, and Mother smiled on the spot. At this point Wu Yong sighed. It's a pity that my brother doesn't quite understand this. Looking at all the paths, formation path is the most complicated path. My son, from today onwards, I will impart you the essence of formation path and guide your cultivation. The middle-aged Gu Immortal had a fervent gaze. Yes, father, I will learn well. Fang Yuan replied. The middle-aged Gu Immortal shook his head. Not just learn well, you have to succeed and become the best, surpass all your peers, even those young Gu masters. Because you are my, Tu Shicheng's, son, because you will be the future master of the stronghold. Chapter 1331. Although this Tu Shicheng and the boy Fang Yuan was acting as were father and son, this father was completely unreliable. What did it mean to rely on intuition? Innate talent could not be displayed like this. After all, if the Gu formation's construction failed, the Gu worms would be destroyed, and the Gu master themselves would suffer backlash. If one could rely on intuition to construct a Gu formation, there would not be so few formation path goo immortals in any of the 5 regions goo immortal worlds. Setting up a goo formation was a very meticulous matter. It was like deducing immortal goo recipes. Deducing and constructing a goo formation were the same. They needed a process and careful consideration, as well as continuous experimentation. But dream realms were like this. Fang Yuan calmed his thoughts and continued to ponder deeply. Facing the situation, it seemed like he really had to follow Tu Shicheng's instructions. What should he do? Fang Yuan thought about it and asked, "Do I need to use all of these 4 goo worms?" Of course not. But to set up a goo formation, you need to choose at least 2 of these 4 goo worms. Tu Shicheng replied, "I don't know about this earth path goo worm, I might as well give up on it." Fang Yuan continued to ponder. In this case, there were only 3 choices in front of him. Quickly, don't think too much, just rely on intuition. Fang Yuan thought for a long time. Tu Shicheng's expression sank as he urged, "I'll give you 3 breaths of time." 3 breaths of time? And there was only one chance. Wasn't this deliberately making things difficult for him? A thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. Should I use Unravel Dream? His current accumulation was incomparable to before. The last time he explored the giant dream realm, he had a limited number of dream path mortal goo. Unravel Dream could only be used a limited number of times. Fang Yuan had to save as much as he could. But now was different. Fang Yuan was very confident. Because he had captured many nightmare demonic cults, using these natural dream path immortal materials and his persistent refinement, he had many dream path mortal goo. Thus, the number of times he could use Unravel Dream was the highest in history. Precisely so, Fang Yuan had an unprecedented amount of confidence. Forget it. This was only the first level of the dream. Even if I failed, I could still continue exploring. Even though Unravel Dream can be used many times, it cannot be wasted like this. Fang Yuan thought about it and gave up on using Unravel Dream. He began to activate his goo worm. First was Formation Heart Goo. This yellow ladybug had already been refined by him. As his true essence was consumed, it suddenly floated in front of Fang Yuan, motionless, flashing with a pale yellow radiance. Fire path, water path, wind path. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment. Since he had already given up on the earth path goo worm, there were only 3 choices left. He chose the rank 1 goo worm in the water path. The reason for this choice was very simple, because his fire path and wind path realms were very ordinary, but his water path was a grandmaster. The guru realm was not a joke. The water path goo worm was also successfully activated. It was bathed in yellow light as it flew around the formation heart goo, moving up and down at times. Fire path, wind path. Fang Yuan chose wind path. The wind path goo worm joined in, and like the water path goo, it flew around the formation heart goo. It was just that the wind path goo worm was at the outer ring, while the water path goo worm was closer to the formation heart goo. Fang Yuan waited for a while. Of these 3 goo worms, one was hovering in the air, while the other 2 were flying around. They were still very stable. Although they did not form a true goo formation, the progress is good. Fang Yuan felt gratified. For example, setting up a goo formation was like building blocks. At the same time, the formation heart goo was directly destroyed, and the other 3 goo worms were injured to varying degrees. The water path and fire path goo worms were on the verge of death, and the wind path goo worm was also heavily injured. You failed. Tu Shicheng's expression immediately changed, turning frosty. You disappoint me. Puff. Fang Yuan's vision changed, and he was expelled out of the dream realm. The first exploration was declared a failure. His soul returned to his body, and his body shook slightly, and his healthy face suddenly turned pale. Fang Yuan immediately inspected his injuries, and found that the extent of his soul's injuries was beyond his expectations. But it did not matter. Guts goo. Fang Yuan took out the guts goo and directly crushed it, and the injuries on his soul were greatly alleviated. Fang Yuan took out another one and used it on himself. In an instant his soul's injuries were completely healed. the feeling of dizziness also disappeared without a trace. Because of the guts goo, Feng Yuan was not afraid of the soul's injuries from failing to explore the dream realm. Right now, I should be the #1 person in the world in exploring dream realms. Even the remnants of Shadow Sect cannot compare to me. Feng Yuan inwardly estimated. This was all because he had 2 powerful tools in his hands to explore dreams. The first was Guts Goo, it could heal soul injuries. The second was Unravel Dream. Once used, the effect would reach the answer of the riddle. It was unreasonably useful. Guts Goo was produced on Dang Hun Mountain, and Feng Yuan had placed Dang Hun Mountain in Langya Blessed Land. Even the sale of Guts Goo was in cooperation with Langya Sect. The Guts Goo trade was a monopoly, there were no other stores, and the supply had always been insufficient to meet the demand. Recently, Feng Yuan did not use Guts Goo to earn profits, and instead kept the portion of Guts Goo that belonged to him. There was only one goal, to make sufficient preparations for exploring dream realms. Thus, he kept a large number of Guts Goo. His foundation was very deep. Precisely because of this, he was in a tight financial situation and had to expand the production of some resources to improve his finances. It did not matter if he failed the first time. With Guts Goo, Feng Yuan's soul immediately healed, and he could start the second exploration now. But he was not anxious. He activated Connecting Heaven Goo and sent his consciousness into it. He started to gather information. First was that Earth Path Mortal Goo. Feng Yuan did not recognize it, he needed to understand it. A copy of Encyclopedia of Earth Path Goo Worms. Feng Yuan quickly bought it from an Earth Path Goo Immortal. This was an information transaction, one of the transactions in Jewel Yellow Skies. Some were introductions and understandings of goo worms and paths, some were the sale of current political matters, and there were also Time Path and Wisdom Path Goo Immortals deductions of the past, present, and future. Feng Yuan could also do this. With his 500 years of experience, the information he produced would definitely be very attractive. But this information was usually very cheap and could not be sold for long. It would even weaken Feng Yuan's rebirth advantage, so Feng Yuan did not care about it. After buying this Encyclopedia of Earth Path Goo Worms written by a Goo Immortal, Feng Yuan was not satisfied. He bought some other similar information, and of course, some Formation Path Mortal inheritances. These cost him close to 10 Immortal Yuan stones. To Feng Yuan, it was like a drizzle. Chapter 1332. This goo recipe had very little practical value. Because many of the goo materials in the recipe had already gone extinct, they no longer existed in the world. If Feng Yuan wanted to refine this mortal goo, he could only modify the goo recipe. He naturally would not do such useless work. With this information, he had a deep understanding of this mortal goo. Next, Feng Yuan read through those mortal inheritances of Formation Path. This strengthened his foundation in the Array Dao. Even though he had never researched Formation Path, in the 500 years of experience in his previous life, he had more or less learned about Formation Path, or through some coincidences. Thus, the extent of enrichment was not much, it was very limited. But this time, he had a targeted understanding of the test in the dream realm. He had a goal in collecting Formation Path information. From some information, he learned that in the late Antiquity era, there was a popular trend of thought in Formation Path. This trend of thought was called Earth, Water, Wind, and Fire. It believed that these 4 basic elements could make a goo formation extremely stable. They formed the most basic goo formation and had the strongest tolerance. Of course, this trend of thought was only popular for a while. Decades later, it was abandoned by people. Compared to the entire history of Formation Path, decades were too short. This trend of thought was like a small wave, vanishing in the surging river of history. It is like the origin of humanity. People on Earth once thought that humans were created by gods, be it China's Nuwa or the West's God. This was a trend of thought. After dominating people's cognition for a long time, it was defeated by Darwin's theory of evolution. However, with the advancement of science, people have discovered that there are still flaws in Darwin's theory of evolution. Feng Yuan's thoughts wandered for a while. This trend of thought of earth, water, wind, and fire was the same. Because with the development of formation path, people discovered that the goo formation formed by the four basic elements of earth, water, wind, and fire was not the goo formation with the greatest tolerance. People continued to discover and deepen their understanding, they continued to improve. Even if it was abandoned soon after, it was still a form of progress. This information was very valuable. It gave Feng Yuan the correct answer to pass the first stage of the dream realm. So, to truly form a goo formation, I need to use all the goo worms and mix them together. Feng Yuan realized in his heart. At the same time, he sighed. This Tu Shicheng is really sinister. He clearly wants to use all 4 goo worms and not leave out a single one, but he is still playing dumb, saying that at least 2 mortal goo must be used. Next, Feng Yuan fell into deep thought. Because even if they knew the correct answer, it was still unknown how to make the 4 goo worms revolve around the formation heart goo and form an effective goo formation. If these 4 mortal goo could be refined, Feng Yuan could try to deduce it outside the dream realm and in reality. This was also the method those laymen used to break the dream realm in the early stage of the dream realm. But now, that earth path goo worm was hard to refine. Even if the goo recipe was modified, would the earth path mortal goo refined be the same as the one in the dream realm? After all, this was a dream realm. Sometimes, there were deviations between dream realms and reality, and was not a copy. Feng Yuan thought about it and decided to try it in the dream realm. The second attempt was the same as the first one. But this time, Feng Yuan chose to activate these 4 mortal goo at the same time, matching the formation heart goo. Failure. The 4 mortal goo detonated at the same time. Feng Yuan was injured and kicked out of the dream realm. His soul was heavily injured, he was seeing stars. He quickly used guts goo, 1, 2, 6 guts in a row before he recovered. The third stage is even more difficult. The environment for setting up the formation has become so harsh. But my formation path attainment level has already risen to quasi-master. After comprehending for a while, Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes, a trace of joy flashing in his eyes. What was attainment level? Attainment level was the goo master's unique way of thinking, feelings, and experiences, as well as their experiences in raising goo, using goo, refining goo, and so on. Summarizing and refining them into the essence, it was the understanding and comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Cultivation attainment levels were divided into ordinary, master, grandmaster, great grandmaster, and supreme grandmaster. Of course, there were also the minute levels of quasi-master, quasi-grandmaster, and quasi-great grandmaster. Ordinary attainment level was a level that most goo masters could reach in their lifetime. Quasi-master attainment level was already very rare. Young goo masters with outstanding talent or experienced goo masters who were old and experienced could often reach this level. Master attainment level was when the use of goo worms had reached an artistic level, breaking away from superficial craftsmanship. This was 1 in 10,000. For example, during the imperial court contest, there were only 5 enslavement path masters. They were Jiang Baoye, Yang Ping, Ma Zun, Chang Shan Yin, Feng Yuan, and New Air Tuesday. Of course, this was 1 in 10,000 for mortals. For rank 6 goo immortals, their main cultivation path usually had such attainment level. Quasi-grandmaster attainment level was usually the elite among rank 6 goo immortals. Grandmaster attainment level was when one had a deep understanding of a path, they had a solid foundation and could comprehend other paths by analogy. Specifically, by using the goo worms of their main path, they could imitate the advantages of other paths. He Fan's true inheritance had an immortal killer move called 100 Years Harmony. It was a classic example. It used time path goo worms to achieve the effect of information path. From this, it could be seen that He Fan's time path attainment level was at least at grandmaster level. Normally speaking, Gu Immortals who could reach Grandmaster level were even rarer. They often needed hundreds of years of accumulation, and also required the Gu Immortal's talent and ability. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he only reached Grandmaster attainment level in Blood Path in 500 years. Those who could reach Grandmaster attainment level were basically rank 7 Gu Immortals. Above Grandmaster were quasi-great Grandmasters. They were even rarer. They were usually rank 7 experts or rank 8s. As for great Grandmaster attainment level, most rank 8 Gu Immortals could only reach this level for their entire lives. What is he doing here? Fang Yuan frowned impatiently. But he thought about it and decided to meet this Wu clan Gu Immortal. It turned out that Wu and had brought Lady White Rabbit here. Lady White Rabbit reported the situation of the Dream Realm business. She gave the detailed accounts to Fang Yuan for him to check. Even though Fang Yuan did not care about this business, he was the leader of the entire business. Chapter 1334. Fang Yuan took a rough look at the accounts and gained a deeper understanding of the forces around him. He sent Wu and Lady White Rabbit away. "Milord, there is one thing that this subordinate does not know if he should say." Before leaving, Wu wanted to say something but hesitated. "Speak." Fang Yuan was straightforward. Wu reported to Fang Yuan that there were rumors that Qi Clan's Gu Immortal Qi Shang was coming to the Super Gu formation to patrol. Fang Yuan understood Wu's intention and waved him away. Xiao Si Lu has many pursuers. This Qi Shang is one of the most important ones. He has never come here to patrol. I am afraid he is here to find trouble with me. But Righteous Path Gu Immortals would not fight to the death. They would at most lose face. At most, I will give up my reputation and avoid the battle. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin. But I need to prevent my secret from being exposed. After all, this Super Gu formation was constructed by Qi Clan. Among Southern Border's super forces, Qi Clan is the #1 formation path force. Fang Yuan looked at the mortal formation path information. He could see through it at a glance. There were few things he could not understand. But when he looked at the Super Gu formation that he was in, it was still the same. His vision was blurred. He was like an ant facing a vast galaxy. This Super Gu formation was personally created by Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder. He was a formation path great grandmaster. Qi Shang came very quickly. It was out of everyone's expectations. A welcoming banquet was necessary. Because Qi Shang was representing Qi Clan, he had the responsibility of patrolling the Super Gu formation and checking if there were any flaws in the defense. The banquet was lively on the surface, but there were turbulent undercurrents. Everyone knew that this was not Qi Shang's mission, but he took the initiative to do it. Qi Shang was pursuing Xiao Si Lu. Everyone in Southern Border knew about it, but in recent months, there were rumors that Wu Yihai and Xiao Si Lu were very close. Qi Shang's objective was clear. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not join the banquet. He stayed inside the Gu formation, exploring the Dream Realm. This caused many people to feel disappointed that they couldn't watch the show. Bada slowly put down his cup. "Nephew Qi Shang, I have already introduced you to all the Gu Immortals here. They are all outstanding talents. Unfortunately, there is still one person who hasn't arrived today. This person is even more extraordinary. He was born in the Eastern Sea, and then joined our Southern Border. Recently, he defeated Xia Feiguai and mountain-moving old monster one after another. He is the Wu clan's leader here." The Gu Immortals in the banquet had a thought. Everyone knew who Bada was talking about. Qi Shang was dressed in a white robe and had a handsome face. His eyes were deep and his nose was hooked like an eagle, giving him a bit of a sinister aura. He was already 160 years old. Old Treeman Bard was much older than him. The Qi family and the Ba family were connected by marriage, so Bada didn't call Qi Shang nephew carelessly. Qi Shang heard this and smiled. "I have also heard of immortal friend Wu Yihai's name. It is like thunder in my ears. It was a pity that he couldn't meet her today. But I will be staying here for a long time. I need to inspect the Gu formations here. I will definitely meet immortal friend Wu Yihai when the time comes. Qi Shang took the initiative. Everyone felt that Fang Yuan, who was hiding at the back, was much weaker than Qi Shang. After the banquet ended, Wu Wen and Wu Liao were indignant. They asked to see Fang Yuan. They did not have a good time during this banquet. They were mocked and mocked by others. They almost fought each other. In that case, I will hold a banquet here tomorrow and invite Qi Shang. Fang Yuan thought about it and said, just like how Fang Yuan was looking at this super goo formation that surrounded the dream realm, he was still confused and could not understand it. The problem that troubled Fang Yuan was solved. Fang Yuan had great gains, as expected of Southern Border's Qi clan. He muttered, praising Qi Shang's formation path attainment. After solving this problem, Fang Yuan's plan to modify the goo formation could continue. His mind was calm. He started to deduce again. A few days passed like this. This made Qi Shang anxious. After he sent the answer, he waited for Fang Yuan's response. But no matter how long he waited, he still did not reply. He could not even eat or drink anymore. What is this Wu Yihai doing? Qi Shang mumbled. Qi Shang, what did you just say? At the banquet, Luo clan's Gu Immortal asked in confusion. Qi Shang came to his senses, only realizing he was still at the banquet. Earlier, he rejected Luo clan's invitation, but after solving Fang Yuan's problem, he still had to attend the banquet. He had to attend the banquet, otherwise, wouldn't he be disrespecting Luo clan? Gu Immortal Qi Gue quickly mediated the situation. Please forgive me, Qi Shang is like this. He often gets distracted. Sometimes when thinking about a formation path problem, he even forgets to eat. Sometimes, he will suddenly freeze and stop moving even when he is walking. Qi Gue had rank 7 cultivation level. He was the leader of Qi clan's guards here. Luo clan's Gu Immortal laughed. I have heard of Qi Shang's performance. He is truly a formation path seed. Sigh, if my Luo clan could produce 1 or 2 such talents, even if they were 20 to 30% as good as Qi Shang, I would be happy. At the other side, Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He was in trouble again. It seems that modifying this Gu formation is beyond my abilities. Fang Yuan encountered a new problem, and the difficulty this time was much higher than the previous one. He could still try last time, but this time, even the thought of trying was not mature enough. It was not reliable. In that case, I will leave it to Qi Shang. Fang Yuan smiled. Coming. Qi Shang returned to Qi clan's territory, quickly obtaining Fang Yuan's information path Mortal Gu. Qi Shang was very excited. His eyes were shining. Do you think it was easy? But I'm getting impatient. Qi Shang smiled coldly, feeling very pleased internally. He was like a victor who was about to inspect his spoils of war. He sent his consciousness in. After learning about the information path Mortal Gu's contents, he stared with wide eyes. What the hell is this Wu Yihai? He is so shameless. Qi Shang immediately scolded. In the letter, Fang Yuan did not mention the challenge letter. He just casually admitted that Qi Shang had some ability. Of course, he could have just guessed it. If you can solve this problem, I will admit that you have the qualifications to pursue Fairy Si Lu. These were the words in the letter. Once Qiao Si Lu was mentioned, Qi Shang could not hold it in anymore. What qualifications do I have? Is it up to you to decide? Wu Yihai, I misjudged you. You shameless fellow. Qi Shang felt like he could see Fang Yuan standing in front of him, sneering in disdain, looking high and mighty. He had a strong impulse in his heart. He really wanted to tear Fang Yuan's face apart. He said he was sightseeing with Si Lu. I only had the chance to travel with Si Lu once. Damn it, this guy. Qi Shang paced around the study room. He gritted his teeth, feeling indignant. He just needed to exert some strength and crush the information path mortal goo. But after thinking about it, he resisted the urge. If I crush this goo, wouldn't that fulfill Wu Yihai's wish? He failed to make things difficult for me, he must be afraid of me, that's why he purposely said this. Right? If I give up, it might be the result he wants to see. No, I need to continue to win against him, to the point where he has nothing to say and cannot deny it. I need to let him know of my strength. Of course, to prevent him from acting shamelessly again, I need to spread this matter, the more people know, the better. Qi Shang had learned from his mistakes. Originally, this matter was due to jealousy, Qi Shang was slightly embarrassed, but now, for Fang Yuan, he went all out. Not only will we be labeled as adding insult to injury, we will also damage our relationship with the Wu clan and harm the benefits of my clan. But I can't just ignore Qi Shang. Qi Gui racked his brains and finally came up with a solution. Thus, he secretly gave Qi Shang an idea. We cannot make this a big deal. If we make a big deal, the impact will be bad. Even if our clan wins, others will laugh at us. This is a private matter, I suggest we handle it as a private matter. You can tell Fairy Si Lu about this. Wu Yihai is also interested in Xiao Si Lu. If you ask Fairy Si Lu to be the witness, Wu Yihai will not act shamelessly. Qi Shang heard this and slapped his thigh, shouting, "Wonderful!" Qi Gui smiled, feeling a little pleased internally. To Qi Gui, this matter could be handled perfectly, and to Qi Shang, it was even more attractive. Who did not want to trample on their love rival in front of the woman they loved, and show off in front of them? This matter was settled like this. Soon, Qi Shang transmitted the situation to Xiao Si Lu through an information path goo worm. Regardless of how Fang Yuan was doing, Qi Shang immediately felt a huge pressure. Fairy Si Lu already knows now. This is a fight between gentlemen, and Wu Yihai is the one who started it, she won't be offended, right? I need to complete Wu Yihai's challenge as soon as possible. This is my forte, I cannot fail. The huge pressure gave Qi Shang a huge motivation. He deduced the problem in front of him. Is this the other part? It has a slight connection with that goo formation earlier. I'm afraid it is two parts of the goo formation. Damn it, if I knew the whole goo formation, it would be much easier. But now, I can only deduce it based on this part. Troublesome. Qi Shang started to use his method. He was a formation path goo immortal. He had a mystical goo formation that First Supreme Elder had taught him. This goo formation used wisdom path goo worms as the core, while the supplementary goo worm was an immortal goo. Normally speaking, be it immortal killer moves or immortal goo formations, they used immortal goo as the core and mortal goo as the supplementary. But this goo formation did the exact opposite. The supplementary immortal goo was a water path immortal goo. It was called sweat. The goo formation was called wisdom sweat formation. Under Qi Shang's immortal essence, it started to activate. There was no dazzling light. Instead, it formed a mystical smell that was between fragrant and smelly. The smell became thicker and thicker, enveloping Qi Shang. Gradually, the smell condensed into smoke, shrouding Qi Shang's face, making it hard to see. For 3 days and 3 nights, Qi Shang did not rest, he continued to deduce. Finally, the smoke dissipated, the goo formation stopped, some mortal goo died, only about 10% were left, they were stored in Qi Shang's immortal aperture, including sweat immortal goo. Qi Shang was sweating profusely, like he was drenched in a storm, his face was pale. But his eyes were frighteningly bright. Suddenly he raised his head and laughed. Ha, it's finally settled. This time, let's see what you have to say, Wu Yihai. A moment later, Fang Yuan received a reply. Oh, you've learned, you're using Xiao Si Lu to attack me? Unfortunately, this is not my goal. This threat is only useful. Fang Yuan quickly applauded. Interesting, interesting. This is indeed a good way to solve the problem. But why did I not think of it? Even though Fang Yuan obtained the answer, he did not linger on it, he started to reflect. Qi Shang's answer contained many aspects that Fang Yuan did not know. Formation path cultivation was the most extensive. Fang Yuan's inheritance was only from mortals. It was normal that he did not know about it. As for Qi clan, they did not lack formation path immortal inheritances. Moreover, through generations of development, they were able to innovate on their original foundation. They were the #1 formation path force in southern border. However, even if I do not have an immortal inheritance, as long as my attainment level reaches Grandmaster, I should be able to solve this problem. Attainment level was the understanding of the essence of the Great Tao. To use an easy-to-understand analogy, it was like solving a math problem. Fang Yuan wanted to modify the Gu formation to reach his goal. It was like getting a number like 5. Even though he had Gu worms, he did not know how to get 5. At this time, Qi Shang's answer was, 23 is equal to 5. Fang Yuan realized at once, he could achieve his goal by doing this. If his attainment level was high enough, even if he did not know, he could use his intuition to comprehend and draw inferences, obtaining 2. 3 is equal to 5, or such an answer. Of course, Gu formations were much more complex. The more Gu worms were involved, the harder it was to set up. The contents of Gu formations were very complex. There were simple Gu formations, compound Gu formations, and formations within formations. According to the shape, there were square formations, circular formations, and so on. According to the type of activation, there were instant formations and delay formations. According to the paths, there were even more, such as fire formations, water formations, and so on. Some Gu formations were like pagodas, layered on top of one another. Some Gu formations were easy to modify. It was like a piece of clothing. Modifying it was like patching a patch. Some Gu formations could not be modified, like building blocks. Changing one piece would cause the whole Gu formation to collapse. Subdividing it further, the Gu worms involved were even more complex. For example, some Gu worms needed to be united, while some Gu worms needed to be separated and influence their own targets. On the second night, Qi Shang, who was waiting eagerly, received Fang Yuan's reply. This time, with Fairy Si Lu as witness, I want to see how you deny it. Qi Shang impatiently sent his consciousness into the information path mortal Gu in his hand. Soon he beamed with joy. Because Fang Yuan admitted his strength in the letter, he was indeed worthy of Fairy Si Lu's praise. However, it was not strange that his Wu clan had people who could do this. Qi Shang saw this and frowned. But he could not refute it, because Wu clan's Gu immortals had someone who could resolve this problem. At this time, he saw the end of the letter. Fang Yuan posed another problem. He even promised that if Qi Shang could resolve this, Fang Yuan would admit that Qi Shang was stronger than him. Even in front of Fairy Si Lu, he would admit his inferiority. Qi Shang's breathing became rough. Just thinking about it, he and Wu Yihai appeared in front of Qiao Si Lu at the same time, and Wu Yihai cupped his fists and said, "I am inferior to you." A love rival admitting his inferiority in front of a fairy. Chapter 1338. The banquet began. In this small hall, there were only 3 Gu immortals, Fang Yuan, Wuan, and Qi Shang. Wuan was naturally a bystander. The main point was the interaction between Fang Yuan and Qi Shang. Fang Yuan toasted Qi Shang. He spoke politely and had a smile on his face. His words were full of praise for Qi Shang's formation path attainment. One would not slap a smiling face. Qi Shang was muddle-headed. He drank a lot of wine like this. He sized up Fang Yuan, looking at him from a different perspective. Wu Yihai, this fellow is actually quite friendly. What happened earlier? Was he purposely provoking me? Or does he have something to ask of me? Qi Shang muttered. I won't hide it from you, Qi Shang. I admire talented people like you the most in my life. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, toasting him. Qi Shang mumbled as he raised his wine cup. Before Fang Yuan even drank, he drank a mouthful himself. It turned out that Fang Yuan's continuous toasts had become Qi Shang's conditioned reflex. But Fang Yuan's words were really pleasing to the ears. Especially since he was Fang Yuan's love rival, such compliments gave Qi Shang a huge sense of achievement. No. I need to be vigilant. Wu Yihai might also be acting, he is very cunning. Qi Shang did not lower his guard, but no matter how he looked at it, he felt that Fang Yuan's smile was sincere and sincere. He, not mentioning Fang Yuan's acting skills, just his attitude Gu was not a joke. Qi Shang, please take a look. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, handing an information path Mortal Gu to Qi Shang. What is this? Qi Shang muttered to himself. He took a look and his expression changed. It turned out that this information path Mortal Gu was the letter Fang Yuan was going to give to Xiao Silu. But in the letter, Fang Yuan was full of praise for Qi Shang. He was full of praises, he even admitted his own inadequacies. Previously, he challenged Qi Shang with a difficult problem of formations. He was purely overestimating himself, he was showing off in front of an expert, he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, he was not worthy of being a hero of the southern border. Of course, there was no such thing as displaying one's slight skill before an expert in this world. When Qi Shang read the letter, he felt a little embarrassed. Fang Yuan's words of praise were indeed a little exaggerated. Am I really that outstanding? The title of Southern Border's hero, I've never thought of it that way. I wonder what Fairy Si Lu will think when she sees this letter. All kinds of thoughts emerged in his mind. Qi Shang could not help but feel excited. When he looked at Fang Yuan again, his gaze changed again. Fang Yuan sat down beside Qi Shang. Qi Shang didn't feel disgusted by this intimate action. Qi Shang, in the entire southern border Gu Immortal world, I'm afraid only your talent is worthy of Fairy Si Lu. I am convinced of this. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Qi Shang did not know what to say, he had joy on his face, but also suspicion. Fang Yuan continued, but I will not give up. A fair and graceful woman is a gentleman's dream. Even though my talent is not as good as yours, I will work harder. You won me this time, we will compete fairly in the future. What do you think? Hearing this, the suspicion on Qi Shang's face melted. He raised his cup for the first time, toasting Fang Yuan. Good, fair competition. Gentlemen should compete fairly. His meaning was that he was treating Fang Yuan as a gentleman. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, patting Qi Shang's shoulder. To speak the truth, I loathe other rivals in love, but you Qi Shang are different. You are talented and righteous, I admire you. If you gain Fairy Si Lu's favor in the future, I will definitely bless you too, because I know that if I lose to you, I will not feel wronged. As for the others, they are all clowns. Although this method was ingenious, there were repercussions. Wu Yong's vigilance, Luo Muzi, Luan Fei, Qi Shang, and the other pursuers of Xiao Si Lu were all repercussions. It was not that pure love did not exist, but it was very rare. People lived in this world and had to consider many things. Xiao Si Lu's beauty, wealth, cultivation, and so on were all attractive and enticing. Perhaps among her pursuers, Qi Shang was the purest, but there was still the element of formation path mixed in. Not to mention the others. As for Fang Yuan, he was the most special one. Qi Shang's arrival was not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. In fact, he was already mentally prepared. Even without Qi Shang, others would come to find trouble. Even if it was not now, it would be in the future. Because Fang Yuan touched the delicious cake of Xiao Si Lu, He angered many people. These people had pursuers, and also the interest groups behind them. As the saying goes, beautiful women are the source of trouble. A beauty was not so easy to pursue. Only a naive person would think of conquering a beauty with love and being touched. Actually, it was not just this. A woman's beauty was a natural dowry. This dowry was extremely generous. It was a huge amount of wealth. Who did not want such wealth? But not everyone had the ability to protect such wealth. If there was a beauty who was willing to give this wealth to her other half because of pure love, then the lucky one would treat her well. But in fact, such situations were too rare. If there was one, please cherish it. If there was none, do not hope for it. Do not say vulgar. Because this was reality. When Fang Yuan returned to the Super-Gu formation, he started to think about how to deal with the repercussions of this matter. A truly brilliant Go player had to constantly calculate the path ahead of him before making a move. In fact, when Fang Yuan decided to use Qiao Silu's love to achieve his goal, he had already started to think about how to deal with the repercussions of this method. If he did not deal with it well, then Qi Shang would only be the first person to find trouble. There would be a second, a third, and even more. This was a huge disruption to Fang Yuan's dream realm exploration. At the same time, with Wu Yihai's identity, Fang Yuan's hands and feet were tied. He could not deal with these challenges. He might even expose himself in the process of dealing with them. Fang Yuan needed to deal with this carefully and correctly. How to deal with it? It was difficult but also simple. That was to create a human target that could attract the firepower of those pursuers more than Fang Yuan and attract more trouble. In Fang Yuan's heart, he was already looking forward to someone finding trouble with him. Qi Shang came to him on his own accord, and so quickly, Fang Yuan was secretly happy. When he read Qi Shang's information, his joy increased by several times. His opponent's stupidity was his fortune. Qi Shang nodded, explaining, "That is indeed so. But actually, at our level, we can also use Dao marks. Some Gu formations are built on not only Gu worms but also Gu materials. But we can only use the Dao marks in the immortal materials to create the formation. As time passes, these immortal materials will slowly get destroyed. Formation path great grandmasters go one step further. Not only can they use mortal and immortal materials, they can also use the natural Dao marks of heaven and earth." These conversations and explanations gave Fang Yuan a lot of inspiration. This made him treat Qi Shang even more warmly. Fang Yuan soon found that holding banquets did not have much effect on getting closer to Qi Shang. It was better to have a discussion on formation path with Qi Shang. Sometimes, a heated debate could even arouse Qi Shang's appreciation for the heroes in his heart. Fang Yuan had another trump card, that was to write letters to Qiao Silu. Every time he wrote letters, he would praise Qi Shang, praising his astonishing formation path attainment and his amazing talent. Qi Shang felt embarrassed from the praise. He had a whole new level of respect for Fang Yuan. He felt that he was a gentleman, he was magnanimous and had a broad mind. To return the favor, he also wrote letters to Qiao Silu, praising Fang Yuan, expressing his shock and admiration towards Fang Yuan for cultivating transformation path and formation path as well as having such deep attainment. Qiao Silu, she looked at the letters and felt that these two pursuers of hers were praising each other and had almost forgotten about her, the main character. She had never expected this kind of situation. While rolling her eyes in her heart, she still had to express her appreciation in her reply, especially for their broad-mindedness. Undeniably, Fang Yuan and Qi Shang had turned from enemies to friends. This change made the spectators who wanted to watch a show feel their jaws drop. Southern Border, Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. This was a famous earth trench in Southern Border. It was famous because of the endless dark path ferocious beasts, especially shadow monsters. At the same time, this was also one of the most dangerous places in Southern Border. Right now, in the depths of this Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, in an inconspicuous underground cave. Ow ow ow. An old lunatic with purple hair, ragged clothes, and bare feet kept howling in the cave while running around in all directions. Plop. Suddenly, he fell to the ground, his body twisted as he walked like an earthworm. After walking for a while, he suddenly stood up with a silly smile on his face. But after a moment his silly laughter gradually disappeared, and his cloudy eyes once again shone with a clear luster. "Lord Purple, you are finally awake." Wuxia appeared at the entrance of the cave. He sighed with a complex expression. It turned out that this old man who had gone mad was the former Purple. Wuxia came to a realization. He blurted out, "Lord Zishan Makoto is talking about Tai by Yunxing?" Zishan Makoto nodded. "That's right, Tai by Yunxing is a crucial pawn in the chessboard of fate. Although he was arranged by Providence, I successfully influenced him and used his strength to help you escape." Tai by Yunxing had once met Zishan Makoto when he was a Gu master. He obtained Zishan Makoto's true inheritance. He not only had Providence's arrangement, but also Zishan Makoto's influence. Thus, when Fang Yuan carried Providence's final attack and returned to the past to overthrow Spectral Soul's plan, during this process, Fang Yuan obtained Tai by Yunxing's help. Tai by Yunxing was able to submit to Fang Yuan. Part of the reason was Fang Yuan's intelligence, but the other part was because of Providence. But later, Tai by Yunxing separated from Fang Yuan and helped Shadow Sect instead. This was because Fang Yuan betrayed Providence. At the crucial moment, he did not destroy sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Instead, he used it himself. Tai by Yunxing, under Zishan Makoto's influence, helped Shadow Sect greatly. Tai by Yunxing died in battle. On the surface, it was because of Fang Yuan. But from another perspective, he was a sacrifice in the contest between Providence and Shadow Sect. Wuxia heard this and finally understood Zishan Makoto's intentions. He called out, "I get it. After so many years, Lord Zishan Makoto has traveled all over the world. He has influenced many pawns in crucial positions. They will be our new strength to break the Super Gu formation and save our main body." Zishan Makoto smiled. "Precisely. Southern border, Super Gu formation. Sovereign immortal aperture, mini central continent. A strong emerald light with a fragrant aroma soared into the sky. Countless Gu worms danced around in the green light. Just a glance was enough to dazzle one's eyes. Fang Yuan maintained a high level of concentration. As time passed, a portion of the Gu worms stopped flying. They fell into the ground. More and more Gu worms fell into the ground. They resonated with the previous Gu worms, forming a mystical force. The jade green light pillar became smaller and weaker. Fang Yuan willed, an immortal Gu flew over. This immortal Gu was crimson like blood. It was round like a pearl. It was the size of a goose egg. There were countless markings on the pearl. They moved around and changed. It was like a myriad of lotuses blooming or clouds moving. It was the rank 6 immortal Gu blood asset. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. This Gu formation setup had reached the most crucial moment. Blood asset immortal Gu floated into the jade green light. Almost instantly, the green light was dyed by the immortal Gu blood asset, turning into a bright red color. The red light became brighter and brighter. After a few breaths of time, it was as bright and dazzling as the green light earlier. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. The most crucial step was over. The next step was to go according to plan. The bright red light became weaker and weaker, eventually vanishing. In fact, Celestial Court did not send a group to Northern Plains to fight Longevity Heaven, but to find trouble with old ancestor Xuehu. Chapter 1342. Wei Lingyang and Bai Chun Tian died in battle, myriad tidal dragon escaped. Fang Yuan muttered. When the news reached him, in this super-gu formation, he was the one who had the clearest understanding of the situation. Looking at the days, it should be over. Celestial Court's expedition, Longevity Heaven represented Northern Plains Gu Immortal World, dealt a huge blow to Central Continent. Dog-tail life extending ferret, worthy of being giant Sun Immortal's mount, it has great battle strength. But even though this boosted Northern Plains morale, it is not a huge blow to Celestial Court. With the 500 years of experience in his previous life, he had gone through the initial 5 regions' chaotic war. Fang Yuan knew that Celestial Court's foundation was as deep as the sea. In comparison, Longevity Heaven was only Giant Sun Immortal's Immortal Aperture Grotto Heaven. Its foundation was much weaker. This incident is a monumental event that is hard to come by in 10,000 years. In my previous life, it had never happened before. After this battle, Northern Plains and Central Continent have become enemies, or rather, Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court have already fallen out. Will Celestial Court take revenge now? If that is the case, it will be quite a commotion. Fang Yuan thought in his mind. He was constantly thinking about the possible political situations that could occur in the future. Longevity Heaven originated from Giant Sun Immortal. Celestial Court had 3 immortal venerables in it. They were all righteous path forces. To think that they would fight so fiercely. Right now, all the Gu immortals and forces of all sizes in the 5 regions were paying close attention to this matter. They were paying attention to Celestial Court's reaction. According to common sense, Celestial Court would definitely retaliate because they had always been the #1 Gu immortal organization in the 5 regions. If they did not retaliate, their reputation would fall. But the 5 regional walls prevented large-scale Gu immortal battles. There was also the obstruction of Giant Sun Immortal's luck suppression heavenly palace that people did not know about. It would be very difficult for the Celestial Court to take action. Therefore, regardless of whether they took action or not, the Celestial Court had its reasons. No matter what the Celestial Court chose, its next step would determine the direction of the 5 regions Gu Immortal world. Fang Yuan sighed. This news was actually within his expectations. The Celestial Court would send Gu Immortals to save Ma Hongyun. They would definitely be obstructed by Northern Plains Gu Immortals. After Central Continent's Gu Immortals failed in their rescue, they escaped back to Central Continent. This battle had lasted for a long time. The result was finally out. But when he really received the news, he had a bad feeling. He felt that something was amiss. But Fang Yuan couldn't tell what was wrong. Could it be that because everything has changed too much because of me, the chain of changes is getting bigger and bigger, and the advantage of being reborn is getting smaller and smaller? Is that why I'm feeling more and more uneasy? The dazzling radiance of the dream shone on Fang Yuan's face, causing his expression to become even more uncertain. No matter what, increasing my strength is the most important thing. Dream realm, here I come. Regardless of the changes in the outside world, how unpredictable it was, or how dangerous it was, as long as he got stronger, Fang Yuan would naturally feel safer. His soul entered the dream. After coming back to his senses, Fang Yuan found that he was in a desolate wilderness. Nighttime. The crescent moon emitted a cold light. Wild dogs were barking. Fang Yuan was being carried by 2 people, one at the front and one at the back. With a muffled sound, Fang Yuan fell into the valley. His whole body was smashed into meat paste, completely smashed into pieces. Fang Yuan was expelled from the dream realm again. What in the world is this dream realm? While Fang Yuan was exploring the dream realm, Central Continent, Celestial Court. Lord Duke Long, please. An old woman with a hunched back was bowing deeply. Her hair was dry and yellow like straw. Her face was full of wrinkles and her eyes were blurry. She wore an earthy yellow robe. There was a ring of fine yellow sand around her waist. She was standing respectfully in front of Duke Long. As for Duke Long, after absorbing Di Zongxing's life force, he was no longer in his weak and withered state. He had become majestic and mighty, showing the aura of a peak legend. At this moment, he sized up the tall tower in front of him, nodding, "Granny Xia, you did well." This tower was Heaven Overseeing Tower. Rank 9 Immortal Gu House. It was famous in history. Although it was destroyed in the Battle of Southern Border, most of the main Immortal Gu were preserved. After being sent back to Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Granny Xia woke up. She had been refining Gu worms and repairing Heaven Overseeing Tower. Now, she finally succeeded. The complete Heaven Overseeing Tower reappeared in Celestial Court. "Lord Duke Long, please enter." Granny Xia led the way. Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle followed behind, entering Heaven Overseeing Tower. White jade stairs spiraled upwards. It was no different from the previous Heaven Overseeing Tower. But Heaven Overseeing Tower was not activated yet. Duke Long and the others did not see any abnormalities as they went up. When they reached the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower, the 3 Gu Immortals saw an Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu gave off an intense rank 9 aura. It was shaped like a spider, black and white. There was a red wound on the Gu worm's body, almost covering its entire body. If it was not rank 9 Fate Immortal Gu, what else could it be? This Fate Immortal Gu was damaged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable using Love Immortal Gu's power. But after generations of hard work by Celestial Court, until the last Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, this Immortal Gu had already recovered to 50%. After reaching a qualitative change, Fate Immortal Gu's recovery speed was many times faster than before. Right now, even without success Dao marks, it had already recovered to 60% under Granny Xia's hard work. Good, very good. Granny Xia, you have contributed to Celestial Court, you have contributed to the world. I think when Celestial Court rules over the 5 regions, your contributions will be recorded in history for future generations to look up to. Duke Long praised with a gratified tone. Granny Xia nodded with a smile. Lord Duke Long is too kind, I was only doing my meager effort. Moreover, restoring Heaven Overseeing Tower was also that old fogey's wish. Granny Xia continued to laugh, and as she laughed, her body gradually turned into sand. A cool breeze appeared out of nowhere, causing the sand to dissipate in the air. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Granny Xia, a refinement path great grandmaster, died at this moment. She had little lifespan to begin with. After the previous Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord died, she woke up in anger and contributed the last bit of her life to Celestial Court. Silence. Another rank 8 Gu Immortal of Celestial Court was sacrificed. During this period, Celestial Court had lost many members. Fairy Myrtle's eyes were slightly red. But Duke Long's expression did not change. His body was still straight like a mountain. He spoke slowly. In the long river of time, generations after generations of Gu Immortals of Celestial Court have sacrificed themselves like this to shine on their descendants. Wei Ling Yang by Chen Tian, Granny Xia, and in the future, you and I will also be like this. Fang Yuan's injuries were slightly better. He could use strength in his right arm. His left leg also regained feeling. As for his back leg, it was completely broken. It was bent at a strange angle from the knee. Fang Yuan quickly checked his own situation and then quickly looked around. Corpses were piled up like a mountain. Flesh and blood were rotting. The stench of corpses was thick like fog, assaulting his nose. What do I do now? Just as Fang Yuan was at a loss, a cold Gu Immortal aura appeared above him. 2 variant human rank 7 Gu Immortals appeared in the sky. These 2 were beastmen. One had a pig head and human body, the other a snake body and human head. Be careful, it is a big guy down there. The Gu Immortal with a human upper body and snake lower body spoke. Big guy, what are you sleeping for? Wake up. The pig-head Gu Immortal laughed loudly. The 2 were not soft. They purposely made their voices louder. It was like rumbling thunder echoing in the valley. Stimulated by this voice, an extremely powerful aura burst out from the fog filled with the stench of corpses. Rumble! A fierce aura swept in all directions, blowing away the stench of corpses in the valley. A huge figure appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. This was a giant. It was 7 to 8 floors tall. Its entire body was pitch black, and its strange, jet-black hair was like a cloak, hanging all the way to its waist. From the gaps of its hair, 2 red lights shined. It was awake. The 2 Beastman Gu immortals were shocked by this black giant's aura. They lost their arrogance. They were nervous and solemn. Fang Yuan was the same. Because from this monster's aura, he made a clear judgment. Peak rank 8 Gu immortal aura. But it does not seem human. It is an immemorial desolate beast instead. Big guy, eat quickly. That's right. My clan didn't hesitate to go to war to get these blood food for you. The 2 Beastman Gu immortals urged. How many times have I said it? I have a name, I am Zui Hui. The black giant could actually speak human language, but it only said one sentence before falling silent and starting to eat. It stretched out its hands, and one by one, the corpses were stuffed into its bloody mouth by its huge claws. This is bad. Fang Yuan thought, at this rate, he would be eaten sooner or later. Southern border, Black Demon Pit. There were many mountains in southern border, but there were also pits. Black Demon Pit was not eye-catching among all the pits. It was small and did not have a lot of Dao marks. It produced some resources of the Dark Path. It was not rare for super forces, but for ordinary clans, it was hard to mine. Thus, almost no one cared about it. But at this time, Zishan Makoto and the rest arrived at the bottom of Black Demon Pit. What are we doing here? Bai Ningbing looked around. She used the investigative method of Bai Xiang's true inheritance. She could not see anything strange. Zishan Makoto ignored her question. He spoke to the air. I am here, let's go according to our agreement. Back then, I taught you my true inheritance. You owe me a favor. Favor? What is a favor? Suddenly, a buzzing voice came from the pit. Following it was an aura that grew from weak to strong. In the blink of an eye, Bai Ningbing and Ing Wuxia's expressions changed. Only Zishan Makoto remained calm. Didn't you want to be human? Zui Hui. Human? Oh, I remember, you are that guy from back then. Right, I helped you back then, you owe me a favor. Zui Hui wants to be human, it needs to return favors. Tell me, what do you need my help with? You are best at eating humans. Haha, I am sick of ordinary humans. Don't worry, they are immortals, there might even be rank 8 Gu immortals. Zishan Makoto smiled. But at this time, he felt a numbness in his chest. Fang Yuan was stuck in the mountain of corpses. He could not see clearly. He quickly touched it. Next, he felt a smooth tail. It looked like a snake or a centipede. Soon after, the tail retracted back into his chest. Am I going to die again? This question had just appeared in his mind when at the next moment, he was expelled from the dream realm. That just now, it seemed to be a Gu worm? Fang Yuan pondered in reality. There are so many human Gu master corpses, there seems to have been a huge battle. It is normal that some mortal Gu were not found. Even if Gu immortals find them, they would not be interested in these small gains. Of course, in this extreme environment of corpses and blood, wild Gu worms can also be produced. It is not strange. Fang Yuan acutely sensed that this Gu worm was his opportunity. After healing, he entered the dream realm again. Gu worm refinement, failure, death. I refined again. Both sides were in a deadlock. At this time, Zui Hui started to eat again. Fang Yuan was disrupted. He failed and died. He finally succeeded in refining the Gu worm, but discovered it was a rank 2 Gu used for attacking. Fang Yuan could not help but curse, and then he died. Death again. Death again. Death again. What kind of fucking dream is this? There was a series of accidents and failures. Once, because he was jumping around too much, he attracted the attention of two Beastman Gu immortals. The other party pressed their pinky finger and Fang Yuan was shot by a strange light, causing him to explode. Despair. In the dream realm, Fang Yuan was too weak. Any accident or even the slightest sign of trouble would be fatal to him. Do I have to give up on this dream realm? Thinking of this, the thought of giving up persisted. Fang Yuan had invested far more into this dream realm than before, but there was little hope. He could not even see the direction of the future. This dream realm's difficulty was unimaginable. Let's see. I'll persevere one more time. I died again, should I stop? Another series of deaths. Fang Yuan wanted to give up, but he was unwilling. After all, he had invested so much, and most importantly, he had never seen such a dream realm before. If he succeeded, it would be a huge accumulation of experience for him. If he gave up this time, what if he encountered such a dream realm again in the future? He gritted his teeth and persevered. Until the final time. On the ground of the valley, there were only 50 to 60 Gu master corpses left. Fang Yuan struggled for a long time before staying alive. He was among them. The Gu formation appeared. Fang Yuan realized that Cui Yihui was trapped by a super Gu formation. Its lower body was buried in the ground. Only its upper body could move. Damn 4 elements formation, let me break it. After eating and drinking, Cui Yihui roared at the sky, and a dark light erupted from its body. The dark light covered the entire valley. Oh no, this is the immortal killer move Grey Knight. We need to retreat. The two Beastman Gu immortals flew into the sky. The 4 elements formation activated, earth, water, wind, and fire, 4 mystical lights burst out, resisting the dark light and restricting it to the entire valley. Cui Yihui roared in anger and indignation, but it was useless. What the hell, how can I dodge this? The gray light was everywhere, covering the entire valley. The Beastman Gu immortals could dodge it, but Fang Yuan could not. He could only watch helplessly as the rocks and plants around him evaporated and dissipated in the gray light. As for himself, he was no exception. Fang Yuan fell into deep despair. Don't tell me this is an unsolvable dream realm. I cannot dodge this gray light. If I knew this, I would have given up earlier. That would have been a wise decision. Feeling frustrated, Fang Yuan returned to reality. His soul had been injured. Chapter 1348. I can track the 7 illusions demon immortal. Tai Mianshin's words eased Wu Yong's frown. It turned out that after Tai clan captured the 7 illusions demon immortal, they started to make arrangements for the 7 illusions true inheritance. Among the southern border superclans, Tai clan was the force that dealt the harshest damage to the demonic path. Especially after Tai clan Demon Suppression Tower was created, Tai clan became the pillar of the righteous path to hunt down demonic path Gu immortals. Immediately, Tai Mianshin used an immortal killer move to investigate the traces here. This way. After confirming the direction, Tai Mianshin flew towards the east. Wu Yong and Xiao Zhikai looked at each other as they followed behind. The clues were intermittent, but with the experienced Tai Mianshin, the three immortals made good progress. An hour later, they actually returned to the blood-tide sinkhole. Xiao Zhikai was surprised. Why are we back here? Tai Mianshin smiled coldly. The most dangerous place is the safest place, huh? Xiao Zhikai came to his senses and couldn't help but praise in his heart, good guts. Wu Yong's gaze swept around with cold light. After a few breaths of time, his gaze fixed on blood-tide pit. Roar! The calm surface of the blood tide suddenly surged as countless blood beasts charged out. A large number of desolate-level blood beasts, along with a small number of ancient blood beasts, there were thousands of them. They charged towards Wu Yong and the other two immortals fiercely. Blood beasts were a type of Dao beast. They were not born from reproduction, they were nurtured by heaven and earth, formed from blood path Dao marks. Similar to blood beasts were snow monsters, mud monsters, cloud beasts, soul beasts, year beasts, and rock dragons. Blood Tide Pit has such a mystical ability? This is a place to incubate blood beasts? Tai Mianshin called out as he looked at Wu Yong. Wu Yong also showed a surprised expression. Blood Tide Pit had one of Blood Sea ancestors' true inheritances. It was obtained by a mortal Gu master, Shang Yanfei, before being taken over by Wu clan. After the Wu clan incorporated the Blood Tide Pit into their territory, they had also explored this place, but they didn't find anything strange. In the following days, they treated this place as an ordinary resource point. With so many blood fiends lying in ambush, no wonder the Seven Illusions demon Immortal was hiding here. Xiao Zhikai suddenly realized. The blood fiends formed an army and surged forward. They had all kinds of strange appearances. Some had the heads of tigers and the bodies of horses, some had the bodies of snakes and the heads of rabbits, some had the backs of turtles and tails of dragons, and some were like trees with fruits that looked like monkey heads. The stench of blood assaulted his nostrils, and his ears were filled with the sinister and terrifying roars of the blood fiends. With such a sudden burst of power, even a great family clan would be caught unprepared. However, Xiao Zhizai and Tai Mianshin remained calm and had no intention of retreating, because at this moment, Wu Yong was already standing in front of them. A bunch of trash. Wu Yong snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with anger. He was very angry. Recently, he had been stationed in Wu clan, mobilizing his troops and dealing with all sorts of situations. He was feeling extremely stifled. Now, this Seven Illusions demon Immortal appeared. He had evil intentions. He actually caused the deaths of Wu clan's two Gu immortals, Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao. Wisps and wisps of breeze were brewing around him. The green wind had unknowingly started to move around the charging blood fiends. The blood fiends were still surging. Their speed did not decrease at all.